Chapter 742. With Cheng Yaojin here, Qin Qiong was no longer in charge of the training. Li Zixuan had some matters to attend to, so Pang Feiji and the rest of the guards' training was handed over to Qin Qiong. Li Zixuan himself slipped away. Young master, you're here. Young master, come to my house for lunch. I just hunted a pheasant yesterday. The meat is very fresh. Young master, come to my house. I hunted 2 rabbits yesterday. Come to my house. I have fish. Tisk, fish is nothing. I bought 2 caddies of wild boar meat in Chang'an yesterday. Young master, why don't you try it? That's right. After Li Zixuan left the academy, he went straight to the Han family village. As soon as he entered the village, he was greeted by a group of villagers. It was less than an hour before noon, so the villagers warmly invited Li Zixuan to their houses for lunch. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Today, I came to the manor to look for my father-in-law for some matters. I'll be having lunch there. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Li Zixuan smiled and rejected them one by one. All right. Disperse. With me, Han Tianhu here, Xiao Xian will have nothing to eat in our village. Disperse. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Unknowingly, Han Tianhu had also arrived at the entrance of the village. He smiled and persuaded the villagers around Li Zixuan. Since Han Lijing is here, let's disperse. We'll invite young master another day. Young master, you must do us the honor. My wife's cooking is very delicious. That's right. Young master, you must do us the honor. Seeing that Han Tianhu had arrived, the villagers knew that they would not be able to invite Li Zixuan today. They said a few words and dispersed. Li Zixuan agreed to their requests one by one. They were all a group of lovely and honest working people. Young master, thank you so much for promoting my family. Everyone else left, except for Hu Hanyun. He bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and thanked him. Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? As expected, he was able to enter the academy because of his own ability. I didn't help him at all. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Zixuan quickly pulled Hu Hanyun up and said with a smile. Han Tianhu couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, you don't know this, but Hu has really become the pride of the village. When the other villagers heard that the Hu family had a student from Yanhuang College, they were all envious. A few people have already come looking for me, asking me to quickly set up a school in the village. Now that the villagers are living better lives, they want their children to be able to study. Li Zixuan said happily, that's a good thing. It's time for our village to have a school for beginners. Taishan, hurry up and get it done. If you have any difficulties, you can find me at any time. I can also send a group of engineers from the academy to you. Han Tianhu waved his hands and said, no need. The original school in the village can still be used after some slight renovations. There's no need to make it so luxurious. Hu Hanyun also said, yes, young master. We're used to living a hard life. We can't be fussy about that. To us villagers, it's already a blessing for our children to have a place to study. All right then. Li Zixuan saw that and didn't insist. He let them be. Hanyun, do you want to have a drink with little Xian in the afternoon? After talking about the school in the village, Han Li looked at Hu Hanyun and invited him. Hey, how can I do that? Hu Hanyun was quite tempted, but he refused. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's go. The sun is really hot. Han Tianhu said casually. Now that his son and daughter were no longer by his side, he was usually the only one at home. He was a proper lonely old man. It was rare for Li Zixuan to visit him, so he was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to gather a table for a feast. Hu Hanyun could see that Han Tianhu was sincerely inviting him and wasn't just being polite. He said, Oli, you guys go first. I'll call my wife to help cook. Han Tianhu smiled and said, Hess, that's great. Otherwise, my cooking skills won't be good. At noon, the Han family held a big banquet. Lu Yu also put in a lot of effort in cooking this meal. One had to know that Li Zixuan was not only the young master of the village, but also her son's Yamacho. She also wanted to do something to repay him. Come, little Xian, Hanyun, let's drinks. Han Tianhu raised a cup of wine and laughed heartily. Ah, to Li Jing, to young master. The three of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard from Yushi that the village's harvest this year wasn't good. Recently, I've been busy with the academy. Today, I happen to have some time, so I came personally to see how the villagers are doing. Han Tianhu put down his cup and nodded solemnly. This year's harvest is indeed not good. Our village is better. First, little Xian, you've reduced the rent. Second, the villagers have other sources of income other than grain, such as the mountain fruit wine previously and eggs now. So, even if there's a decrease in grain production, it won't affect the villagers. However, the other villages aren't so lucky. Sigh, I think many poor people will starve to death in winter. The good atmosphere suddenly became a little gloomy after being said like that. Hu Hanyun comforted him and said, that can't be helped. How can young master take care of the world's citizens alone? This is something His Majesty should worry about. Besides, didn't the imperial court issue a tax reduction decree previously? The situation should be better. Sigh. Han Tianhu knew the inside story of the people. He shook his head and didn't explain further. He only sighed and poured himself a cup of wine. Li Zishuan said, His Majesty is a rare wise ruler. The lives of the world's citizens will definitely get better and better. Father-in-law, you don't have to be discouraged. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Little Xian need more. Han Tianhu waved his hand and pointed at the dishes on the plate. Li Zishuan quickly agreed. Then, he realized that the dishes for lunch were a little strange. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, egg and tofu soup, fried eggs, stewed eggs, onions, which should be called onions at this time, scrambled eggs. The dishes on the table were most likely related to eggs. Li Zishuan wanted to ask, Father-in-law, can't you sell your eggs? Father-in-law, just make some vegetables. Why did you make so many eggs? Shouldn't you leave them for iron egg to nourish the body? Some words could be said in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the dishes on the plate and smiled bitterly at Han Tianhu. Chapter 743. Ahem. Han Tianhu's face turned red as he coughed dryly. Xiao Xian, don't worry about it. Eggs are the most abundant thing in the farmstead. Iron Egg has been eating a lot of eggs recently. Li Zishuan paused for a moment before asking, Father-in-law, the chickens in the village have grown up and started laying eggs, right? Generally speaking, it would only take 3 to 7 months for a hen to mature and lay eggs. Counting the days, the hundreds of thousands of chicks should have started laying eggs by now. That's right. They started laying eggs a month ago. Now, every household can get hundreds of eggs every day. Han Tianhu nodded. Li Zishuan thought for a moment before asking curiously, that's a good thing. The farmers can sell their eggs in Chang and city. That way, they can subsidize their families. Generating income for his own farmstead was something Li Zishuan had always wanted to do. Hu Hanyun interrupted, Young master, you don't know. Previously, eggs were selling quite well. At its most expensive, it could be sold for 6 copper coins each. But now, it's not easy to sell them for 2 copper coins each. The farmers are selling them for 1 copper coin each. Even so, there are still many that haven't been sold. Seeing these things spoil, everyone's heart aches. We couldn't bear to eat them before, but now we can only eat them like vegetables. In this era, eggs were worth money to the farmers. They would sell them in the market. But now, with the Han family farmstead situation, they had to eat them even if they didn't want to. Because the eggs were stored for too long, the bacteria would invade the shell and cause it to spoil. Eggs stored at temperatures higher than 25 degrees had a higher chance of spoilage. In the summer, they could be stored at normal temperatures for 7 to 10 days. Below 15 degrees, they could be stored for 30 days. In this era, there were no refrigerators, so the eggs in the farmstead could only be stored for 7 days. Any longer and they would spoil. The price actually dropped so much? Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He had a lot of things to do all day long, so he definitely didn't have the time to understand these trivial matters of daily necessities. Therefore, he didn't know anything about the huge changes in egg prices in the past few months. Thus, not only our village but the neighboring plum village as well. Han Tianhu sighed. Sigh. How about this? Father-in-law, you can send a batch of eggs to the academy first. Anyway, the canteen over there consumes a lot of eggs every day. It's the same as buying other people's eggs. When the time comes, the canteen will buy them from you at the price of 2 copper coins per egg. Li Zishuan thought of an emergency plan and said, how can that be? Now, all the eggs in Chang and city are sold at the price of 1.5 copper coins. Aren't you suffering a loss, Xiaoxian? Han Tianhu said anxiously. He knew that his son-in-law was rich, but he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it won't be a loss, it won't be a loss. The academy's cafeteria is not free. What loss is there? It's just that there are only 600 students in the academy at the moment. At most, we can consume 1,000 eggs a day. Hu Hanyun smiled and said, young master, it's already good enough to sell 1,000 eggs a day. We will think of other ways. We can't let young master worry about everything, right? Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He knew that the farmers couldn't think of any good ideas. After all, they had a lot of foresight. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly smiled excitedly and said, I have an idea. How about this? I'll send someone to get Steward Wang to arrange the purchase of eggs today. All the eggs in the farm can be sold to Steward Wang at 2 copper coins per egg. Everyone is willing to sell, if they want to. Han Tianhu was shocked and said, Xiaoxian, you can't do that. Where are you going to sell so many eggs at once? The markets around Chang and city are all flooded with eggs. If you buy so many eggs, they will all go bad in your hands. That's right, young master. You've taken care of the farmers enough. We can't let you lose any more money. Don't say that I won't agree. Everyone in the farm would rather have all the eggs in their house go bad than agree to this. Hu Hanyun also agreed at this moment. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, father-in-law, Uncle Hu, you've misunderstood my intentions. I've never said that I would lose money to help the farmers. Previously, you all thought that I would lose money when I bought the mountain fruits. In the end, I made a lot of money because of the sale of the gentle village. It's the same now. Since I dared to buy so many eggs, I definitely have a better way to preserve them. When the time comes, I will definitely only make money and not lose money. Hu Hanyun was a little suspicious and said, young master, are you serious? I, old Hu, have traveled extensively and can be considered quite knowledgeable. How come I've never heard of such a magical method? Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Uncle Hu, don't worry. You also know that I never do things that I'm not sure of. When the time comes and I make a lot of money from these eggs, the villagers won't say that I, Li Zishuan, purposely lowered the price of the eggs to make money. Hu Hanyun glared and said loudly, let's see who dares. The chickens in our farmstead were all given to us by young master for free. These eggs were originally considered extra wealth. We should be thankful to be able to sell them for money. Young master, earning money through eggs is also your own ability. If you don't buy them, we won't be able to sell our eggs and won't be able to make a single copper coin. When the time comes, if anyone is not grateful and is jealous, I, old Hu, will be the first to fight them to the death and see if their hearts are black. Han Tianhu also stroked his beard and said, old Hu is right. Little Xian, if you really have a way to preserve the eggs, that's also your own ability. If you rely on your own ability to earn money, no one can say anything. Moreover, we definitely don't have such a heartless and unscrupulous person in our farm who can't differentiate between right and wrong. Actually, Li Zishuan mentioned this mainly because he had seen too many similar news in his previous life. For example, someone helped the village find a good market for their farm products. The price was also higher than the price of the nearby farmer's market. Then, this person made a lot of money and built a big house in the village. In the end, many villagers said that this person was not kind and that he purposely lowered the price when he bought the farm products to make money. These people had completely forgotten that their own village gained extra income because of this person. And that's fine. The Heavenly King's housekeeper will come tomorrow. Father-in-law, inform the people in our farm and the people in the neighboring plum village in advance. Hearing Old Hu's words, Li Zishuan also felt that he was overthinking. After all, the farmers in this era were still very simple and honest. But in the afternoon, I'll go door to door and tell them to prepare the eggs tomorrows. Come, let's drink and eat, the dishes are getting cold. Chapter 744. After lunch, Li Zishuan chatted with his father-in-law under the shade of a tree in the courtyard for a while before leaving. There were still things waiting for him at the academy. He had recently discovered a strange thing. As a shut-in, he could no longer stay at home. If there was nothing going on, he would not be able to stay at home for long periods of time. This problem had troubled him for a while, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He blamed it on the fact that there were no electronic products in this era, causing him to be unable to stay at home. Electronics and chemical engineering were the most important things for the academy in the future. His ultimate goal was to establish the basic science of Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan would be satisfied if he could play games on the little tyrant learning machine while he was still alive. As a successful transmigrator, Li Zishuan had money and power in this world. It might seem comfortable, but from a certain point of view, he could not even be compared to an ordinary person in the modern world. He did not even have a phone to play with. He could only blame himself for not bringing a phone with him when he transmigrated here. Hey, there's a huge grasshopper here. You guys are finished. But such a huge grasshoppers? I don't want to compete with you anymore. I'm going back to the chicken farm to pick up eggs. When he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zishuan saw Niu and Niu playing with a group of children from the same village in the fields. From what they were talking about, it seemed like they were fighting grasshoppers. He smiled and walked over. The lifespan of a grasshopper was around 2 to 3 months. They could be divided into summer grasshoppers and autumn grasshoppers. The eggs of grasshoppers that survived the winter hatched into nymphs in April and May. They were called summer grasshoppers. The next generation of summer grasshoppers was called autumn grasshoppers. When autumn grasshoppers laid eggs, they were called winter grasshoppers. It was already the end of September. This group of naughty children must be playing with autumn grasshoppers. Niu, Niu, what are you guys doing? The few children were stunned. They quickly greeted Li Zishuan respectfully. Greetings, young master. Then, Niu said in a muffled voice, Young master, we were competing to see who could catch the biggest grasshopper. In the end, De Zhuang was shameless. Only now did Li Zishuan notice that there was a thick bamboo tube hanging from Niu's waist. He could faintly hear a dong 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 sound coming from inside. Brat, why did you catch such a big basket of grasshoppers? Even if it was a competition with De Zhuang, there was no need to catch so many. It's such a hot day, aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to you? Hee. Scratching his head, Niu awkwardly laughed. Young master, we're not afraid of the heat. This grasshopper is for the chickens in my chicken farm to eat. My mother said that when a chicken is full, it can lay more eggs. If it lays more eggs, we can sell them for money. If we sell them for money, we can have new clothes to wear during the new year. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Niu thinking hard while counting his fingers. Niu, why don't you let your chickens out of the chicken farm to eat the grasshoppers? Li Zishuan was too tall, so Niu could only raise his head and answer, Young master, that won't do. If we let the chickens out, after they finish eating the grasshopper, they'll definitely go to the vegetable farm. Looks like there aren't many grasshoppers this year. Li Zishuan understood this information from Niu's words. Grasshopper, eggs, there's something in here. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He patted Niu's shoulder and said, Niu, don't let the chickens eat the grasshopper in the future. Tell the other children in the farmstead that if they catch grasshopper, they can send it to the Yanhuang College cafeteria. 1 caddy of grasshopper can be exchanged for 3 copper coins. Young master, you're telling the truth? Niu widened his eyes in disbelief. 3 copper coins for 1 caddy of grasshopper. To these children who had nothing to do all day, this was a way to make a fortune. As for the chickens in the chicken farm, even if they didn't eat the grasshopper, they would still lay eggs if they ate other insects, right? This was equivalent to earning twice the amount of money. No wonder Daniel wasn't excited. The other children all looked at Li Zishuan expectantly, hoping to hear a definite answer from him. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send some grasshopper to the college cafeteria today. When the time comes, we'll definitely exchange money with grasshoppers. Li Zishuan said with a smile. That's right, he wanted to introduce grasshopper eating in the college in advance so that when the grasshopper plague came next year, there would be people who could fight side by side with him. Moreover, the grasshopper was rich in protein, which was also very beneficial to the human body. As for how to make the students willing to eat the grasshopper, he already had a plan in mind. Well, thank you, young masters. The group of children cheered and immediately scattered. It seemed like they went back to call their friends to get tools to catch the grasshopper. Hey, Daniel, come here. Li Zishuan quickly pressed on Daniel's shoulder to prevent him from moving. Young masters? Daniel was confused. He didn't know why Li Zishuan called him. Here, I'll give you 5 copper coins. Give me your basket of grasshopper. Li Zishuan took out 5 copper coins from his pouch and handed it to Daniel. He also didn't know why there were copper coins in his pouch. He guessed that Han Yushi put them there before he left in the morning? It's good to have a considerate wife. Daniel looked at the bamboo basket in his hand and reacted. He quickly waved his hand and said, Young master, take the bamboo basket. I don't want your money. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Hey, this kid's. Li Zishuan shook his head, then took the basket of grasshopper and walked towards Yanhuang College. Who come here? In the kitchen of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and shouted at a fat guy who was instructing people to wash vegetables. This person was the brother of Wang Eru, the head chef of Zuaishin restaurant. He was also the current head chef of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Wang Dao. In terms of talent in cooking, Wang Dao was not as good as Wang Eru, but they weren't too far apart. Li Zishuan saw that this person was honest and sincere, so he called him over. Yamacho, why are you here? Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Wang Dao wiped his sweat and hurried over. Dahu, are you busy now? I have something for you. Li Zishuan nodded and asked softly. I'm not busy. Yamacho, if you have anything, just tell me. There were still more than 2 hours before the students' dinner time, so he wasn't very busy now. Okay, come with me. I'll teach you how to cook a dish. Li Zishuan squeezed the bamboo basket in his sleeve and said to Wang Dao. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards a small cubicle on the side. A dish? Did Yamacho invent a new dish? Wang Dao, who was behind him, thought to himself. Chapter 745. Go boil these locusts with boiling water. Once they're dead, wash them clean and soak them in the water. Sprinkle some salt and marinate them. Li Zishuan passed the bamboo tube to Wang Dao and instructed him as he came to the small kitchen. Grasshoppers? Yamacho, the new dish you're talking about is for me to cook grasshoppers? Wang Dao was about to reach for the bamboo tube when he suddenly realized something. He shuddered and said with a face full of fear. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with annoyance, That's right. This dish is deep-fried grasshoppers? What's wrong? You're making a fuss over nothing. Wang Dao was tongue-tied. He swallowed and mumbled, Yamacho, you can't eat grasshoppers. You'll offend the locust god. In ancient times, due to the lack of knowledge about locusts, the probability of a locust plague was even higher. When faced with locusts that filled the sky, people said that they were formed from fish eggs. When they entered the water, they would turn into fish and shrimp. Furthermore, when the locusts covered the sky, due to fear, people called them the locust god. When a locust plague happened, the locusts would cause serious damage. Wherever they went, the trees, crops, and even the grass would be eaten clean. The farmers would not be able to harvest anything. This caused many poor people to lose their homes. They would starve to death on the streets and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness. Even so, the people only knew how to worship the locusts. They did not dare to hunt the locusts. They allowed the locusts to eat the crops because they were afraid of the locust god's revenge. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to deep-fry locusts, Wang Da did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order, not to mention whether these things could be eaten as a dish or not. Based on the people's reverence for the locust god, Wang Da did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order. Locust god? Li Zishuan did not understand what a locust god was at first, but after some thought, he understood. He was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. In his previous life, he heard about the story of Yao Chong, the wise prime minister, destroying the locust god. At the time, he was still grumbling about how could the ancient people be so stupid to treat locusts as gods? But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. What kind of bullshit locust god is this? This is just a little grasshopper that will die if you step on it. Li Zishuan casually took out a grasshopper from the bamboo tube. With a pa-dee sound, the green grasshopper was immediately flattened, and yellow liquid flowed out of its body. Did you see that? If this thing was the locust god, how could it have been stomped to death by me? Have you ever seen such a weak god? Li Zishuan pointed at the crushed locusts on the ground and shouted. Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. He knew that many children liked to catch locusts for fun. Even if they died, no one would care. After all, they were children. The gods probably wouldn't blame them, but Li Zishuan wasn't a child. Seeing that Wang Dahu was still in a daze, Li Zishuan said earnestly, Duh, although you are not a student of Yanhuang College, you are considered half a student of Yanhuang College. As a student of Yanhuang College, you must understand that there is no god in this world. These locusts are a disaster to the crops. How can they be called gods? This is ridiculous. These things are only fit to be boiled in oil. Do you understand? Wang Dahu was stunned for a long time before he nodded and said, I understand. Very good. Then go and do as I say. Li Zishuan could see that Wang Da had not completely changed his mind. He did not force him. After all, those old ideas were deeply ingrained in his heart. Without some time to digest them, he would not be able to completely abandon those old ideas. Yamachos. On the field, with Cheng Yaojin as the temporary chief instructor, the students of Yanhuang College had a particularly heavy training schedule. The students felt that today was several times more tiring than the first day of military training. Run. 121, 121, 123 1234. The instructors of Yanhuang College were like shepherds with whips today, and the students were like a flock of sheep. Under the shepherd's whips, they had no choice but to run with all their might, even though they did not know when this kind of running would end. Clang, 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 clang. When people were in pain, time would pass very slowly. However, no matter how slow it passed, the time that should pass would always pass. Just when everyone felt that a year had passed, the sound of the drums and gongs finally rang for the end of Yanhuang College. All the students could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They felt that if they were to train for a while longer, their entire lives would be gone. Beep beep. Gather. Cheng Yaojin whistled and roared with his strength in the Grandmaster realm. Speaking of which, this bamboo whistle was almost broken by him this afternoon. It had to be said that old Cheng's lung capacity was really big. After blowing the bamboo whistle for an entire afternoon, the students of Class 1 still felt that their eardrums were buzzing. In a dozen breaths of time, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College had gathered. This speed definitely would not have happened a few days ago. Okay, for most of the students, today's training is over, but as soon as Cheng Yaojin said this, many students realized that something was wrong. What did he mean by most of the students? Didn't all the students' training end? Cheng Chumo's heart skipped a beat. It's coming, it's coming. The trap that the old man had set for everyone from the beginning was finally going to be revealed. The batch of students who have a foundation in martial arts that were selected in the morning don't go eat first. Go eat after 2 hours of additional training. From now on, you will be called the special training class. In the morning, Cheng Yaojin had selected a total of 36 students who had a foundation in martial arts from more than 600 students. During lunch, these students did indeed enjoy meat that they had not eaten for a long time. Therefore, in the afternoon, except for Cheng Chumo, They were secretly glad that they had been selected by Qing Yaojin in the morning. This way, they would be able to eat meat every meal in the future. It was really a blessing. But now, after Qing Yaojin's words, they finally understood why there was a saying that there was no free lunch in the world. Tricks, it was all king tricks. The academy's tricks are deep. We are going back to Chang'an City. There's actually additional training? What? In the morning, High Duke Lu did not mention anything about additional training. Some students could not help but talk about it below. Ugly ox, it seems that I have really wronged you. It turns out that High Duke Lu is not targeting me. The happiest person was none other than Li Tai. When the little fatty saw Cheng Chumo and Li Ku's bowls filled with meat in the afternoon, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But now, our Prince of Wei expressed that if he wanted to eat vegetables, then so be it. At least it was better than having to train for 2 hours. Chapter 746. Raise your hand. You can't hold the MO's sword like that. Use more strength. You're so soft. Can you chop someone to death? Think about it. What you see in front of you isn't a wooden stake, but the wolf cavalry of the north. If you don't chop them to death, they'll kill you. Look at how weak and listless you are right now. You're just like a mother-f*** King Softy. You're a disgrace to our Tang Empire on the battlefield. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, most of the students had gone to eat. Only the 36 students of the special training class and Qing Yaojin, the initiator of the special training, remained. You'll practice chopping for the next 2 days. When you can chop the wooden stake in front of you in one stroke, you can end the first phase of the special training in advance. Chop for 2 hours every day. You'll have to chop at least 500 times. Cheng Yaojin instructed the students while instructing them on how to hold the sword. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin looked at the thick wooden stake and the chipped and rusty MO sword in their hands. They couldn't help but gulp. They suddenly felt that their future was bleak. What's wrong? Do you think that the task this old man assigned to you can't be done by ordinary people? Then watch carefully. Cheng Yaojin knew what the students were thinking when he saw the look in their eyes. Thus, he stepped forward and took the MO sword from Cheng Chumo's hand. He twirled the MO sword with one hand, and then the MO sword slashed at the thick wooden stake with lightning speed. Bam! Under the stunned gazes of the students, the rusty MO sword in Cheng Yaojin's hand was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It easily cut through the wooden stake from the middle. With a pung sound, the wooden stake that was cut off fell to the ground. The students could clearly see that the surface was as smooth as a mirror. This time, they were completely silent. They stole admiring gazes at Cheng Yaojin. People who practice martial arts have always worshipped the strong. In the past, they had heard of Cheng Yaojin's bravery on the battlefield. Today, they knew that Cheng Yaojin's martial arts were equally shocking. Cheng Chumo chuckled proudly because his father had shown his face in front of his classmates. As his son, he felt honored. Did you see it clearly? This old man doesn't expect you to be like me just now. You can use both hands to hold the saber. As long as you can chop the wooden stake in half, you pass. Then this old man will lead you to the next stage of training. As long as you work hard from now on, you will definitely become strong. After mingling in the imperial court for so many years, Cheng Yaojin still knew how to say a few words. In just a few words, he had made the group of youngsters in front of him agitated and their faces flushed red. I heard it. Instructor, we will definitely train well. Cheng Yaojin smiled with satisfaction and said, then let's start now. Practice chopping for 2 hours before you can go eat. Of course, the students obeyed. For a moment, the field was filled with the sound of blunt sabers colliding with wooden stakes. Cheng Yaojin held his hands behind his back and guided the students on how to hold the saber. Okay, today's special training is over. Let's go eat. Oh, right, put the saber aside. Don't take it with you. After 2 hours, the sky had gradually darkened. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly said to the students in the special training class. It was not that he did not want to train a little longer, but if he delayed any longer, the gates of Chang'an would be closed and he would not be able to go back. Oh, school is finally over. Phew, let's eat. The students let out cheers of relief. Cheng Chumo looked at Qing Yaojin and said, "Dad, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat? The food here is delicious. It's not inferior to the Zuaxian restaurant." Although this guy was afraid of Qing Yaojin, filial piety was not to be disobeyed. As a son, he still had to be filial. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and said, "No need. I still have to go back. Cho Nyo, ask a few people to move these sabers into the building. I'll be leaving first." Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. He did not expect that instead of sucking up to his father, he would get himself into trouble. Damn it. "Virgo, I'll help you move them." Yuchi Baolin laughed heartily. "Ha, good brother. Let's go. Let's go eat when we're done. Phew. Finally we can eat. I wonder what's left? Please don't run out of meat." 15 minutes later, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin arrived at the cafeteria. Cheng Chumo rubbed his stomach and thought gloomily. At this time, the cafeteria was almost empty except for the students from the special training class who had just arrived. Sadly, they were the last two to arrive at the cafeteria. "So, you're from the special training class." The waiter was about to get off work when he saw Cheng Chumo coming and saw the sign hanging on Cheng Chumo's body. He quickly greeted him with a smile. "Hey, is there any more meat? I want 2 portions of braised pork, 1 portion of lion's head, and 2 portions of rice." Cheng Chumo nodded his head and said to the person who brought the food. There was enough meat and rice. This was Cheng Chumo's only consolation. "Student, I don't have any more lion's head. I only have 2 portions of braised pork and dongpa meat left." The waiter said apologetically. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. Sure enough, the thing that worried him the most had happened. In this situation, he could only eat 1 portion of braised pork and 1 portion of dongpa meat. He wanted 2 portions of each, but then what would Yuchi Baolin eat? He could not do that. "Then give me 1 portion of braised pork and... What's this dish? Why haven't I seen it before?" Cheng Chumo began to order helplessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a bowl of something golden near the window. He quickly asked, "This is the new dish that our manager came up with today. It's called Flying Yellow, Locust, Tingda. This is not for sale yet. It's only a trial today. It will only be sold tomorrow." "Hey, Flying Yellow, Meteoric Success, this is a good name. Give me 1 portion quick." The locusts were wrapped in eggs and flour. They were fried until they were golden yellow and tender. They looked so delicious. The more Cheng Chumo looked at them, the more he wanted to eat them. But what? Do you see? I'm a student of the special training class. According to the rules, I can eat whatever I want in this cafeteria. Do you understand? Oh, right, what is this Flying Yellow, Meteoric Success made of? It looks like it's fried with some kind of meat." Cheng Chumo glanced at the golden delicacy but could not figure out what it was. He could only ask, "This is a secret. Our chef said not to tell anyone." "Tisk, why are you being so secretive? I don't want to know. Quick, give me my food." Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said, Chapter 747. "Oh, delicious, so King delicious." In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Cheng Chumo tried a taste. As soon as the crisp and soft, meteoric success entered his mouth was instantly filled with the aroma of eggs and meat, as well as a tinge of numbness. This was the effect of the Sichuan pepper. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim how delicious it was. He couldn't stop at all. The Sichuan pepper originated in the Midwest of China. It was originally used as incense to worship the gods. It was recorded in the Book of Songs, Qin Feng, Song of the East Gate. The Sichuan pepper was a custom in the Han Dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, the Sichuan pepper began to be used as a condiment. Gulp. Seeing how much Cheng Chumo enjoyed it, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but gulp and say, "Ugly ox, is this meteoric success really that delicious?" Yes, of course. I think this thing tastes better than gnawing chicken." Cheng Chumo stuffed his mouth with oil as he spoke. Then what does this meteoric success taste like? What's it made of? Ugly ox, have you tasted it yet?" Yuchi Baolin really wanted to eat it, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He could only ask Xianxia to describe it so that he could enjoy it. Oh, salty, fried, numbness, and meaty. As for what kind of meat it is, I haven't tasted it yet. In any case, I've never eaten this kind of meat before. Nonsense, of course I've never eaten locusts before. Tifiske, I actually got such a good deal when it's so delicious. Looks like this is God's reward for helping me clean up the knives in class today. At the end, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, only God knew if he would still laugh after he found out the truth. Although Xianxia's language skills were not good, Yuchi Baolin listened with great interest. His gaze toward the food in Xianxia's bowl became more and more covetous. Ahem, do you want to eat Baolin? Xianxia was not stupid. At this time, he also realized that it was not good for him to eat alone, so he asked. Yes. Yuchi Baolin nodded repeatedly, his saliva almost dripping all over the floor. Seeing that you are my brother, I will give you 5, 6, 7. Yes, I will give you 7. It's not that I'm stingy, but Baolin, look, I don't have much left either. In the end, Xianxia split 7 locusts and gave them to Yuchi Baolin. Of course, he did not know that they were locusts. Otherwise, he would have given them all to Yuchi Baolin. Thank you, Choax. Yuchi Baolin did not mind at all. He hurriedly picked up a locust from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in admiration, delicious. Brother Chonyo didn't lie to me after all. This meteoric rise is really delicious. How is it? Xianxia, treat my brother well, right? Qinke, Chengqian, Zifen, Huayu, let me tell you guys something. After returning to his dorm, Xianxia did not even bother to take a shower. Instead, he told everyone in the dorm smugly. Li Tai saw that the corner of Xianxia's mouth was still stained with golden food residue. He wrinkled his nose and asked, "What news? You just want to show off to us that you ate meat today, right?" At the mention of this, Li Tai's appetite was aroused. He really wanted to eat meat. For a fatty like him, not being able to eat meat was so cruel. Xianxia said excitedly, Oh no. Let me tell you guys, Baolin and I just ate a new dish in the cafeteria. I heard that it was made by the cafeteria's chef today. It was so King delicious. It was charred and tender, fragrant and crispy. When you ate it, you felt numb in your mouth. It was such a memorable taste. CK. Xianxia's night poisoning instantly made Li Tai jump out of bed. He asked anxiously, "What dish is it? What's it called? I'll go and try it tomorrow." Yuchi Baolin answered with a smile, That dish is called Meteoric Success. It's delicious. Meteoric Success? Li Tai muttered it twice. He felt that this name was too domineering. He secretly decided that he must try this dish tomorrow. However, Xianxia's next sentence immediately poured cold water on the little fatty. Qinke, don't even think about it. Meteoric Success is a meat dish. Only people in the special training class can eat it. CK. This is so King unfair. Li Tai was dumbfounded. Sun Zifen, who was beside him, was also disappointed. Baolin, come here. I have something to discuss with you. After a while, Li Tai rolled his eyes and pulled Yuchi Baolin out of the room. Yo, Lord Ju, you're here. The next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the academy. He saw Chao Wendong waiting for him. There were 3 horse carriages behind him. He had no idea what was in them. Hey, Boss Chao? What are you doing here? Li Zishuan went up to greet him. He suddenly realized that Chao Wendong might have ordered the military training camouflage uniforms in the carriage. The 700 sets of uniforms that Lord Ju asked me to make have all been completed. I'm here to deliver the goods today. Lord Ju, please take a look. If there's anything wrong, feel free to tell me. I'll ask my subordinates to change it. Chao Wendong's smile was so wide that creases appeared on his face. He had received many envious looks from the academy. After all, Yanhuang College was in the limelight. If he could build a relationship with Yanhuang College, it meant that he had unlimited potential in the future. Let's talk inside. What's the point of standing here? Li Zixuan laughed and invited Chao Wendong into the academy. Chao Wendong's subordinates lifted the curtains of the horse carriages. Chao Wendong extended his hand and said, "Please take a look, Lord Zhu." Li Zixuan nodded and walked forward. A pile of green camouflage uniforms entered his eyes. They weren't made of cotton, but were made of silk. These things were more breathable and cooler on the body. He casually took out a piece of clothing, and suddenly a familiar feeling surfaced in his heart. He had also worn this kind of clothing in his previous life. "Lord Zhu, what do you think? Are they okay?" Chao Wendong saw that Li Zixuan was silent for a long time and thought that there were flaws in the clothes. He could not help but ask worriedly. Not bad, not bad. The craftsmanship and quality are very good." Li Zixuan came back to his senses and praised. He then put down the clothes and said to Mo Zhong, "Mo Zhong, get someone to move these clothes to the warehouse of Guanghua Building. Then, let Mr. Yen gather the students to collect them." "Yes, Yamacho." Li Zixuan then said to Chao Wendong, "Mr. Chao, come with me. I have something to tell you." Chao Wendong was delighted and quickly nodded. After you, Lord Zhu." Chapter 748. Lord Zhu, do you have any instructions for me? In the principal's office in Guanghua Building, Chao Wendong cupped his fists at Li Zixuan as he leaned against the sofa. "I wouldn't dare to give you any instructions, but I have some small matters to discuss with you, Mr. Chao." Li Zixuan took a sip of water, then put down the teacup and smiled. "Oh, Lord Zhu, you're being too serious. What's there to discuss? Feel free to tell me what you need." Chao Wendong stood up, flattered, and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, "What do you think of Plum Village in Yunshan, Mr. Chao?" Chao Wendong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Zixuan would bring this up out of the blue. He thought for a moment and answered, "Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery of Cloud Mountain is unique and beautiful. It is a paradise. Yanhuang Academy is located on Cloud Mountain. In a few years, this place will definitely be a gathering place for talents. In addition, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has opened a branch in Plum Village. Soon, Plum Village will attract a large number of merchants to gather here. In other words, in a few years, this place will be filled with the world's culture and wealth. It's a land of treasures." Clap, clap, clap. Li Zixuan clapped and laughed. Mr. Chao, you have good taste. No wonder you can become the biggest cloth merchant in Beijing. With your foresight, I'm not surprised that you can achieve what you have today." Chao Wendong smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and waved his hands. "You flatter me. To tell you the truth, Mr. Chao, what you just said is exactly my plan for the future of Plum Village and Cloud Mountain. I plan to rely on the powerful creative ability of Wonderful Taste Pavilion to turn Plum Village into a supermarket that is even bigger than Shi City. Then, with Yanhuang College's strong teaching staff, I'll turn Yunshan into a holy land of learning." Li Zixuan stood up and looked out the window, revealing his ambition. Although Chao Wendong had expected this, he still felt a ripple in his heart. He thought to himself, "Looks like I have to plan my plans for Plum Village in advance. Time waits for no one." Li Zixuan smiled and continued, "Perhaps Mr. Chao has doubts in his heart. What does what I said have to do with you? This matter is very important. The students of Yanhuang College mainly study engineering. In the future, there will be tens of thousands of students who will inherit my knowledge. At that time, with the top-notch academic ability of Yanhuang College and the strong creative ability of the Strange Taste Pavilion, there will be a huge market here. Boss Chao, you should be well aware of this. However, to build such a huge market, I alone will not be enough. I need many merchants to join in. Hence, I plan to set up a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Plum Village. Only the members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion. At the same time, they will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce." When Chao Wendong heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Lord Zhu, you are finally going to set up a Chamber of Commerce." 3 months ago, when Li Zixuan got married, Chao Wendong spent a lot of effort to prepare a congratulatory gift for Li Zixuan. It was all for the sake of leaving a good impression so that he could meet Li Zixuan. In the end, he did meet Li Zixuan. However, his suggestion to set up a chamber of commerce and raise the status of merchants was rejected by Li Zixuan without hesitation. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise? Li Zixuan frowned and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chao, don't misunderstand. The main purpose of setting up a chamber of commerce is to develop Plum Village and provide a source of income for some merchants. As for raising the status of merchants, I will not and do not want to worry about it." Although there were many unfairness in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, and businessmen, Li Zixuan was also one of the beneficiaries of this hierarchy. He had no responsibility and no obligation to help the merchants in their class struggle. You could say that he was selfish, but in this situation he could only be selfish. Otherwise, his entire family would be implicated because of his audacity and willfulness. To Li Zixuan, no reputation was more important than his family. Chao Wendong choked for a moment and was immediately disappointed. However, he immediately thought about it. Even if Li Zixuan didn't help them raise their status, with Li Zixuan's Chamber of Commerce, at least they wouldn't be casually bullied by some unruly officials. This was a huge benefit. Lord Ju is right. This old man has never thought of troubling Lord Ju because of this matter. Forgive this old man for asking, but how can I become a member of the Chamber of Commerce? This was what Chao Wendong was most concerned about. Li Zixuan raised his teacup and smiled. It's very simple. To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce, you must first contribute to the development of the Chamber of Commerce. As for how to contribute, this is the reason why I invited Boss Chao here today. Chao Wendong's face was solemn and he looked like he was all ears. Boss Chao, you have already foreseen the future of Plum Village and Yunshan. This is very good. However, you did not see their current limitations. I would like to hear the details. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and said, "The main problem that Plum Village and Yunshan are facing now is the road. When I was traveling the world with my master, I once heard a county official say, if you want to be rich, you must first build the road. I think it is very reasonable. From the official road outside Chang'an City to Plum Village, the road is not only narrow but also bumpy. How can such a road carry the future of Plum Village and Yunshan? Therefore, the road from Chang'an City to Plum Village must be built." Li Zixuan said solemnly. Chao Wendong nodded and said, "What Lord Ju said is very reasonable. The road in Plum Village should indeed be repaired. However, it will only be paved with some green stone slabs. I don't think it will cost much, right?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "I did not say that I want to repair the road with green stone slabs. I want to repair the road with cement." Seeing the confusion on Chao Wendong's face, he explained, "It's the road in Yanhuang Academy." Chao Wendong's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Li Zixuan to be so serious. To be honest, after coming to Yanhuang College a few times, he had always been envious of the road and architectural style here. However, envy was not enough. Even if he was rich, there was no place where he could buy cement and the architecture in Yanhuang College. Although he did not know the cost of cement, he thought that it would be more expensive than green stone slabs. "May I ask how much does Lord Ju need?" Li Zixuan stretched out 2 fingers and said, "About 200,000 strings of cash. The first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce will depend on the amount of money they donate to determine the weight of their words in the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 749. In 3 days, I will hold a bidding meeting at the Drunken Immortal Inn. All 200,000 strings of cash will be up for grabs. Of course, if the final number is less than 200,000 strings of cash, no matter how much it is, I will personally fill it up. The road in Plum Village must be repaired. In the office, Li Zixuan explained his plan. Chao Wendong rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, "Lord Ju, I wonder if this old man can buy all of the 200,000 strings of cash by himself?" Taking out 200,000 strings of cash at once was a little painful for Chao Wendong, but he felt that it was completely worth it. It all depended on whether Li Zixuan was willing or not. Li Zixuan looked at Chao Wendong in surprise. He probably did not expect this ordinary-looking businessman to be so bold. But after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "Boss Chao, Doing business is about making money peacefully. It's not good to eat alone. Take the matter of repairing the road as an example. I can still take out a mere 200,000 strings of cash. But I didn't do that and left the opportunity to you, so. I understand. You're right, Lord Zhu. I'm just too narrow-minded. Chao Wendong said quickly. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. Hee, I understand Boss Chao's intentions. But I don't intend to publicize the matter of the Chamber of Commerce. So, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao to inform some wealthy businessmen in Chang and city to participate. In the end, I will choose 5 people to be the first batch of members. He was a founding baron and a rank 3 crown prince, Xianxia. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce was not a pleasant thing to say. If word got out and everyone knew about it, it would be quite troublesome. So, he did not think of using De Tong Daily to publicize the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from the start. 5 people? Chao Wendong calculated in his heart. When the time came, each person would have an average subscription quota of 40,000 strings of cash. But it was rare to see people willing to fork out so much money for repairing the road. In this way, he had an opportunity. Don't worry, Lord Zhu. In less than a day, all the wealthy businessmen in Chang and city who are qualified to participate in this bidding will definitely know about it. Chao Wendong quickly promised. That's great. Then, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao. After sending Chao Wendong off, Li Zishuan came to the field and saw green military uniforms. Obviously, Yen Silu had already distributed the camouflage uniforms to the students. But why did it look so weird? Li Zishuan rubbed his eyes and took another look. He still felt that the students in the camouflage uniforms in front of him were very strange. Hey, although it looks like a hooligan, it's really cool to wear. That's right. Moreover, this shirt doesn't have sleeves. It'll be much easier to move around like this. However, Mr. Yen only gave each of us 1 set of these clothes. Be content. I heard that these clothes were specially made for us by the Yamacho. They didn't even charge us for it. It's like giving it to us for free. But how can I change into only 1 set of clothes? Then I can only wash it every night and wear it the next day. Hey, this dress is quite comfortable, but the hair doesn't match the dress. It's in the way. Oh right, it's the hair. When Li Zishuan heard the students talking about his clothes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the camouflage uniform and long hair does not look weird, then something must be wrong. Little Xian, after the students put on this kind of clothes, they all look quite spirited. If they train later, I guarantee that they will look better than before. You really have a lot of ideas. When Cheng Yaojin saw Li Zishuan coming over, he went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Li Zishuan was speechless. What do you mean by ideas? Young master's idea was clearly a serious one, all right? Uncle Cheng, don't you think that these clothes and their hair don't match? Cheng Yaojin thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, they don't match. The style of your clothes is cool, but most of the students' hairstyles are the opposite of this style. Li Zishuan agreed. Uncle Cheng, you have a good eye. That is indeed the case. The only thing we can do now is to let the students tie up their hair and put it in a bun. Cheng Yaojin laughed. That's great. After the 2 of them finished their discussion, they arranged for the people below to get the hair tie. After a while, every student was given a hair tie. According to Li Zishuan's idea, everyone tied up their hair. Now, regardless of hairstyle or clothes, all the students looked neat and tidy. Although it's still a little weird, it looks much better overalls. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Not bad. Then I'll start the training. Cheng Yaojin squinted his eyes, looked around and said, But Li Zishuan nodded and then retreated to the rostrum. All instructors, listen up. Today's military training begins. All classes will train separately. As soon as he retreated, Cheng Yaojin's loud voice rang throughout the entire field. Li Zishuan was secretly surprised. Good heavens, he didn't even have to use the loudspeaker this way. Everyone in the first class, stand at attention. Look to the right. Look to the front. Turn to the right. Run. Bang, 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 bang. Under Cheng Yaojin's command, the students of Class 1 took the lead to start a new day of military training. With neat and powerful steps, the cadence of the whistles, coupled with the students' neatly dressed camouflage uniforms, today's team was very different from usual. Heh, this bunch of rascals. I haven't seen them for a few days, and they're actually so obedient. Indeed, there's always something to conquer something. Just as the students were running hard, a few uninvited guests arrived at the edge of the field. It was Li Er, who had brought Zhang Sun and Chengel to Yanhuang College to visit the inmates. They were mainly there to check on Li Tai and Li Qingqian. They all knew that Li Ku was skilled in martial arts, so there was no need to worry about such a small military training. As soon as he arrived, Li Er saw such a group of uniformed students walking in neat steps. Moreover, there were also his 2 sons in the team, as well as some of the second-generation hedonists of Chang in city that he had seen before. This made him very surprised. Since when did those hedonists who only knew how to walk chickens and fight dogs become like a well-trained army? Imperial Father, look, that's Brother Qingke. He doesn't seem to be running very strenuously. Brother Qingke has become thinner, and he seems to have become darker. Chapter 750. Qingke, Qingqian. When Empress Zhangsun saw her 2 sons sweating profusely on the field, her heart instantly ached. After all, these 2 children were her flesh and blood. Don't worry, Guanyin. Li Er squeezed Empress Zhangsun's small hand and squinted his eyes. Guanyin, don't you see that Qingqian and Qingke have changed? Empress Zhangsun frowned and asked directly, what's different? Right now, she only cared about her 2 sons. How could she have the time to think about anything else? Li Er smiled, then pointed his other finger at Li Qingqian and Li Tai, who were running, and said indifferently, spirit, energy, spirit, they're all different. The most direct manifestation is, look at Qingqian and Qingke. Aren't their waists straighter? Aren't their legs more explosive? And they can even cooperate with others. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that in just a few days, Qingqian and Qingke have changed so much? Li Zishuan's military training is indeed something. Father, Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qingke are working so hard. Why does Brother Xiaoxian insist on making them run? Changel tugged at Li Er's wide sleeve and asked with her small face raised. The naive little girl found it hard to understand this kind of strange behavior of running in circles around the field. Li Er rubbed Changel's small head and smiled. This is military training. It trains people's physical strength, endurance, and ability to cooperate with team members. Although it's hard, it's still very necessary to mold young people's personalities. Changel nodded as if she understood. The little girl looked at the long green line on the field and smiled. Although Changel's heart aches for Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qingke, they're really pretty when they run. They're very imposing. Li Er laughed loudly. Father also thinks so. Then let them run 2 more laps later? This sentence was mostly a joke. After all, Li Er wouldn't trick his own children. However, Empress Zhangsun took it seriously. She hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please don't. The weather is so hot right now. Li Er smiled and shook his head. I'm just joking with Changel. Guanyin, don't worry. Greetings, Your Majesty. At this moment, Li Zishuan walked over from the side and bowed. He had just stood on the rostrum and looked down at the overall situation. Not long after Li Er walked into the field. He saw them from above and came down to greet them. Rise. Li Er nodded and said, Did you make the green clothes that the students are wearing? Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er's first concern to be the clothes. He replied, Your Majesty, I mainly want the students to wear uniforms so that it is convenient for training. Secondly, this kind of clothing is cool and breathable. It can reduce the burden on the students. Li Zishuan frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Zishuan continued, Your Majesty, I call this kind of clothing camouflage clothing. Actually, camouflage clothing has another advantage. When in the wild or in the jungle, camouflage clothing can hide the body better. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Er's eyes lit up. It was obvious that he had thought of the military use of the camouflage uniform. Then why did Li Xianxia let Xianxia and Qin Ke run one round after another? Suddenly, Empress Xiangxuan's unfriendly voice came from the side. Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not understand why the usually gentle and kind Empress suddenly became so difficult to talk to today. However, he thought about it and understood. He cupped his hands and said, "I understand your love for your son. However, as the saying goes, jade cannot be made into useful without being carved. Qin Ke and the others will bear the heavy responsibility of developing engineering in the future. If they do not have a good body, how can they carry on until the end? Moreover, as far as I know, people like Qin Ke who are overly obese will easily have headaches, dizziness, tinnitus, and other symptoms once they reach middle age. It is very difficult to treat. In serious cases, it can be life-threatening. Therefore, I also plan to use this military training to help Qin Ke lose weight. I am doing this for his own good." Empress Xiangxuan's expression changed. She asked in a low voice, "Is this true?" Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, "Absolutely true." Empress Xiangxuan's face was ghastly pale. Li Zishuan was rather famous in the field of medicine. This time, he spoke with such certainty. She had no choice but to believe him. Seeing this, Li Zishuan glared fiercely at Li Zishuan. Then he comforted, "Don't worry too much, Empress. Qin Ke is still young. I have plenty of time to invite all the famous doctors in the world to help him lose weight." Empress Xiangxun shook her head and did not say anything. Li Zishuan also realized that what he had said just now was a bit too much, so he spoke up. "What I said just now was only a certain probability of happening. I did not say that it would definitely happen. Moreover, as long as Qin Ke can persevere through the military training, there will naturally not be such problems in the future." Empress Xiangxun breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression and said, "Then I will have to trouble Li Zishuan to take care of Qin Ke." After saying this, she felt that it was a bit absurd. She had sent her son to be tortured in the hands of others, and instead, she had to thank others. No matter how she thought about it, this matter was awkward. All right. Let's go somewhere else to have a look." Li Zishuan looked at the time and said, Come. Your Highness, try this. It's very good for your asthma." As noon approached, Zhang Sun wanted to see the cafeteria of Yanhuang College. After all, she was still worried that her son would not eat well here. After seeing that the environment of the cafeteria was not bad, Zhang Sun wanted to have lunch here. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. The family of three ordered 4 dishes. Li Zishuan walked over with a plate of golden yellow dishes and said, "Let's go." Li Zishuan and Empress Xiangxun were both present. Of course, Li Zishuan would not directly call Li Lizzie as Sister Changle. "Brother Xiaoxian, what is this dish?" Li Zishuan had scruples, but Changle did not. The little girl looked at the golden food on the plate and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan stared blankly. Staring at Li Zishuan, he asked in a deep voice, "You just said that this food can treat asthma. Is this true?" Li Zishuan felt that these words were very familiar. Previously, Zhang Sun had asked him similar questions. Was he here today to treat old Li's illness? Autumn locusts were high in protein and low in fat. In particular, the female locusts had many eggs, which were rich in lecithin. After being digested, the lecithin released choline. Not only could it improve one's memory, it could also stop coughing and relieve asthma, treat whooping cough, and bronchitis. Replying to Your Imperial Majesty, this subject only said that there were benefits, but did not say that it could be cured. Princess Changle's illness still needs to be slowly nursed back to health. Chapter 751. Oh, it's delicious. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, have a taste. Li Zishuan and Li Er were discussing Changle's condition, but the person in question went to taste the yellow delicacies. It seemed that she didn't care about her condition at all. It couldn't be said that she didn't care. Perhaps the little girl knew that her illness couldn't be cured by medicinal stones, so she didn't want to show that she cared very much, lest her father and mother worry. Zhang Sun picked up a locust and looked left and right, but couldn't see what it was, because it was wrapped in eggs and flour. She tentatively put it into her mouth, and with a light bite, her mouth was suddenly filled with a crisp fragrance. Well, this thing is really delicious, but I can't tell what it's made of. Empress Xianxia praised sincerely. She felt that this thing was more delicious than Ken's chicken. Li Zishuan said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this dish is called soaring success. As for what it's made of, forgive me for not being able to say." In fact, Empress Xianxia also had qi disease, so eating more locusts was also very good for her body. But if Li Zishuan really said the ingredients of this dish, everyone present probably couldn't eat any more. Oh, soaring success? That's a good name. It's just that you're being so secretive. Could it be that you're afraid that this consort will steal your secret recipe? Empress Xianxia smiled and said. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare, but this guy didn't say what the ingredients were. Li Er's curiosity was greatly aroused. He picked up a piece of soaring success into his bowl and then quietly poked the egg on the surface with chopsticks. A cute locust head suddenly popped out, and Li Er's face suddenly became very interesting. Li Zishuan, come with me. Li Er quickly buried the locust under the rice, and then said to Li Zishuan opposite him. Empress Xianxia and Chang'e looked at each other. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and stood up, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Bastard! How dare you feed locusts to the Empress and Chang'e? I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Walking to a nearby pillar, Li Er shouted in a low voice with a gloomy face. Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er to find out so quickly that soaring success was made from locusts. However, he was not unprepared. His Majesty is angry because he thinks locusts cannot be eaten by humans. In fact, not only could locusts be used as food, they could also be used to detoxify, stop coughing, and stop asthma. They had extremely high medicinal value. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Er was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time he had heard that locusts had so many effects. Your Majesty, as long as you don't think that it's a locust when you eat it, the taste is still very good. Moreover, who knew how many locusts there would be next year? When the time comes, if this method of eating locusts becomes popular, coupled with the many chickens raised by the people, there will be no need to worry about the locusts not being wiped out. Li Zishuan added. Li Er was greatly moved, but he still hesitated and said, "But there is a saying among the people that there is a locust god. What if you incur the wrath of the gods?" Li Zishuan sneered and said, "Your Majesty, not to mention that there are no gods in this world, even if there were, they would not be locusts. They nibble away at crops and harm the common people. They can only be considered evil spirits and are not fit to be gods." Li Er nodded and then unhappily said, "No matter what, you cannot use the Empress and Chang'e as your experiment." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. This subject cannot bear the responsibility of this crime. In fact, before this, there were already people who tried this dish. This subject saw that the response was not bad. In addition, these locusts were indeed beneficial to the Empress and Princess Chang'e's illness. Therefore, this subject brought it out." "Then who else?" Li Er asked. Li Zishuan smiled and told Li Er about Chung Chumo eating locusts yesterday. Li Er laughed and said, "And that's more like it. Today, we will give you some face and go taste that so-called soaring to the heavens." Looking at old Li's back, Li Zishuan silently cursed, "Tiske, still giving me face? If it weren't for me, old Li, you would have to eat locusts raw next year." The history books recorded, in the second year of Zhengguan, there were locusts in the capital. Xinmao entered the garden and saw locusts. He plucked several of them and said, "The people live in the valley. If you eat them, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines." He raised his hand and was about to swallow them when he admonished, "Evil things may become diseases." He said, "We are suffering for the people. Why should we avoid diseases?" Thus he swallowed them. In this year, locusts are not a disaster. Compared to eating locusts raw, deep-fried locusts were obviously more delicious. That Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Chang'e? You're all here? When Li Zishuan and Li Er were talking, The gongs and drums of the academy had already sounded. Li Tai, who was always very enthusiastic about eating, was naturally the first to arrive at the cafeteria. After seeing the table of people inside, the little fatty was stunned, as if he had suddenly found his backbone. He hurriedly complained to Li Er and Empress Xianxia, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother. Xiaoxian, Yamacho deliberately abuses people. He punishes students every day and doesn't let us eat meat. He only lets us eat vegetables. You see, in just a few days I've lost weight. Li Zishuan widened his eyes and secretly thought that this little fatty was arrogant enough. He actually complained in front of him. It seemed that he would have to make things difficult for this fellow in the future. Li Er frowned. It was true that he doted on Li Tai, but Li Tai's behavior of complaining still made him a little unhappy. In his opinion, he was Li Shimin's son. If he was bullied outside, he should be bullied back. What was the difference between crying and complaining to him like this and a girl's? Qingyi Li Xianxia is also doing it for your own good. Although it's a little bitter, it's only for a month. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Li Tai was instantly dumbfounded. What was wrong with this scene? Why was Imperial Mother, who used to be obedient to him, speaking up for an outsider today? Also, why was his tried and tested method of complaining and acting pitiful not working today? What this fellow didn't know was that he had the method of complaining and acting pitiful, and Li Zishuan had the knack of public relations in advance. Now, Li Er and Empress Xianxia had already been public relations by hims. Brother Qingke is so embarrassing. You actually came to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to complain about Brother Xiaoxian. Shame on you. Changel, who was eating happily at the side, raised her head at this moment and made a funny face at Li Tai and giggled. Actually, her words more or less had the intention of helping Li Zishuan out of the predicament. Just as Li Tai was about to quibble, he noticed the golden and dazzling delicacies on the plate. He quickly ran over and sat beside Changel, saying, "Meteoric rise, this must be meteoric rise. Changel, do you leave some for me, let me try it?" Chapter 752. Qingke, have you forgotten the rules of the academy? Li Tai picked up a large locust and put it into his mouth, but Li Zishuan reminded him in a deep voice. Li Tai's action of putting the meat into his mouth immediately stopped, and his face showed both annoyance and reluctance. Your Majesty, the students have finished school. Let's go back to the palace. Empress Xianxia looked outside through the glass door of the canteen, and then said to Li Er, "Well, Changel, let's go back to the palace. Father will bring you here to play another day." Li Er looked at Changel and said in a gentle voice. Empress Xianxia smiled at Li Zishuan at this moment and said, "Li Xianxia, His Majesty and I can't finish these things, so let Qingke do it for us so as not to waste it. What do you think?" Li Tai immediately laughed, and at the same time he gave his mother 32 thumbs up in his heart. Li Zishuan was speechless. Empress Xianxia had always been wise, but she still had a heavy selfishness when it came to the problem of children. But this was just a small matter, and he didn't need to be unhappy with Empress Xianxia because of it. Besides, the main ingredient of locust meat was protein, and Li Tai wouldn't gain weight even if he ate some. In this case, I respectfully send Your Majesty and Your Majesty off. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed. Empress Xianxia smiled and walked out of the door with Li Er and Changel. Before Changel left, she quietly turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and waved back. Hey. Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I came at the right time today. After old Li left, Li Tai greedily sniffed the 5 dishes on the table, and then laughed very proudly. Li Zishuan glared at him angrily, but the words he had just said to Empress Xianxia were still in his ears, so he couldn't be too harsh. He could only say in a strange tone, "You brat, take it easy. Don't overeat and you won't be able to run in the afternoon." There was only meat in Li Tai's eyes right now. He didn't care about anything else. He just vaguely answered, "Okay." Then he buried his head in the food. "Qingke, where did you get this meat from? Didn't they say that students in the regular class can't eat meat?" Right at this moment, Li Chengqian walked in from outside and was surprised to see the 5 plates of meat on the table. Damn, dongpa pork, lion's head. These are all my favorite dishes. Qingke, save some for me. Sun Zifan followed closely behind Li Chengqian. However, this amusing idiot didn't pursue the source of the food. Instead, he went straight to the table and started snatching food. Li Tai panicked. Ba. This damn fatty was really ruthless. He directly spat on the 5 dishes on the table. It's all mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me, huh? Li Tai protected the food plates and laughed proudly at Sun Zifan, who rushed up to snatch food. Sun Zifan's face suddenly looked like he had been F***ed by a dog. He pointed at Li Tai with a trembling hand and said angrily, "Damn. Qingke, you're really F***ing wasting natural resources recklessly. You can't finish all these dishes alone. What's wrong with sharing some with me?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and started to say cheekily, "I'm not giving it to you. I'm just asking you, are you angry? Are you angry? Are you angry?" Sun Zifan was really furious at this moment. It was bad enough that he couldn't eat meat, but he was also ridiculed by others. How could he tolerate this kind of anger? Ba. This amusing idiot took advantage of Li Tai's unpreparedness and actually spat 5 mouthfuls of saliva on the food plates. If you don't let us eat, then don't eat. Now, I'm asking you, are you angry? Sun Zifan also started to act cheekily and said proudly, "Sun Zifan, I'm going to fight it out with you." The food that was about to be in his mouth suddenly disappeared without a trace. This kind of feeling was worse than killing Li Tai. The little fatty slammed the table and stood up, wanting to fight Sun Zifan to the death. When Li Zishuan saw that these 2 idiots actually started to spit at each other over a few dishes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. He went forward and reprimanded them. Spitting filth at each other in public, what kind of etiquette is this? This is simply ruining Yanhuang College's image. Get the hell out of here and get your food. Oh! Seeing that Li Zishuan seemed to be really angry, Li Tai and Sun Zifan decisively admitted defeat and the 2 amusing idiots went to get their food with their tails between their legs. However, when Li Tai left, he still looked back at the dishes on the table reluctantly. Noticing Li Tai's small movements, as the older brother, Li Chengqian couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a little flustered. Seeing that the farce was over, Li Zishuan turned around and left in a huff. Li Zishuan went to the kitchen from the back door of the cafeteria and taught Wang Dahu a new method of cooking locusts. After drying the locusts, grinding them into powder, then mixing them with flour and eggs, placing them in a pan of oil and frying them into cubes or meatballs. This way, no one would be able to recognize that this dish was made from locusts like Wang Dahu did. He remembered that in modern times, there were many factories that ground locusts into powder to make protein powder. This way, they could avoid the psychological barrier that many people had when eating locusts. Speaking of which, the cafeteria had received more than 100 caddies of locusts from the children of the 2 villages today. And according to the trend, they would receive more locusts in the next few days. Therefore, the academy would be eating locusts for a long period of time. If the students of the special training class couldn't finish it, they would leave it for the teachers of the academy. If they couldn't finish it, they would hand it over to shopkeeper Lu and sell it at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After leaving the cafeteria, Li Zishuan went straight home and saw that the courtyard was already filled with baskets of eggs. The courtyard, which wasn't particularly big to begin with, suddenly became crowded. "Husband, we received more than 3,000 eggs in the morning. The farmers of the other villages heard the news and wanted to sell their eggs to us, but I saw that the Han village and Plum village had already sent over a lot of eggs, so I didn't take theirs." Han Yushi came up and said softly. She didn't look worried at all after receiving so many eggs. Obviously, she was very confident in her husband's methods. Li Zishuan nodded and said in agreement, "We should pay close attention to the farmers in our village. By the way, wife, have you prepared the ingredients that I asked you to prepare for me yesterday?" Han Yushi smiled and said, "Husband, they're all here. Do you want to start now?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Let's start now. The weather has been too hot recently, and the eggs aren't easy to preserve. It's better to do it early rather than late. Otherwise, many of the eggs will spoil. Didn't I ask housekeeper Wang to bring a group of servants over yesterday? Why don't I see them? Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Madame Li walk out of the house and say, I didn't let them come. The century eggs you're going to make are our family's secret recipe. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Chapter 753. Yunshan, Courtyard Number 1. When Li Zixuan heard his mother's words, he couldn't help but be speechless. He really didn't expect his mother to have the awareness of protecting intellectual property. Her thinking was simply too advanced. Mother, if we don't ask the servants to come and help us, how can we finish these thousands of eggs? Li Zixuan looked at Madame Li and smiled bitterly. Why is it impossible? Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said, There's me, your father, Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi here. There's a total of 5 of us. Teach us the method of making century eggs later, and you can go do your own things. The 5 of us will use half a day to finish all these eggs in the courtyard. Father Li looked up at the sky and was speechless. It seemed like Madame Li didn't discuss this decision with him in advance. He was represented again. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. Mother, compared to the Drunken Immortal and Fairy Mirror, these century eggs are just a small amount of money. Why should we trouble you and my father? Moreover, the farmers will send thousands of eggs in the future. How can you handle it? Madame Li frowned. I know that the money earned from these century eggs can't be compared to the Drunken Immortal and Fairy Mirror, but it's easier to imitate. If we don't pay attention, the recipe will be easily leaked. By then, there will be century eggs everywhere in the East and West markets. Won't we suffer a huge loss if we receive so many eggs? This is the secret recipe that you got from your master. You can't let others take advantage of it. Li Zixuan was a little helpless when he met such a protective mother. He sighed and said, Mother, the servants in our residence are all loyal. They won't spread the secret recipe. Moreover, the method of making century eggs is very simple. Even if we don't spread the secret recipe, others can imitate it in less than half a year. You don't have to do everything yourself. Madam, Xianxia is right. The servants in our residence can withstand the test. You don't have to worry. Look, if you're exhausted, Xianxia will be worried, right? Seeing this, Li Jingma hurriedly said. He had been living a carefree life in Cloud Mountain recently. He didn't expect to be used as a coolie by his wife today, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, the situation took a turn, and Li Jingma didn't hesitate to assist. Madame Li glared at her husband and said after a while, Since Xianxia says so, then we'll do as you say. Teach us the steps first, and tomorrow we will call the servants over to help. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, All right, mother, come with me. In fact, the method of cooking the century egg was very simple. First, the surface of the egg was covered with lime that had been stirred with water. It had to be uniform. Then, the outside was covered with a layer of grass ash or wheat husk. It was ready to be left for about a month. When the time comes, the raw eggs will turn into crystal clear cooked eggs. Together with tofu and vinegar, it will be a different kind of delicacy. Han Yushi asked curiously, Husband, how did this raw egg suddenly become a ripe egg? Li Zixuan explained with a smile, Dear, this is because quicklime is mixed with water. Xiaodong, did you sell your eggs to young master today? In the Han family manner, a woman in green clothes stood outside the courtyard and shouted at Han Xiaodong, who was enjoying the cool air inside. It's Aunt Luo. Yes, we sold more than 100 eggs to young master today. What's wrong? Han Xiaodong came to the front of the courtyard and asked doubtfully. So young master really accepted them. Aunt Luo opened her mouth in surprise and said, Then Xiaodong, do you know if young master will lose money by buying so many eggs? Han Xiaodong smiled and said, Young master will never lose money. Young master has never done anything that he is not confident of. Since he dared to accept them, it means that he will not lose money. Aunt Luo smiled and said, If that's the case, then I will send the eggs at home to young master in a while. I will also send the eggs from the child's uncle's house. Han Xiaodong hurriedly said, Luo wait. Young master will only accept eggs from our manor now. I'm afraid he won't accept eggs from other manors. There's such a thing? Master Luo asked in disbelief. Yes, I don't think young master will be able to accept so many eggs at once. Han Xiaodong guessed. Oh, then I'll go back and send the eggs from my house to young master first. Your Majesty, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physician Department are here. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was bent over the table and reading memorials. Today was the official day off, but as the emperor, it was not easy for him to have half a day off in the morning. Therefore, after leaving Yanhuang College, he was full of thoughts about official business again. At this time, an attendant from the yellow door came in from the outside and bowed in a low voice. Announce. Li Er did not even raise his head and said lightly. After a while, two middle-aged men carrying medicine boxes walked in from outside. They were the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department who had followed Duga Xian when he led the army to attack Snake Spirit Mountain, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. Your subject greets your Majesty. The two doctors bowed to Li Er in unison. No need for formalities. Li Er said lightly, then raised his head and looked at the two doctors. My two beloved officials, I have invited you here today because I have something to ask you. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The two of them quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. We dare not ask, Your Majesty. If there is anything you need, please let us know. Li Er stood up and walked to Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. He thought for a while and asked, My two beloved officials, your medical skills are superb. I would like to ask if you know that locusts can be used as medicine to treat asthma? Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin frowned. After a while, Dr. Qin cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, forgive me for my shallow knowledge, but I have never heard of locusts being used to treat asthma. Dr. Wang also bowed. I have also never heard of locusts being used to treat illnesses. Perhaps it exists in ancient books, and I have never seen it. Dr. Wang saw that Li Er's expression was not very good, so he added on. Li Er stood on the spot, his expression uncertain. One could not tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy just by looking at his face. Alright, I understand. My two beloved officials, you may go about your business. After a long while, Li Er waved his hand and said, Your subject will take his leave. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin bowed and left the palace. Chapter 754. Phew. Chonyo, your father is finally leaving. I only just realized how good Duke he is. As night fell, most of the students returned to their dormitory after eating dinner and bathing. Li Tai was wearing a white silk undergarment and lying on the bed. He sighed contentedly with Cheng Chumo, who was diagonally opposite him. Although Li Tai's words more or less had the intention of making up stories about his father, Cheng Chumo didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he nodded in agreement. I also don't want my father to be the chief instructor of the academy. Not only are you tired, but our special training class is even more tired. Our hands are sore from practicing the Modeo for the past 2 days. Uncle Qin's training is still easier for us. So, I hope your father won't come in the future. Your hands are sore from practicing the Modeo, but our legs are about to break from running these past 2 days. Li Tai rubbed his knees. The little fatty clearly still had a lingering fear from what he had experienced in the past 2 days. He felt that the distance he had run in the past 2 days was almost equal to the distance he had run in the past 10 years. Qing'e, you don't have to run. You're a prince, and Duke Lu won't eat you. Sun Zifan chuckled eccentrically. Li Tai said in annoyance, F***y, Sun Zifan, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you go and try it? Duke Lu made that little black room. Once you go in, you can't come out for 3 days. You have to eat, drink, go to the toilet and sleep in there. I can't stand it. There's an unlucky guy in class 10. What's his name again? Yes, he's called Chen Yi. I remember that his father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. This unlucky guy was found slacking off by Duke Lu when he was patrolling this morning, so he was directly thrown into the little black room. I went to take a look during dinner and found that this guy was almost dead. He was crying for his father and mother inside. Furthermore, I can smell the stench from far away. To be honest, the small dark room was indeed very relaxing. He didn't have to train under the hot sun every day, and there was even someone to deliver meals to him. However, for someone like Li Tai who was a serious germaphobe, he couldn't stand it no matter what. This was also one of the reasons why even though Qing Yaojin gave him an unusually large amount of training, Li Tai still gritted his teeth and persevered. Now that the 2 days of high-intensity training were over, Li Tai felt that it was a little unbelievable when he thought about it. He didn't expect that he could complete so much training. If a person didn't have the pressure of external factors, they would never know where their limits were. But is that little dark room so exaggerated? Sun Zifen sighed in shock. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" That won't do either, because with your size, that bucket probably won't be able to fit you. After staying with Chung Chumo and Sun Zifen for so long, Li Tai had also learned a new skill, taunting. Sun Zifen was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Damn, you're making it sound like you can fit inside. Qingke, don't you know your own size?" Seeing that the two fatties were actually arguing with each other, Chung Chumo grinned and laughed loudly. If it were up to me, the two of you should stop arguing. You definitely won't be able to fit inside. I'll ask my dad to specially make a large wooden bucket for you later. Damn. Cheng Chumo, you're courting death. In an instant, the two little fatties formed a united front, turned their spearhead, and rushed forward to suppress Cheng Chumo. Goo 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 goo. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yanhuang College's dormitory 001 not only echoed with snoring, but also with the sound of a stomach growling. It was Li Tai. At this time, the little fatty was actually still awake. Instead, he kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. It was not for anything else but because he was hungry. Was there no hunger in this era? If you were hungry in the middle of the night, you could only hold your stomach and roll around in bed. In fact, to be precise, the little fatty was not hungry, but gluttonous. During the day in the cafeteria, because of Li Er and Zhang Sun, he was able to eat 2 mouthfuls of meat with great difficulty. At that time, he felt that he was going to die of happiness, but good things did not last long. In the end, Sun Zifen's arrival made his delicious lunch go up in smoke. In the first half of the night, he had a dream. He dreamed that he was back in the prince's mansion, and the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, fish, and meat. Just as he was about to bite into the twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was dreaming, and the twice-cooked pork in his dream was his arm. After that, the little fatty could no longer fall asleep. Thinking back to the 2 mouthfuls of delicious food he had eaten at noon, and the table of fish and meat in his dream, Li Tai's mouth was full of sour water. There had never been such a moment that made him want to eat meat so badly. Now, as long as someone could give him a plate of meat to eat, Li Tai was even willing to exchange thousands of coins, or even tens of thousands of coins of wealth. In the end, Li Tai could not stand it anymore. He could only get out of bed and plan to go outside the dormitory to get some fresh air. At this time, the instructors were all asleep, so no one would check on the dormitory. Therefore, Li Tai was not worried at all. Yanhuang College's dormitory was actually a building complex. The rooms were neatly arranged in a very large courtyard. Since there was a courtyard, there was naturally a courtyard gate. Li Tai stood in front of the iron fence gate of the courtyard, enjoying the cool summer night breeze. Looking at the neat rows of trees outside the courtyard and their reflections under the moonlight, his agitated heart calmed down a little. Sha. At this moment, Li Tai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Little Fatty was startled and turned around to look. He saw that there was indeed a white-clothed figure with long hair behind him. The figure was about the same size as him. Li Tai thought that he had seen a ghost, so he was shocked at first. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, he was so angry that he immediately scolded, "Fuck! Sun Zifen, you didn't sleep well in the middle of the night and specifically came out to scare people. Are you crazy?" That's right, the person who came was Sun Zifen. Sun Zifen crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Hey, Qingke, didn't you also not sleep in the middle of the night?" You still have the nerve to talk about me? Li Tai reacted and quickly explained, I felt that the room was too hot, so I came out to get some fresh air. What does it have to do with you? Sun Zifan raised his head and thought for a while, then said, Then I saw you come out alone, Xing. I was worried about your safety, so I came out to take a look. What's wrong? Fuck, you're bullshittings. You're worried about me? Apui no, this king needs you to worry about me? Li Tai glared and scolded angrily. Believe it or not. Sun Zifan sat on the stone bench next to the courtyard gate and snorted indifferently. Chapter 755. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Beside the door of the dormitory, Li Tai saw that Sun Zifan didn't believe him and decided to tell the truth. I woke up hungry. I want to eat meat. Although it was nighttime, one could still see that Sun Zifan's eyes lit up. This little joker quickly nodded and said, Yes, I also woke up hungry. Qingke, your meat dishes at noon were too fragrant. I couldn't help but think of that smell when I lay in bed. It was too tempting. Sigh, it's just that I didn't get to eat it at noon. What a pity. Damn. Sun Zifan, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, I would have had a big meal at noon and wouldn't be foolishly accompanying you to watch the moon. It would have been fine if Sun Zifan didn't say anything. Once he said it, Li Tai, this powder keg, directly ignited. The little fatty rushed to Sun Zifan's side and kicked the ladder twice. Then, he suddenly raised his voice. Hey, Qing, lower your voice. If you alarm the instructors, we'll all have to go to the small dark room. Sun Zifan jumped up from the sudden attack. However, he didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he put a finger to his mouth and whispered to Li Tai. The little fatty immediately cowered. He glanced at the instructor's dormitory not far away. Seeing that there were no lights on there, Li Tai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's because you spoiled my dishes at noon that I didn't get to eat a big meal. Let's settle this grudge. Sun Zifan, just you wait. See how I'll deal with you in the future when I have the chance. Li Tai said hatefully, but his voice was much softer than before. It had to be said that his words, you spoiled my dishes, were used in the right place. Damn, you can't blame me for this. If you didn't spit into the dishes first, I wouldn't have spat too. Besides, if you're willing to share 2 pieces of meat with me, I won't spoil your dishes, right? It was not a good thing to be remembered by Li Tai. Moreover, he had gone overboard in the afternoon. Therefore, Sun Zifan thought for a while and added, Qingke, there's no point in talking about this. Both of us want to eat meat so much that we can't sleep. How about this? I'll take you out to eat meat tonight, and we'll forget about what happened at noon? Li Tai pursed his lips and said in disbelief, Where can we go to eat meat this late at night? Who are you trying to fool? Sun Zifan said confidently, Hey, Xing, if you don't believe me, tell me if you agree or not. Seeing this, Li Tai nodded without hesitation and said, Okay. As long as you don't bring me to eat meat tonight, I'll write off everything that happened before. To him, as long as he could eat meat, he would be willing to give any amount of money, let alone such an insignificant promise. Then, Qingke, wait for a while. I'll go back to the dormitory to get some things. Sun Zifan licked his lips and laughed proudly before sneaking back to the dormitory. Li Tai didn't have time to ask, so he could only sit on the stone bench beside the courtyard door and wait for Sun Zifan to return. After about half a cup of tea's time, Sun Zifan finally returned. However, there were 4 people behind him, Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Jingde, and Li Qingqian. Hey, you 2 want to go out to get something good to eat, and you didn't call me? Luckily, I'm alert. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss? Cheng Chumo pointed at Sun Zifan and Li Tai as he laughed wantonly. Although this fellow's martial arts skills were at a half-baked level, his martial arts realm was still the highest among the 6 people in Dormitory 001. Previously, when Li Tai left the dormitory, Cheng Chumo had already sensed it, but he was too lazy to move in bed, so he didn't care. When Sun Zifan returned, he jumped down to catch him and interrogate him about what he was up to. With this commotion, the few people in the dormitory woke up. When they heard that Sun Zifan was preparing to bring Li Tai out to get some meat, They all couldn't help but swallow their saliva and request to go together. Although Li Chengqian was the country's heir and couldn't do such a shameful thing, he was worried that Li Tai's group would be caught if they went out, so he came along. Tisk. Chonyo, you and Baolin have been eating meat for the past 2 days. Why are you joining in the fun now? With the help of the 2 experts, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, it would be easier for them to go out to get food. However, Li Tai's mouth was full of jealousy. TSK, we can't have enough meat. Alright, let's not talk nonsense here. Let's get out of the dormitory first. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the instructors later. Cheng Chumo glanced to the side and suggested. The few of them felt that it made sense and agreed. Come, Baolin, lend me some strength. If they wanted to climb over the door, of course, they would need someone to support them from below. However, when it was Li Tai's turn, Cheng Chumo felt a little diffident and said to Yuchi Baolin, who had just sent Qin Huayu to heaven. Hey, coming. Yuchi Baolin responded and hurried over. With the combined strength of the 2, they finally sent Li Tai to the top of the door. Now, all that was left was for the little fatty to hold onto the metal fence and slide down. Not long after, the 6 people from Dormitory 001 all climbed out of the dormitory door. And then? Sun Zifen, didn't you say you could bring me to eat meat? Where are we going next? Li Tai clapped his hands and looked at Sun Zifen. Climbing over the door of the academy dormitory was the first time Li Tai had done something so unorthodox. It was like a modern university student skipping class for the first time. While he was nervous, he also felt a little excited. Hey, follow me, I'll bring you guys to eat chicken. I know a place with a lot of chickens. Sun Zifen rubbed his hands and chuckled. It was also his first time doing something so exciting. His heart was still thumping. When everyone saw Sun Zifen's confident look, they followed him and walked forward. Of course, they couldn't walk through the door of the academy. There were still guards there even at night. The few of them climbed over the wall at a corner in the west. Then, using the moonlight, they followed Sun Zifen all the way to a forest halfway up the mountain to the west of the academy. It's right here. Sun Zifen pointed at the reed wall not far ahead and said with a smile, "This is the chicken farm that Plum Village built at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Let's go catch 2 and find a place to roast them. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Li Chengqian was shocked. He hurriedly dissuaded them. "Zifen, you can't. The chickens in Plum Village were personally handed over to the farmers by the Yamacho. If we catch 2 and are discovered, we'll definitely end up in trouble. There are tens of thousands of chickens in here. No one will find out if we lose 1 or 2. Sun Zifen patted his chest and said, Yes. We'll only catch 2, no 3. The farmers will definitely not find out." Li Tai swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said with his eyes staring straight ahead. Chapter 756. In the end, under Li Tai's insistence, this group of chicken thieves caught 6 chickens from the chicken farm at the side. The main reason was that Li Tai felt that the chickens inside were too small and not enough to eat, so he caught 3 more. Yes, 6 people, 1 chicken each, just right. The flock of chickens that had been chasing and playing in the forest for an entire day would never have thought that an evil person would break into the chicken farm and steal them on what was supposed to be a quiet and peaceful night. Qin K. Zifen, it's not easy for the farmers to raise these chickens. It's not good for us to steal them like this, right? The dignified crown prince of the country was actually holding a chicken fearfully at this moment. However, when it came to this, Li Chengqian was a little hesitant. He turned back to look at the chicken farm and said with some pity, "Hey, we've already prepared for this, Your Highness, don't worry." Sun Zifen chuckled, then took out 2 strings of copper coins and threw them into the chicken farm. He then said with a smile, "There's no problem now, right? 6 chickens, 2 strings of copper coins, I'm sure the farmers won't suffer a loss." Everyone looked at Sun Zifen curiously. They probably didn't expect this joker to have a time when he considered things so thoroughly. "Hey, good. You're good." In this way, even if the farmers find out that 6 chickens are missing, I'm sure they won't make a fuss. Let's find a place to roast these chickens and eat. Li Tai praised Sun Zifen with satisfaction and then said, "Hey, come with me, I know a place suitable for roasting chickens. Sun Zifan took the initiative to volunteer. The few of them had no objections. They followed Sun Zifan to the top of the cloud mountain, to an open space in the east of the academy. There was a clear spring beside them, reflecting the moonlight. It was a quiet and empty valley with the moon shining between the pines and the clear spring flowing over the rocks. Chonyo, Bao Lin, you kill the chickens. Your Highness, Qingke, the three of us will go find firewood. Huayu, you help move the stones and build a stove. How about that? After finding such an excellent spot for a picnic, Sun Zifan began to assign tasks to everyone. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it too. Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others agreed and began their respective tasks. It had to be said that Sun Zifan's division of labor was rather reasonable. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, the two daring fools, were not careless in the slightest when it came to slaughtering the chickens. In no time at all, the 6 chickens that had been born for less than half a year ended their short lives. If Li Qingqian and Li Tai were to do this job, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve this result even after fiddling for half a day. 15 minutes later, a bonfire lit up in the empty space beside the spring. Sun Zifan, Li Tai, Li Qingqian, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, and Cheng Chumo sat around the bonfire. Each of them held a bamboo stick, and at the tip of the bamboo stick was a slaughtered and cleaned chicken. They extended the stick into the fire and continuously spun it. Yes, there's already the fragrance of meat. Li Tai took 2 deep breaths and smelled the charred aroma of the chicken being roasted. The little fatty couldn't help but lick his lips, and his appetite was greatly aroused. It's still lacking a bit. Qingke, you just need to spin it a few more times and you'll be able to sprinkle salt. Sun Zifan glanced at the meat that Li Tai was roasting and said, Sprinkle salt? Oh right, we didn't bring any salt. How the hell are we going to sprinkle salt? Cheng Chumo slapped his thigh and shouted regretfully. Li Tai's face revealed a trace of regret, but the little fatty still said unyieldingly, if there's no salt, then there's no salt. As long as there's meat to eat. Cheng Chumo said disdainfully, Hee, Qingke, you're really desperate now. You can even eat meat without salt. Hee, who said there's no salt? At this moment, Sun Zifan took out a small bag from his arms and said proudly to everyone, the salt is here. Everyone can have some later. Li Tai opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, Damn, Zifan, why are you so awesome today? You brought everything out. Copper coins, fire rolls, and refined salt. What else do you have in your arms now? The others also looked at Sun Zifan in surprise. Sun Zifan touched his nose and said with a smile, in fact, I've long wanted to catch 2 chickens to have a sumptuous meal. I've prepared these 2 days ago. Yamacho is too deceitful and doesn't give us any meats. You little bastards, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you actually came here to make a barbecue. How dare you? At this moment, a cold voice came from the horizon, which gave them a fright. They followed the voice and saw a man in white coming from Dongfang Takshu. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his sleeves were fluttering, like an immortal banished from the moon. Damn it! It's over, it's Yamacho. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Li Zishuan took a fairy lamp for a night tour of Chang, and with a beauty, Sun Zifan had seen him like this before. So, he was the first one among the group to recognize Li Zishuan. Hearing what he said, the rest of the group suddenly panicked. They put out the fire and hid the chickens in a hurry. Okay, don't put it out and don't hide it. I saw it all. In the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan had landed near them. Seeing them in a hurry, Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, Yamacho, this is all a misunderstanding. We were all sleepwalking just now. Chonyo, Qingke, why are we all here? Weren't we all sleeping in the dormitory just now? Oh, we must be sleepwalking. Yes, we must be sleepwalking. Sun Zifan looked at Li Zishuan awkwardly. This funny guy racked his brains to come up with all kinds of excuses, but in the end, he could only blame sleepwalking. Li Zishuan didn't believe him at all. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he sneered, pointed at the half-cooked chickens on the ground, and said, Sleepwalking? Putting aside the fact that the 6 of you sleepwalked together and sleepwalked to the same location, Each of you managed to catch a chicken while sleepwalking? I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to sleepwalk like this again? You left the academy without permission and dared to steal chickens raised by the farmers. This is a serious violation of the academy's rules. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the academy? Do you still deserve to be Yanhuang College's students? Li Zishuan's harsh words made Sun Zifan sweat profusely. The others were also silent. In the end, Li Qingqian could only step forward and plead. Xiaoxian, Yamacho, Qin Ke and Zifan were just greedy for food. They didn't deliberately violate the academy's rules. Can you spare them this time? Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Li Tai all looked at Li Zishuan anxiously. After all, today's matter could be serious or small. If it was serious, Li Zishuan could expel them because of this. Chapter 757. Xiaoxian Yamacho, this is indeed our fault. Don't lower yourself to our level. It's best if you just let us go. Seeing Li Zishuan's serious expression, Cheng Chumo could only shamelessly laugh. Li Zishuan had inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fire when he woke up at night. At that time, he thought that there was a fire here. He didn't even bother to change his clothes and hurriedly used his qinggong to fly over. But when he arrived, the bonfire, chicken feathers, and chicken meat on the ground all told him what had happened on the mountain tonight. Someone had the guts to steal chickens from a farmer while it was dark. The farmers worked hard to raise chickens to reduce their taxes. In the end, you guys ate their chickens because of a momentary lust. Tell me, aren't you guys wicked? Where's your conscience? Li Chengqian cupped his hands and said, Xiaoxian, when we caught the chickens, we already left a few strings of money for the farmer. I think it should be enough to make up for the farmer's losses. Li Zishuan's expression became slightly better. Seeing this, Li Chengqian continued, moreover, these chickens are already dead. They definitely can't be returned. Xiaoxian, don't be too angry. You guys really want to eat meat that much? Li Zishuan asked. Yes. Other than Li Chengqian and Qin Huayu, everyone else nodded. Yes, seeing that you guys left money for the farmer, I won't pursue your responsibility for now. Li Zishuan looked at the chicken feathers all over the ground and knew that Li Chengqian was telling the truth. Chickens couldn't be brought back to life. Now that what was done, there was no point in saying anything more. Of course, he could only choose to forgive them. You two move aside. Li Zishuan kicked Sun Zifan and Cheng Chumo's legs twice. Hearing that Li Zishuan was letting them go, Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then they were inexplicably kicked again. The two of them were immediately depressed and looked at Li Zishuan in confusion. You two, go and catch me another chickens. Wash it clean while you're at it. Don't forget to leave money for the farmer to buy the chickens. Li Zishuan looked at the two and said lightly. Catch another chicken? This time, not only Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan were dumbfounded, but the rest of the people were also in a state of confusion. Li Zishuan's words were not light. What? Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll lock you all in the little black room tomorrow. Li Zishuan glared and said. Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan immediately shivered and hurriedly ran away. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, There's meat but no wine. It's always a bit lacking. You guys continue to roast it here. I'll go back and get a jug of wine. Tonight, I'll accompany you guys and have a good chats. Li Tai's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but give Li Zishuan 32 likes. This move was really too damn considerate. The distance between here and the first courtyard was only 700 to 800 meters. Li Zishuan directly used qinggong to rush over. In a flash, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Luckily, Yamacho still remembers our old friendship. Otherwise, we're all finished. Li Tai forgot the direction Li Zishuan disappeared in and said with lingering fear. Qinke, we really were too rash tonight. We can't do this again in the future. Otherwise, little Xian will definitely not let us go again. Li Chengqian sincerely said to Li Tai. The reason why Li Zishuan easily let go of tonight's matter was not only because Sun Zifan stole the chicken but also because Li Zishuan was giving face to Li Chengqian. After all, among the 6 people, Li Chengqian wasn't a student of Yanhuang College. He was a country's heir who was experiencing life at Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. If Li Zixuan didn't give face to him, it would make Li Qingxian's face very ugly. Hee, I know. I definitely won't. Besides, tomorrow is the holiday. After returning to the prince's residence, I can eat as much meat as I want. I definitely won't steal chicken with Sun Zifan again. Li Tai sat back in his seat and continued to roast the chicken while responding to Li Qingxian's words. During the time when the two people were talking, Li Zixuan actually came back so quickly. The speed of his qinggong could be seen at a glance. Where are Sun Zifan and Cheng Chumo? Haven't they come back yet? Li Zixuan said as he swept his gaze over the surroundings while carrying a bag. Li Tai was speechless and said, they probably haven't reached the chicken farm yet. How could they come back so quickly? Mountain leader, your qinggong is really convenient for you to travel. If I had this ability, I would directly fly back. As he spoke, Li Tai almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Directly flew back to your prince's residence to eat meat, right? Li Zixuan helped the little fatty to say the words that he didn't say. Then he said unhappily, with your personality that can even throw away your life for food, it's already difficult to lose weight. You still want to practice qinggong? Even if you have my qinggong, it's a fool's dream for you to fly back to the prince's residence. It would be strange if the guards of Chang in city didn't shoot you into a sieve. After insulting the little fatty, Li Zixuan picked up a half-roasted chicken. It was unknown whether it was Cheng Chumo's or Sun Zifan's, and continued to roast it. Since these two people haven't come back yet, then I'll roast it first. It's been a long time since I roasted a chicken myself. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was a child from the countryside, so his survival skills were naturally not bad. In this life, he had followed spiritual master Ling Su in the mountains to learn from him and traveled around. He had a lot of experience surviving in the wild. Therefore, compared to Li Tai and the others, his roasting skills were naturally outstanding. After a while, the chicken in his hand emitted a rich aroma. Li Zixuan opened the package and began to sprinkle salt, pepper powder, cumin, and other spices on the chicken. Then he roasted the chicken in the fire. Suddenly, the aroma became even stronger. Goo. Li Tai greedily breathed in the aroma, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. He looked at the golden and fragrant chicken in Li Zixuan's hand, and then looked at the slightly black chicken in his hand. He thought gloomily in his heart, we're both roasting chickens, why is the difference so big? What the heck? Who roasted this chicken? Why is it so fragrant? It smells better than the roasted chicken in the restaurants. At this time, Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan also came back with a chicken. They smelled a mouth-watering aroma from afar. Cheng Chumo cried out strangely. This is my chickens. Why, Yamacho, you're so good to me. You actually roasted the chicken for me. Thank you so much. When Sun Zifan saw the chicken in Li Zixuan's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said with a bashful face, "Get lost. Your chicken is still in Cheng Chumo's hands. Go and kill it yourself." Li Zixuan slapped the silly guy's head and said angrily, he had worked so hard to roast it for so long, how could he just give it up? This guy was really thinking too much. Chapter 758. Bright moon, clear spring, roast chicken, fine wine, and teachers and students. Tonight, the wasteland was supposed to be as ordinary as usual, but because of the arrival of Li Zixuan, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifan, the place became very lively. Little Xian, come, let me give you a toast. I know you've put in a lot of effort for Yanhuang College, but we've always been talking about you in secret. We brothers haven't had a drink together like this in a long time. Cheng Chumo's expression changed slightly. He raised a bamboo tube of fine wine and gave a toast to Li Zixuan from afar. Li Zixuan was speechless. After a while, he sighed and said, "All right. Tonight, there are only friends and brothers here, no teachers and students. I'll accompany you for a drink or two." Ever since Li Zixuan entered the Imperial College, his relationship with Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, Li Chengqian, and the others had more or less changed. The relationship between friends and brothers had become mixed with the relationship between teachers and students, and there was a sense of distance between them for no reason. Cheng Chumo's words just now made him feel a lot of emotions. Although he was a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, if he always acted like a Yamacho, it would be easy to neglect the relationship between brothers and friends. He didn't need to be like Kong Yingda, who always maintained the attitude of an old pedant, to maintain his prestige among the students. He was him. He was only 15 years old. Only others could imitate him. He didn't need to imitate anyone. Good. To be honest, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, I always felt suppressed when I talked to you before. I only feel that kind of feeling when I talk to my father. It's rare to be able to drink and chat with you as a friend today. It's really delightful. Li Qingqian was one of the earliest people Li Zishuan knew. Feeling the subtle change in the atmosphere, Li Qingqian said with a joyful expression. Gao Ming, you're wrong. We're not just friends and brothers today. We'll be friends for life. It was just that sometimes, due to their different standpoints, they had no choice but to do business as usuals. Come, let's drink. Li Zishuan opened the wine jug and poured a cup of wine into his bamboo tube. The others did the same. After all, the drunken immortal's degree of intoxication was too high. If this group of people drank too much, there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. At that time, they would definitely be punished. Little Xian, since we are good brothers, why don't we exchange chickens? Look, my cock is bigger than yours. Do you want to trade? Everyone couldn't help but cry out in joy as the cool wine entered their stomachs. Li Tai, the clever kid, had his eyes on the tantalizing roast chicken in front of Li Zishuan. He couldn't help but lick his lips and chuckle. How can good wine not be matched with good meat? Li Zishuan was infuriated when he heard this. The little fatty's words were too king ambiguous. What did he mean by, my chicken is bigger than yours? He was obviously trying to stir up trouble. Scram. I'm not trading. My cock is 10 times bigger than yours. If you want to eat good food, you can do it yourself. Do it yourself, and you'll have plenty to eat and wear. Li Zishuan looked at little fatty and said angrily. Li Tai didn't understand why Li Zishuan was angry, but he also knew that it was impossible to trade chickens. He could only ask for the next best thing. Little Xian, can you share some of the seasonings you brought with you? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. At first, Li Tai thought that his roast chicken was pretty good. However, when Li Zishuan came, he instantly felt that the chicken in his hands was a little hard to swallow. Li Zishuan nodded and threw the bag of seasonings over. Everyone scrambled for it. After a quarter of an hour, with the help of various seasonings, the chicken in everyone's hands emitted waves of fragrance. Compared to before, the taste had obviously improved by more than a level. Woo-woo. Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten such fragrant roast chicken in a long time. There was no need for Li Zishuan to say anything. Li Tai had already started eating without a care for his image. Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others followed closely behind. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were like reincarnated hungry ghosts, Li Zishuan shook his head and slowly tore off a piece of chicken drumstick and began to slowly taste it. The saltiness was just right, and the heat was just right. However, without the chili, it felt a little wrong. However, because cumin was added during the roast process, the overall taste was still very good. After all, there was a saying in modern times, a skewer of roast meat without chili, a skewer of roast meat without taste. A skewer of roast meat without cumin, a skewer of roast meat without a soul. From this, it could be seen how magical cumin was as a seasoning. Woo! I didn't expect that adding some benzoin phenol on the chicken and roasting it in the fire would actually be so delicious. Xiao Xian, how did you think of it? Li Tai lightly bit a piece of chicken drumstick. His eyes lit up and he immediately praised it. The benzoin phenol in his mouth was cumin. Cumin was native to North Africa and West Asia. According to the archaeological findings in Syria, the use of cumin seeds could be traced back to 2000 BC. The ancient Egyptians used cumin as a spice. When the pharaohs were buried, the ancient Egyptians needed to make mummies. Cumin also became a component of the mummy's preservative. Benzoin phenol was an ancient name for cumin in China. From the word benzoin, One could see where and when cumin was introduced to China. Sima Qian recorded in the records of the Grand Historian. In the beginning, the Han envoy came to Rest. The King of Rest ordered 20,000 cavalry to the east border. The east border was thousands of miles away from the capital. Compared to the journey, there were dozens of cities, and there were many people. Dewan, Wuxia, and Xianxia are all big countries. They have many strange things and indigenous people. They are quite similar to China, but their soldiers are weak. Therefore, it could be said that cumin was introduced to China from the Silk Road of the Han Dynasty. Yes, I only found out today that adding cumin to the meat can make it so fragrant. Xiaoxian, you are really too talented. As he was in the special training class, Cheng Chumo had eaten a lot of meat in the past 2 days, so he was not as hungry as Li Tai. However, after tasting the meat he had personally roasted, Cheng Chumo could not help but be surprised. Actually, there is still a kind of seasoning missing. If there is it, this chicken will definitely be more than twice as delicious. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up and he said, "What seasoning? I will send someone to search for it later." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Our Tang Empire does not have this kind of thing. If you want to get it, you can only go to the far west to find it. There are tens of thousands of miles of sea in between. I hope I can still eat it in my lifetime." The few of them knew that Li Zishuan had a fortuitous encounter when he was young, so they did not ask him how he knew about the seasoning. Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin and smiled. "What are you afraid of? Our Tang Empire's fleet can now go to the small countries in Nanyang. In the future, we will definitely be able to go to the far west. Xiaoxian, you will definitely be able to eat that kind of seasoning again." Chapter 759. By the way, speaking of the fleet heading south, they should be back soon, right? Qin Huayu suddenly asked beside the bonfire. "I heard from my father that the fleet should be back in half a month." Li Qingxian replied. Li Zishuan frowned as he thought of the dream that Meng Wenhao had described. He was a little worried, so he sighed and said, "I hope so. This fleet has a lot to do with it." Sighed. "What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't go south with the army this time. It's better to use the tens of thousands of troops to show off in Nanyang than to stay in the academy." On the side, Cheng Chumo said regretfully with a face full of unwillingness. Li Zishuan sneered, "Come on. Ugly ox, you're a landlubber. You won't be able to stand staying on the ship for 2 days. You still want to show off in other countries? I'm afraid you won't be able to." Cheng Chumo tore a piece of chicken with his mouth and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. He then said unhappily, "That's not necessarily true. I'm an expert who's about to break through to the Qi transformation realm. Why would I be afraid of a small ship? Maybe I can even make some military achievements this time." Sun Zifan laughed strangely. "Chumo, wake up. Stop dreaming. Go away. The adults are talking. You little brat, go away." Cheng Chumo angrily scolded, and then suddenly looked at Li Zishuan seriously and said, "Little Xian, you also know that I am not the type to study. In the previous entrance exam, I spent a lot of effort to get in. But I can't always stay in the academy. In terms of grades, I can't compare with Qin Ke and Wenhao. So, when the imperial court sends troops to the Turks, I plan to go to the north to make a name for myself. Otherwise, my life will be boring." This guy was usually carefree. Who would have thought that he would be so clear-headed? Maybe he was drunk today, so he said these things that were buried in his heart. Yanhuang College didn't intend to nurture bookworms in the first place. The academy only nurtured people who were useful to the Tang Empire. No matter what, as long as they had a positive effect, it was fine. Choox, if you want to go to the front line to protect your country and build your career, the teachers in the academy and your classmates will support you. You will always be a student of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan knew Cheng Chumo's character better than anyone else. Cheng Chumo's plan was within Li Zishuan's expectations. Li Zishuan thought about it and nodded in agreement. Thank you. I've long seen through it. Xiaoxian, the Yanhuang College you've made is very different from the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. It's my honor to be classmates with Qin Ke and Bao Lin for a few years. Cheng Chumo laughed and poured himself another jar of wine. There's not much wine left in the jar, so I'll drink as much as I can. It'd be a waste not to drink. Sit. Brother Choax, I'll go with you when the time comes. I can protect you. Yuchi Bao Lin hurriedly said with a simple and honest smile. Cheng Chumo's face darkened. Yuchi Bao Lin had reached Chi Transformation Realm half a year ago. There was nothing wrong with him saying that he could protect him. However, Cheng Chumo had received 10,000 points of critical damage. Alright. Chumo, you can go to the front line without worry. My classmates and I will help you research and build more advanced and powerful weapons. We can guarantee that you'll win every battle without worrying about your life. You'll also be able to build countless military achievements. Li Tai's goals were clearly different from Cheng Chumo's. Of course, the main reason was that his physique and physical fitness limited him from going to the front line. That's right. Chumo will support you from behind. Although Qin Huaiyu was the eldest son of Qin Qiong and the second generation of the empire's military family, he was a scholar who didn't know anything about weapons. Therefore, he was the same type of person as Li Tai. Alright. I believe in you, and I believe in Xiaoshuan's skills. Cheng Chumo raised a bamboo jar of wine and offered a toast from afar. He was toasting with his hands, but he wasn't urging them to drink. Then he laughed loudly. Li Qingqian shook his head. Cheng Chumo and the others could have their own dreams and could do whatever they wanted. However, as the empire's heir apparent, he could only obediently follow the emperor and hide under his father's incomparably tall figure to learn about politics and how to govern the country. In the past, when Li Tai competed with him for favor, this was the life he wanted to live. However, now that Li Tai was engrossed in his skills and no longer competed with him for favor, he realized that the position of heir apparent was just SOSO. Now, he was actually a little envious of Li Tai's life. Alright. Then, since you all have things to do, what should I do? Seeing that everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Sun Zifan was a little depressed. Compared to the others, this little joker was a typical example of someone who was neither proficient in academics nor martial arts. At present, he didn't seem to have anything that he could show off. Sun Zifan, it's not that I, old Cheng, want to criticize you, but you really embarrassed your father. You only scored 5 points more than me in the entrance exam. Cheng Chumo immediately mocked him. *CK, isn't 5 points more a lot? You have to know that just because of these 5 points, I'm dozens of places ahead of you. Sun Zifan immediately said stubbornly. Fine. Only you can do it. But I, old Cheng, am better than you. At least I have something that I can show off. Cheng Chumo was obviously the type of person who had a cheap mouth. If he didn't attack others, he would feel bad. This blockhead winked at Sun Zifan and said sarcastically. Sun Zifan wanted to refute but found that he couldn't. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and even the roast chicken in his hand became tasteless. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled meaningfully. It's still too early for you to say all this. After all, the academy hasn't started classes yet. In the future, you will have to learn all kinds of courses. You have never heard of many of them, let alone seen them. So, by then, you will really understand what you are good at. No matter what kind of knowledge you are good at, the academy will do its best to give you the space to show off your strengths. Everyone lowered their heads with a thoughtful look on their faces. My talents are born to be useful. Everyone who comes to this world has their own meaning and value. Everyone's potential is unlimited. When the day comes when you have done everything you can do, you will be surprised by yourself. Yanhuang College is a small world that I have created for you. I hope that you can find your own ideals and values in this small world. Before that, don't blindly deny yourself, understand? Li Zishuan said earnestly to everyone. Understood. Thank you, Yamacho. After a long time, Sun Zifan solemnly saluted Li Zishuan and said, all right. Hurry up and finish your food and drink, then go back. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't get up tomorrow and get punished. Li Zishuan stood up and said with a smile. Then he floated away, leaving the 6 thoughtful young men behind. Chapter 760. Drip, Drip, Drips. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, sporadic raindrops began to fall from the sky and hit the roof, making a slight drip, drip, drip sound. At first, the raindrops were very sparse, and the sound of the rain was also very soft. However, as time passed, the raindrops began to become heavier and denser. A torrential rain poured down, and the loud pitter-patter of raindrops woke many people from their dreams. It's raining? It's really raining? Does that mean we don't have to undergo military training today? That's great. At this time, it was less than a quarter of an hour before the Academy's daily morning exercise time. After so many days of military training, many students had already formed a biological clock, and they would automatically wake up at this time every day. At this moment, they looked out of the window in the direction of the sound and found that it was pouring outside. One by one, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. This sentence of, "We don't have to undergo military training today," could be said to be a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. More and more people joined in the celebration, and soon, the student dormitory began to become restless. Why is it so noisy outside? Did the instructor blow the assembly call? In dormitory 001, Sun Zifan drank the least last night. It wasn't that he didn't like to drink, but that he wasn't as cunning as Chungchumo and the others. When he wanted to drink, there was no wine left. Therefore, he was the first to wake up in the dormitory this morning. The silly little guy rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered in a low voice. After a moment, he was a little more awake, and he could clearly hear the cheers outside. *CK. It's raining? We don't have to undergo military training? That's great. We finally don't have to undergo military training today. Sun Zifan opened the dormitory door and saw that it was pouring outside. This fellow immediately started to make a fuss. "Oh, Sun Zifan, what the *CK are you yelling about so early in the morning?" Cheng Chumo, who drank a little too much last night, turned over in bed and muttered in extreme dissatisfaction. "Yamacho!" In front of the gate of Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong saw Li Zishuan coming out of the rain with an oil paper umbrella. He hurriedly ran out of the security guard post and bowed. "It's already past 5, right? Why don't I see the students coming out for their morning run?" Li Zishuan said with a frown as he glanced at the western field. Mo Zhong was stunned. "Yamacho, it's raining so heavy today, everyone's? Everyone's is what?" Li Zishuan's expression was somewhat displeased. "Do you all think that there's no need for military training because it's raining? Who said that? Does the Academy est the enemy?" Mo Zhong was speechless. Li Zishuan asked, "Where is Duki? General Qin still hasn't come today? It's probably because of the rain." Li Zishuan paused and ordered, "Inform Pang Feiji, let him gather the students, today's militaries, as usual. It's not winter now. A little rain will only make people feel cool. Generally speaking, people won't catch a cold." "Yes, Yamacho." Mo Zhong cupped his hands and accepted the order. Beep beep beep. In the student dormitory, just as all the students were cheering for today's rain, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from outside the dormitory. In an instant, the noisy dormitory immediately quieted down. The students looked at each other in dismay, all of them thinking that they had misheard. However, the continuous whistling that followed brought them back to reality. "Does that mean there's still military training today? Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's raining so heavily, do we still have to go out for military training? Hurry up and wash up. If we're late, we'll probably be punished again." In dormitory 001, Cheng Chumo, who was catching up on his sleep, heard the whistle and was instantly filled with grief and indignation. *CK, do they have to do this? Military training in this kind of weather? It's simply unreasonable. I was planning to sleep in, looks like that's not going to happen." Li Tai said regretfully. After eating a sumptuous supper last night, he wasn't hungry at all, he just wanted to sleep. *CK, it's raining so heavily, I'll definitely get my clothes wet if I go out. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have washed them last night. What *King waste? Sun Zifan's focus was different from the others. He felt that going out for military training in this kind of weather was equivalent to washing last night's clothes for nothing. Li Zishuan stipulated that the students had to dress neatly during military training. They had to wear camouflage uniforms, but each person only had one set of camouflage uniforms. This directly led to the students having to wash their clothes before going to bed at night, or else they would only be wearing smelly clothes the next day. Alright, hurry up and get up, don't laze around in bed, Li Qingqian said with a frown. Not long after, the open space in front of the dormitory was filled with students. The bean-sized raindrops soaked the students' clothes instantly, but they didn't have the time to care about that at this moment. Beep beep. Instructors of each class, do a head counts. Since Qin Xiong wasn't around, Pang Feiji became the head instructor. He blew his bamboo whistle and shouted loudly. Not long after, a continuous stream of reports sounded in the field. Everyone from Class 1 is here. Everyone from Class 2 is here. 2 people from Class 3 are missing. 1 person from Class 4 is missing. You, go and call out the students who are late. In a while, lead them to run 10 laps alone. The rest of the students will start their morning run according to class order. Pang Feiji randomly pointed at a subordinate and instructed. Students from Class 1, start running. Bang bang bang. In the heavy rain, the students were like dragons in the sea, meandering toward the field. The sound of footsteps and chanting was endless, as if it was going to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. A day of military training began just like that. Chang'e is here too? Imperial Palace West Court, Lijiang Hall. Li Er, who had just finished the morning court, came here to visit. He entered the door and smiled in surprise. Greetings, father. Greetings, your majesties. Chang'e and Zhang Sun bowed one after another. Yes, you may rise. Li Er laughed, walked closer and asked, Guanyin maid, what are you doing? It's not even noon yet. Empress Zhang Sun smiled and said, Your Majesty, I heard from Li Xiannan at the academy yesterday that meteoric success can treat asthma, so I asked him to send some into the palace every day. This was just sent over, so I called Chang'e over and planned to have lunch together. Then, Empress Zhang Sun opened the food box. There was a plate of golden dishes inside. It was the crushed version of meteoric success. Li Er's expression changed when he saw that and he said, Don't eat this. Don't be fooled by that brat. Chapter 761. What does your Imperial Majesty mean by this? Seeing Li Er's reaction, Empress Zhang Sun asked curiously. At this moment, Princess Chang'e's attention was also focused on Li Er. This was because she could sense that her imperial father was angry. Do you know what kind of material is used to make this so-called meteoric success? Thinking of this, Li Er became somewhat angry. He felt that he had been toyed with by Li Zishuan. This servant does not know. Empress Zhang Sun shook her head and replied. She had wanted to investigate the materials used to make soaring to glory. However, when she used her chopsticks to take a look, she discovered that the inside was a flour-like substance. She could not tell what it was. The soaring to glory that the Academy made today was made with crushed locusts mixed with flour and eggs. It was not strange that Zhang Sun could not tell the ingredients. Locusts. Soaring to glory was made with locusts. Li Zishuan, this stinking brat, actually dared to deceive us. We must properly deal with him. Li Er sat at the head of the table and angrily slapped it. Hearing that they had been eating locusts, Zhang Sun and Chang'e's faces turned deathly pale. Their stomachs churned, and they nearly vomited. Imperial Father, please do not blame Brother Xiaoxian. Brother Xiaoxian definitely would not harm Chang'e. There must be something hidden here. Chang'e recovered her wits and promptly pleaded with Li Er. That's right. Your Imperial Majesty. Xiaoxian has always been a loyal and righteous child. He does not seem to be someone who does not know the gravity of the situation. Perhaps these locusts really are effective against asthma? Empress Zhang Sun glanced at her eldest daughter and then spoke in support. Li Er coldly snorted and said, There is no need for you to speak for that brat. Yesterday, we already asked the 2 doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They have never heard of locusts being able to treat asthma. From this, it can be seen that Li Zixuan's words are nothing but nonsense. As we see it, this stinking brat is definitely itching for a beating. Seeing that Li Er only spoke fiercely but did not have any intention of punishing him, how could Empress Xianxia, who had been with Li Er for over 10 years, not understand what he was thinking? She could not help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps this child remembered wrongly. It can be assumed that he does not have any ill intentions. Your Imperial Majesty, please do not blame him. I will settle the score with him in the afternoon. Take these things away and don't eat them in the future. Li Er pointed at the meteoric success in the food box and said with a straight face. Empress Xianxia responded. Chang'e, who was next to her, rolled her black eyes as if she was thinking of something. The rain came quickly and left quickly. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the raindrops had obviously lessened. By noon, 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky had cleared up, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the sun was about to come out. Leader, a lady sent a note to you, saying that it's for you. When it was almost noon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office and bowed to Li Zixuan. Oh, did you ask about that woman's identity? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. That woman said, Yamacho, once you read the note, you will know who wrote the letter. Give it to me. Li Zixuan ordered. Mo Zhong stepped forward and handed over the note, then tactfully retreated. Li Zixuan opened it and looked at it. His expression changed slightly, and he said with some exasperation, F***CK. This is really good intentions doing a bad thing. Old Li is really narrow-minded. You don't know anything, and you still have the nerve to blame others? If Li Er heard this, he might go into battle and beat Li Zixuan up. Sigh, speaking of which, don't the doctors at this time realize the medicinal value of locusts? It shouldn't be. Now that old man's son is not in Chang, what should I do? Yamacho, someone from the palace is here. He said that he wants you to prepare to enter the palace to meet the emperor. In the afternoon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office again, but this time, Li Zixuan had already changed into a purple official's robe, as if he was already prepared to enter the palace. Okay, I got it. You go down first, I will come later. Li Zixuan responded and said. That's right, he was indeed prepared. The note in the morning was a letter that Chang'e asked a palace maid to send over. In the letter, he completely explained Li Er's plan and attitude to him, so that he could be mentally prepared in advance. Yes. After a while, Li Zixuan rode a carriage out of the academy, followed by the palace attendant from the palace, and headed in the direction of the palace. It had just rained heavily, and the mountain roads were extremely difficult to travel on, so this trip took more than an hour before they arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Li Xianxia is already here. At the Sweet Dew Hall, a small yellow door entered the hall and bowed carefully. Announce. Announce, Li Xianxia for an audience. Hearing the eunuch's shout, Li Zixuan took small steps and entered the hall seriously. He then bowed to Li Er and said, Your subject greets your Majesty. Li Zixuan, you maliciously deceived me and tricked the Empress and Princess into eating locusts. How should you be punished? Li Er didn't let Li Zixuan get up. Instead, he directly pressured him coldly. Your subject is terrified. Your subject doesn't know when I have deceived your Majesty. Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Although he knew what Li Er meant, Li Zixuan still pretended to be ignorant and asked. After all, Chang'e had kindly informed him of Gao's news. He couldn't betray an ally at a critical moment. Do you need me to remind you of what you did? What did you tell me yesterday? Didn't you say that locusts could cure Chang'e's asthma? But why did I ask all the imperial physicians in the palace? But none of them knew that locusts had this function. And you still say that you are not deceiving me? Li Er glared and said angrily. Li Zixuan was already mentally prepared for this. He began to put on an act and said with a surprised expression, How is this possible? Your Majesty is wise. Locusts do indeed have extremely high medicinal value. What I told your Majesty yesterday was only the tip of the iceberg. These things were all said by my master himself. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask Priest's son when he returns to Chang. What I said is absolutely not false. In fact, locusts could not only stop coughing and asthma, detoxify, penetrate rashes, treat whooping cough, bronchial asthma, infantile convulsions, sore throats, obstructed rashes, bronchitis, stop cramps, and so on. They could also reduce blood pressure, lose weight, lower cholesterol, nourish the body, and nourish the stomach and spleen. If eaten for a long time, they could prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. When used externally, they could treat otitis media. Frosted locusts could treat dysentery, enteritis, and so on. Whether it was Changle or Li Tai, locusts were very beneficial to their bodies. It was just that many doctors had yet to realize the value of locusts. Chapter 762. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er, who was originally full of doubts, couldn't help but become hesitant after hearing Li Zishuan's solemn explanation. However, he didn't give in easily. "Brat, you're using your master as a scapegoat again. Why did spiritual master Lingshu accept such a wicked disciple?" Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, wasn't I forced by you? If you were slightly more cultured, would I have to fight like this? Your Majesty, I was originally pure and kind. However, I entered the big vat of corruption that is the imperial court. However, I absolutely have a pure and innocent heart towards your Majesty and my master. Li Zishuan played a slick trick and said. This time, it was Li Er's turn to vomit blood. "Brat, what do you mean? Don't tell me that my court has polluted you?" Cough cough. I definitely didn't mean that. Li Zishuan shook his head and cupped his hands. He flatly denied, I only meant to say that surviving in the imperial court is far more complicated than what I learned in the mountains. I still have many things to learn. Li Er glanced at Li Zishuan and said unhappily, "You're so glib-tongued at such a young age. You've ruined the integrity of a loyal official." Li Zishuan didn't care. He never wanted to be a loyal official. It was too tiring. He also didn't want to be a sycophantic official. It was too smelly. He only wanted to live happily and freely. Your Majesty is right. I will definitely remember it in my heart. Looking up and seeing Li Er's face of disbelief, Li Zishuan could only change the topic. He said, Your Majesty's previous concern, other than the effect of locusts, was that locusts couldn't be eaten by ordinary people. If this meteoric success was made from flour, even if it couldn't cure the illness, Your Majesty wouldn't blame me. In fact, it was true. Li Er knew clearly that his family's disease, Qi disease, could not be cured. After knowing that his meteoric rise was caused by locusts and that it could not help Changle's illness, Li Er was furious. But what he was really angry about was that his daughter had suffered so much. She ate locusts but could not be cured. If meteoric rise was made by something slightly more normal, Li Er might not be so angry. As for the effects of the locusts, my master came across it by chance during his medical practice. He didn't leave behind any medical books or notes. Moreover, Priest's son isn't in Chang'an right now, so I can't immediately prove the effects of the locusts to Your Majesty. However, I can guarantee that the locusts are not disgusting insects. Their meat is very delicious and has high nutritional value. It is comparable to black chicken and bird's nest. Words have no proof. I just happened to bring some of the soaring meteoric success that the Academy made this afternoon. Speaking of this, Li Zishuan took out an oil paper package from his arms and opened it, revealing the golden soaring meteoric success inside. Li Er stared and said, Why do you bring these things with you? Li Zishuan replied, Your Majesty, since I invented the way to eat locusts, I usually bring some with me. When I'm hungry, I can eat it as a snack. It is very delicious. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Seeing such delicious food, I can't hold back. After saying this, Li Zishuan apologized to Li Er. Then he couldn't wait to grab a piece of soaring meteoric success and put it into his mouth. He deliberately chewed it until it was crispy, causing the palace maids and eunuchs outside to blush with shame. Oh, it's really delicious. Your Majesty, do you want to try it? Li Er was frowning when Li Zishuan handed over a piece of soaring meteoric success and asked, Scram. Even though Li Zixuan looked like he was eating very happily, Li Er couldn't help but feel nauseous when he thought that this thing was made by locusts. He then angrily said, "I will take my leave." When Li Zixuan heard this, not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also felt like he had been pardoned. He immediately took the opportunity to take his leave. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and didn't want to bother with Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan bowed and slowly left the hall. Li Zixuan quickly walked out of the imperial city and immediately scurried to a corner and retched. The heavens took pity on him. This was the first time he had eaten such disgusting things like locusts in his previous life. Although he knew that locusts had many benefits for the human body, although he had made a solemn vow in front of Li Er just now and acted beautifully, when he actually ate locust himself, he still couldn't help but feel disgusted. His performance in front of Li Er just now was just an act. What about bringing soaring meteoric success with him every day as a snack? These were all lies. The reason he brought a bag of soaring meteoric success today was because Chang'e had secretly informed him in the morning and he had prepared it in advance to deal with Li Er's. Therefore, the cause of these twists and turns was Chang'e, but the person who helped him through these difficulties was still Chang'e's. Sigh, I've finally gotten rid of old Li. But in the end, it's still because there are too few medical books in this era that specifically introduce medicinal herbs. This led to the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department not to recognize the magical effects of locusts. It seems that when Old Sun returns to Chang, it's necessary to ask him to compile a medical book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. After calming down his tumbling stomach, Li Zixuan thought silently in his heart. In fact, there were many medical books that could be used in the Tang Empire, such as Xin Nong's Materia Medica, Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Treatise on Typhoid and Miscellaneous Diseases, Synopsis of the Golden Chamber, and the 1,000 Gold Prescription that Sun Simiao might have started writing. These medical books could be said to have built a more complete medical system, but there were still certain limitations. Because the starting point of these medical books was to prescribe medicine for diseases. Overall, their contents were mainly prescriptions for various diseases. But there were millions of diseases in the world, how could they cover all of them? Therefore, at this time, a medical book was needed to find another way to improve the current medical system. The Compendium of Materia Medica was a peerless book that was compiled in the style of categorizing categories. It was different from the previous medical books in that it introduced prescriptions by categorizing the herbs in the world into categories. Li Shizhen used about 27 years and after 3 rewrites, it was finally completed in the 6th year of the Wanli era. There were more than 9 million words in the book, containing 1,892 types of medicine, 11,092 medical prescriptions, and 1,160 beautifully drawn illustrations. It was divided into 16 parts and 60 categories. It was a comprehensive collection of traditional Chinese medicine from the Han Dynasty in ancient China. It was a systematic summary of Chinese medicine before the 16th century. It was known as the Magnum Canon of Oriental Medicine and had a great impact on modern science. In his previous life, although Li Zixuan did not read the Compendium of Materia Medica, he had read part of it. The medical effects of locusts were what he read in the Compendium of Materia Medica in his previous life. Now that he had abnormal mental strength, if he seriously recalled, he could still recall some of the contents. Chapter 763. After leaving the palace safely, Li Zixuan went straight back to the academy. From afar, he could hear the deafening cheers from the field. The students were especially enthusiastic about their training this afternoon. As for the reason, of course, it was because today was a holiday. According to the academy calendar that Li Zixuan set, today was Friday. After the afternoon training, the students would welcome a 2-day holiday. For the students who had been tortured for such a long time, this was undoubtedly great news. No wonder they were not excited. When Li Zixuan was in the military training in the university in his previous life, he spent his weekends and days in the military camp. In comparison, this group of students was considered very lucky. Shaking his head, Li Zixuan walked towards his office. The field was in full swing and extremely noisy, but the Guanghua building was unusually quiet. This was because the teachers of the academy were racing against time to study the courses that they were going to teach this semester. How is it? Can you see it? How far can you see it? When Li Zishuan walked to the 9th floor, he suddenly heard Yan Xiaoning's voice from the corridor. He could not help but stop and turn around to walk there. In the corridor, Mo Lingwei was holding a black cylindrical object. One end was placed on her left eye socket and the other end was facing the foot of the mountain in front of the academy. Yan Xiaoning was extremely anxious at the side. He was very eager to know the result. However, Mo Lingwei did not care about him at all. She was still focused on looking at the scenery. Hey, Wei, tell me quickly. Did you succeed this time? Can you see the scenery from afar? Yan Xiaoning was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If he was not afraid of the girl in front of him, he would have already snatched it. It was worth mentioning that before he called Mo Lingwei and Ink Girl. Now, he directly called her. It seemed that their recent progress was quite good. What's the rush? Little Ning, let me finish looking at it first. Mo Lingwei waved her fists and pretended to chase Yan Xiaoning away. No, you've been looking at it for almost half an hour. Are you not done yet? How long are you going to look at it? At this moment, Yan Xiaoning felt that women were really troublesome. They were not cute at all. It's only been half an hour. You've lost your patience after half an hour? Little Ning, you're a man. Why are you nagging like an old woman? Are you still a man? Hearing the urging, Mo Lingwei immediately, Yan Xiaoshui, Yan. Yan Xiaoning was so angry that he was trembling. For a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, he had an idea. He moved his feet and came to the front of Mo Lingwei. Then he used his right eye to look at the other end of the cylindrical object in Mo Lingwei's hand. Then the image froze there. Ah! Little Ning, you're courting death. After about 3 breaths of silence, Mo Lingwei suddenly screamed and took a few steps back. She looked at Yan Xiaoning with dissatisfaction and said angrily. God knows how she would feel when a huge eye appeared in her field of vision. Anyway, the person involved, Mo Lingwei, didn't want to experience this kind of experience again. Li Zishuan, who had just witnessed this scene, suddenly couldn't help but think of a song from his previous life. After confirming with my eyes, I met the right person, I waved my sword and turned around, and blood like red lips. In the memory of the previous dynasty, it's not the blade that hurts people. It's your reincarnated soul. After confirming with my eyes, I met the right person, I spurred my horse to battle. The sound of the horse's hooves is like running tears, the moonlight on the bluestone floor shines into the mountain city. I followed you all the way to reincarnate, I have deep feelings for you, the old tree roots beside Luoyang City. This song was pretty king fitting here. Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei just looked at each other after confirming with their eyes. What are you shouting for? I just asked you to show it to me. If you don't want to, I can go and see it myself. Do you have to have such a big reaction? Yan Xiaoning's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's panic, he snatched the cylindrical object from her hand and then looked at it himself happily. What the *CK? Xiao Xian. When did you come over? You didn't even make a sound when you walked. Are you trying to scare me to death in broad daylights? Yan Xiaoning adjusted the direction of his gaze and saw Li Zishuan's huge figure in his field of vision. He was so scared that he almost threw the thing in his hand away. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong in the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Xiaoning, you're so flustered. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Li Zishuan stared into Yan Xiaoning's eyes and said meaningfully, Damn, you're so weird. I think you're the one with a guilty conscience. Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, As a straight man who was destined to be alone for the rest of his life, how could he have a guilty conscience? This was called being calm, okay? Yamacho, you're here. Just in time, come and take a look at the clairvoyance that we just made. Xiaoning, quickly take out the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw Yan Xiaoning acting like a block of wood. But when she thought of the results of the past few days of hard work, She couldn't help but come forward and say excitedly to Li Zixuan. "Oh." Yan Xiaoning responded dully and then handed the clairvoyance in his hand to Li Zixuan. The outer shell was made of wood. Li Zixuan judged the material of the clairvoyance's outer shell as soon as he held it in his hand. It was made of high-quality Phoebe Jinan wood, complemented by peerless carving skills. It was very classy and impressive. This was obviously the masterpiece of Strange Pavilion's heavenly knife Lu. 2 lenses were embedded at both ends of the wooden tube, one big and one small. Li Zixuan put the clairvoyance close to his eye socket and then looked into the distance. He realized that the flowers, grass, and trees at the gate of the academy were all reflected in his eyes, and even the texture was unusually clear. Cough cough. Although with Li Zixuan's current eyesight, he could still see things that were so far away even without the clairvoyance, but with the clairvoyance, he still felt that things were bigger and clearer. Not bad. You've already adjusted the distance between these 2 lenses very well, and it can meet the requirements of the clairvoyance. Girl, Xiaoning, you've done very well, and the progress is also quite fast. I'm very satisfied. Li Zixuan looked at the 2 of them and sincerely praised them. Oh, it's rare that you're satisfied with Yamacho. It's really not easy. Mo Lingwei said excitedly with a bright smile on her face. Logically speaking, it could be said that Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning had put in a lot of effort to be able to go from nothing to making the clairvoyance in just 10 days. Although they had the support of the powerful and advanced production capabilities of the workshop behind them, their hard work couldn't be ignored. It was indeed very difficult. Chapter 764. Yamacho, does this mean that I've succeeded? You have to keep your promise to me. Mo Lingwei became excited when she heard Li Zixuan's affirmation. Li Zixuan chuckled. Hi, you're still far from success. Back then, I asked you to build an astronomical telescope. Miss Mo, don't tell me you think you can see the moon in the sky with this little thing? Mo Lingwei blinked curiously. Why can't I? My clairvoyance can already see very far. Can I use it to see the moon? Of course not. Seeing that Yan Xiaoning was also puzzled, Li Zixuan had no choice but to patiently explain to them, I've told you guys before that the magnification of the clairvoyance is related to the focal length of the objective lens and the eyepiece. The clairvoyance that you guys are making now has a magnification of at most 7 to 8 times. That is to say, a person who uses this to see a distance of 1,000 feet will only be able to see a distance of about 10 to 12 feet. The moon is about 880,000 miles away from us. Do you think we can clearly see what the moon looks like with this? Usually, the moon is about 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin's 2 steps, 1 step for each of his left and right feet, was used as the standard. It was called Bu. It was stipulated that 300 steps was 1 li, and 1/5 of 1 bu was 1 qi. In the Tang dynasty, 1 qi was 0, 303 meters, and 1 li was 454 meters. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was about 880,000 miles in the Tang dynasty. 880,000 miles? How far is that? The 2 of them were speechless. Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and asked, Xiaoxian, according to what you said, we just need to increase the magnification of the clairvoyance next? Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and replied, yes, but it's not just about increasing the magnification. When the magnification is too high, the final image of the clairvoyance will be seriously distorted. You have to think of a way to reduce the distortion of the image. Otherwise, no matter how high the magnification is, it will be useless. Mo Lingwei frowned and asked, Yamacho, what do you mean by image distortion? She could not be blamed for being ignorant. It was mainly because this knowledge had not been covered in the first volume of the physics textbook. Li Zixuan organized his words and explained, previously I told you about the imaging principle of the convex lens. In fact, those are the cases where the light rays are close to the central optical axis. But in fact, there is always a part of the light rays that are not close to the central optical axis. They are at the edge of the lens. Compared to the actual object, the final image of this part of the light rays has a certain deformation. I call it distortion. For the clairvoyance, if you wanted to obtain a higher magnification factor, the overall length of its optical path would have to be longer. At this time, a small distortion would become even bigger after such a long optical path. So in the future, when you increase the magnification of the clairvoyance, don't neglect the image quality. According to my experience, as long as you can ensure that the magnification is above 30 times, you can basically meet the requirements of astronomical observation. Li Zixuan was very familiar with binoculars. When he was in high school, one of his roommates brought a pair of binoculars with the excuse of looking at the scenery opposite the dormitory. But in reality, he was only looking at the girls' dormitory. In the end, the boys' binoculars were confiscated by the head teacher who suddenly came to check on the dormitory. When he was in university, thanks to the school's geographical location, he once spent 35 yuan to go in on the opening day of a certain planetarium in the capital. It could be said that he personally used an astronomical telescope. Moreover, his undergraduate and postgraduate studies involved a considerable part of the knowledge of optics. He even personally polished lenses during his internship. In the Tang dynasty, he could be called an expert in optics. This was also why he could explain it to Mo Lingwei, Yan Shaoning, and the others so clearly and logically. Then Xiao Xian, how should we solve the imaging distortion? To be honest, Yan Shaoning wasn't shocked at all by the endless stream of new knowledge that kept popping out of Li Zixuan's head because he was already numb to it. What was more important than being shocked was that he had to try his best to absorb the new knowledge that Li Zixuan spat out. This is very difficult. Li Zixuan shook his head with a complicated expression. To solve the imaging distortion and chromatic aberration problem of lenses, the method of cementing lenses was often used in modern times. By fixing 2 or more lenses with photosensitive glue and baking them with ultraviolet light, after going through 2 curing processes, a set of cemented lenses could be obtained. In modern times, some of the precision optical components, such as the objective lens of a microscope, the eyepiece of a telescope, and so on, used lens sets that were cemented with photosensitive glue. If only a simple convex or concave lens was used, it would be very difficult to obtain a better imaging result. However, in this era where basic science was extremely backward, wanting to control the imaging distortion like modern optical lens companies was tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention that there was no photosensitive glue, there was no way to even obtain pure ultraviolet light. In this case, how could they make a cemented lens set? Although it's very difficult, you can think of a way to replace a simple single lens with a lens set composed of many small lenses that are very close to each other. Also, you have to keep the overall imaging light path unchanged. This way, the results might be different. After pondering for a long time, Li Zixuan could only give it a shot and said in the end. Yan Shaoning and Mo Lingwei both fell into deep thought. Clang, 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 clang. With the crisp sound of gongs and drums, Yanhuang Academy's training for the day was finally over. Qin Qiong, who was late because of the heavy rain in the morning, as the chief military instructor of the academy, blew the whistle decisively. School is over. The students' enthusiasm for training today was very high. There was no need to deliberately make things difficult for them, so Qin Qiong's impression of the instructors was quite good. Once school was over, he decisively let the students go to school without any hesitation. Oh, it's the holidays. I can finally go home and sleep in. I must eat a lot of meat these 2 days. Drunken immortal restaurant, this young master is coming. The students burst into cheers, and then Yanhuang College became a sea of joy. Cheers could be heard everywhere. The students ran back to the dormitory like a gust of wind, then rushed out of the dormitory, out of the college gate, and directly down the mountain to Chang'an City. Chapter 765. 2/3 of the students in Yanhuang College came from outside Chang'an City, so only a small number of students went home during the 2-day holiday. Although the rest of the students could not go home, they were very happy that they did not have to go through military training. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and misfortune and misfortune hide within each other. Sometimes, not being able to go home was actually a kind of luck. F***CK, I just came back and I want to poop. Jiangyun, bring this young master some toilet paper. It didn't take long for Cheng Chumo to return to Chang. As soon as he entered the house, he suddenly felt that his chrysanthemum was tight and he wanted to poop. Chung Chimo quickly went straight to the outhouse and ordered his errand boy. Jiang Wuyun, who was in the front yard, saw Chung Chimo enter the courtyard. He wanted to greet him, but when he heard such a sentence, he was suddenly stunned. "Hey, young master, what is toilet papers?" Jiang Wuyun chased after Chung Chimo and shouted loudly. Chung Chimo, who had just walked to the front of the cottage, paused his steps, patted his head and said in annoyance, "F***ck, I almost forgot, there is no toilet paper at home. Forget it, bring me some newspapers." Jiang Wuyun took the order and left. Chung Chimo shook his head and went into the outhouse with an unhappy face. "F***ck, why is it so smelly?" Chung Chimo, who was used to the outhouse of the academy, came back and saw his own outhouse and immediately began to dislike it. His outhouse not only did not have the white and smooth toilet of the academy, but also did not have a complete flushing system. It looked disgusting and smelled bad. No wonder this guy began to dislike it. Young master, our outhouse has always been like this?" Jiang Wuyun, who had just brought a newspaper, stood outside the outhouse and said in amazement, Okay, I know you can go." Chung Chimo stretched out his hand and took the newspaper into the outhouse and said helplessly. Chung Chimo, who had just left Yanhuang College for less than an hour, had already begun to miss his life in Yanhuang College. When he was in the academy, he wanted to leave the academy. Now that he was out of the academy, he wanted to go back to the academy. Was this the legendary act of being cheap? In fact, Chung Chuimo was not the only student who was embarrassed. When the students returned home, they were not used to the sudden change in architectural style. Most of the buildings in Yanhuang College were foreign-style buildings made of cement bricks, while the students' homes were in the classical style with wooden doors and windows. It was hard to say which style was better or worse. It could only be said that the students were used to living in the classical style of wooden buildings and windows. When they first entered Yanhuang College, they felt that living in the style of Yanhuang College was more comfortable. In addition, similar to Chung Chimo's situation, the students all discovered the superiority of the academy's toilets. The clean and hygienic toilets were incomparable to their own toilets. Housekeeper, go to Chitsu Pavilion and help me buy some toilet paper." In the Sun Mansion, Sun Zifan came out of the outhouse with a constipated expression on his face and said to the housekeeper in the courtyard. Looking at this guy's expression, God knows how much he suffered in the outhouse. "Young master, what is toilet paper?" The housekeeper looked at Sun Zifan with a puzzled face and asked. Sun Zifan frowned and impatiently waved his hand and said, It's very hygienic paper. Housekeeper, you can go to Chitsu Pavilion and ask. The people there will definitely know." The steward answered in a daze and went out. However, after a while, he turned back and said embarrassedly, "Young master, now that the gate is about to close, there should be no one at Strange Interest Pavilion." Sun Zifan was speechless and said, "Then let's go tomorrow morning." Most of the Yanhuang College students who returned to Chang and encountered the embarrassing situation of not having toilet paper in the outhouse. After leaving the academy, they felt uncomfortable everywhere. But there was one person who was luckier, and that was Li Tai. "Hey, fortunately, royal sister has toilet paper, otherwise wouldn't this prince be slaughtered?" Li Tai came out of the outhouse with a roll of toilet paper in his arms. He was very satisfied as he thought to himself. Now in the entire Tang dynasty, except for Li Zishuan's house and Yanhuang College, only Chang'e had toilet paper. Previously, when Chang'e followed Li Zishuan and Empress Zhangsun to tour Yanhuang College, Li Qingqian suddenly had a stomachache, and Chang'e inadvertently discovered the wonderful use of toilet paper. Then, the little girl took the initiative to ask Li Zishuan for a batch of toilet paper. Li Zishuan had always treated such an obedient and lovely little girl like Chang'e as his own sister. After hearing Chang'e's request, Li Zishuan naturally agreed. He arranged for a cart of toilet paper to be sent to the palace that day. Li Tai took advantage of this loophole and was able to obtain the precious toilet paper. Sigh. The only flaw is that the outhouse in the residence is not as comfortable as the one in the academy. I have to admire Xiaoshuan's design skills. He can even come up with new tricks in the outhouse. The outhouse in the Prince of Wei's residence was not dirty or smelly, but Li Tai still felt that the outhouse in the academy was more comfortable to squat in. Chief Gu, tomorrow, go and invite a group of craftsmen who participated in the construction of Yanhuang College to renovate the residence. Ask them to do as much as possible in the style of the academy. Li Tai found the chief of the residence and whispered to him. Yes, Your Highness. The so-called Elder Gu was a middle-aged scholar in his early 30s. He bowed and said, By the way, ask someone to buy some toilet paper from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion tomorrow. It's not good to keep borrowing toilet paper from Chang'e. Li Tai added after some thought. Chief Gu was speechless. What kind of borrowing is this? What's the difference between borrowing and not returning and stealing? Yes, Your Highness. To a certain extent, the Yanhuang College students who returned home during the holidays were like a batch of sparks that spread to the world and ignited a prairie fire. Through word of mouth, people gradually learned about toilet paper, water pipes, showers, and other novelties. After listening to the descriptions of the students from the academy, they felt that these things were quite useful. Especially toilet paper, this soft thing that could replace the hard-as-iron toilet paper was simply a blessing to everyone. As long as one was not short of money and valued quality of life, there was no one who did not yearn for toilet paper. But where should they buy it? Many people subconsciously thought of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion because toilet paper first appeared in Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College and the big boss of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. If toilet paper were to be sold to the public, it would definitely be at the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. Thus, early the next morning, the Wonderful Taste Pavilion welcomed a large group of customers. The line had already filled the entire street. Chapter 766. Whoa! Why are there so many people here today? As soon as Sun Huayuan opened the door of the Strange Interest Pavilion, he was shocked by the huge crowd outside. He rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but wonder, Strange Interest Pavilion hasn't launched any new products recently? Why are all these people here? Did Lord Zhu come up with some new information? Ever since the Divine Mirror and Azure Glaze Cup were launched a few days ago, Curious Pavilion's customer flow had been relatively stable. Today, however, there was a sudden surge in customer flow. Sun Huayuan, the shopkeeper of Curious Pavilion, couldn't understand it. Shopkeeper Sun, you've hidden it well. Curious Pavilion has such a good item like toilet paper, but you didn't sell it earlier. You're too mean. Chao Wendong, who was at the front of the line, laughed loudly when he saw Sun Huaiming. He was rich, so of course, he didn't need to line up every time. However, he wanted to build a good relationship with Li Zixuan and the people around Li Zixuan. Moreover, he valued Li Zixuan's business opportunity very much. Therefore, whenever Curious Pavilion launched a new product, Chao Wendong would always be in the line to buy it. That's right. Boss Sun, you're too mean. In the past, I, Li, have patronized every new item in Strange Interest Pavilions. That's right. If I didn't hear from old Wang's son next door, I wouldn't have known that Curious Pavilion has toilet paper. Shopkeeper Sun, you can't hide it. If you have something good, you should share it with everyone. It's not like we can't afford it, right? Yes. As long as it's good, it doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. We earn so much money, but in the end we still want to enjoy ourselves. These were the words of two seemingly stupid but rich fellows. Sun Huayuan was a little stunned by this indiscriminate bombardment. He only reacted after a while. He cupped his hands and asked, Dear guests, where did you hear that Curious Pavilion sells toilet paper? Forgive me for being blunt, but I've never received any news that my boss is selling toilet paper. Buzz. Sun Huayuan's gaze was like a drop of water splashed into a boiling pot of oil. The people who had been lining up for a long time immediately exploded. What? Odd Interest Pavilion doesn't sell toilet papers? I've been waiting in line for almost half an hour. What are you doing? In order to buy toilet paper for my young master, I've been waiting here for an hour. In the end, I didn't manage to buy it. It's over now. I'm going to get scolded when I go back. Two young men wearing servant hats complained to each other after hearing Sun Huayuan's words. Damn it. Shopkeeper Sun, You can't scare people like this. Who doesn't know that toilet paper was invented by the Yamacho? Who would believe you if you say that strange pavilion doesn't have it? In the crowd, Wang Meng rubbed his buttocks and shouted at the top of his voice. This guy had completely forgotten his own identity and was actually helping an outsider to harm his teacher. The main reason was that he was used to using toilet paper at Yanhuang College. After returning home yesterday, he had to use toilet paper again, so he wasn't used to it. It just so happened that he was unlucky. There was a thin and short bamboo stick on the toilet paper, and Wang Meng's buttocks were instantly pierced by it. That was why he hurried over to Strange Interest Pavilion early in the morning to try his luck. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many heroes who had the same idea as him. Wang Meng's voice was famous for being loud. Sun Huayuan could hear him clearly even from afar. After hearing what he said, his old face darkened, and he was so angry that he almost went downstairs to drag Wang Meng out and give him a good beating. This was because he knew that the person who had spoken was definitely a student from Yanhuang College. A student who actually dared to scam the Yamacho. If such a student didn't deserve to be beaten up, then who should be? That's right. Shopkeeper's son, from what you said just now, it seems like you already know about the existence of toilet paper. Moreover, Strange Interest Pavilion also seems to have toilet paper, but why don't you take the initiative to sell it? Chao Wendong's eyes suddenly lit up. He found the contradiction in Sun Huayuan's words, so he asked. The other merchants, servants, students, and commoners all quieted down. They wanted to see how Sun Huayuan would answer. Sun Huayuan smiled bitterly and said, Boss Chao, I indeed knew about the existence of toilet paper a long time ago. However, at the beginning, the workshop's production of toilet paper was limited. In fact, Faubert didn't want to waste resources to produce this kind of meaningless toilet paper. All the toilet paper produced was sent to the boss's residence. After that, Yanhuang College started school, and the workshop opened a branch in Plum Village. Only then did the production of toilet paper gradually increase. However, at that time, the toilet paper was mainly supplied to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. The boss didn't have any intention of selling it outside. The surrounding crowd was speechless. What else could they say when they encountered a willful boss who didn't want to earn money even if he had it? They could only cry without tears. Boss son, if such a good thing can't be sold outside, it would be a pity. Strange Interest Pavilion is a shop that constantly brings joy and convenience to everyone's lives. My brothers and I have always liked and supported it very much. I hope that Shopkeeper's son and Lord Ju can seriously consider including toilet paper in the queue for goods to be sold. Chao Wendong and Sun Huayuan stirred up emotions for a while before pleading with a sincere expression. That's right. Boss Chao is right. We have always supported Strange Interest Pavilion, and we hope that Lord Li can consider our request. That's right, it's just some toilet paper. I don't think Lord Li will care about this. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had been stirred up again, Sun Huayuan had no choice but to agree in order to be safe. Everyone, please don't be impatient. I will personally convey your request to the boss. In the end, it will still be up to him. Okay. Thank you for your trouble, Shopkeeper's son. Yo, Shopkeeper's son. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan had a guest who had never been to his house before. Lord Ju, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Sun Huayuan looked at the Western-style house in front of him and asked carefully. No, Shopkeeper's son, is there something you need from me? Come and let's talk. Li Zishuan ordered the servants to serve tea as he brought Sun Huayuan to the study on the first floor. After seeing the luxurious interior of the Western-style house, Sun Huayuan was shocked again. He thought about the rumors that many Yanhuang College students couldn't help but return to school today after going home for the holidays. He sighed in his heart. I've heard that Yanhuang College's construction is extremely luxurious. If the decorations are like this house, then it's possible that the students can't bear to leave school and return. Chapter 767. Lord Ju, this is what happened from the beginning to the end. I was forced by them to come and disturb you. In the study room, Sun Huayuan told Li Zishuan about what happened in the morning with a bitter face. Speaking of which, it was easy for Li Zixuan to be a hands-off shopkeeper, but Sun Huayan was not at all relaxed as the front shopkeeper. He had to be smooth and slick and not provoke enemies for the main house for no reason. When facing all kinds of customers, he had to be careful and greet them with a smile. Oh, these people are really interesting. They actually came to you to ask for toilet paper. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he muttered, the current workshop can supply the toilet paper, but there are so many people fighting for it. It's easy to fall short of supply. Sigh, forget it. I'll sell it first. Shopkeeper's son, later on, tell the workshop to increase the production scale of toilet paper. If they don't have enough manpower, they can recruit people from Plum Village and the nearby villages. Now, the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion had taken root in Plum Village. Its scale was several times larger than before. Also, it was more convenient to place paper making, which was a highly polluting process, near the river. Yes, Lord Zhu. Li Zixuan's decision was beyond Sun Huayuan's expectations. He had tried to persuade Li Zixuan to sell toilet paper in the past, but Li Zixuan had never taken it seriously. He knew that the main reason was because the fairy mirror and colored glass cup were available in the Strange Taste Pavilion, while the winery had Drunken Immortal and Gentle Village. Li Zixuan didn't care about the profits from toilet paper. This time, he didn't have high hopes, but he didn't expect Li Zixuan to agree. Sun Huayuan left with satisfaction. This result allowed him to report to Chao Wendong and the other rich businessmen. He did not have to be in a difficult position anymore. Of course, he had reason to be happy. Li Zixuan sat in the study room. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the chair. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Husband, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Han Yushi saw that Sun Huayuan had come out of the study room, but Li Zixuan did not come out. She could not help but come in to see what was going on. She saw Li Zixuan leaning on the armchair with an inexplicable expression. So, she walked up and asked softly, "Oh, wife, come, sit here." Li Zixuan came out of his thoughts. He moved a little to the right of the chair and pointed to the empty space on the left. He smiled at Han Yushi. The armchairs in his house were quite spacious. They were the kind that was more than enough for one person to sit on, but it would be a little crowded if two people sat on them. This guy wanted to take advantage of his wife blatantly. Han Yushi glared at her husband, but after thinking about it, she still walked to Li Zixuan's side and sat down. Li Zixuan smiled. He put his arm around his wife's waist and said, Sun Huai just came here to plead for the people of the people. Just now, shopkeeper's son came to petition on behalf of the people. Today, the curious pavilion was surrounded by many merchants and ordinary people who wanted to buy toilet paper. It seems that the people of our great Tang have all suffered the harm of toilet paper. This was a private matter. Thinking about how she had used toilet paper in the past, Han Yushi blushed and asked, Husband, you agreed just now, right? I saw that Sun Huan was in a very good mood when he left. My wife is smart. Li Zixuan praised. Then he sighed and said, Your husband has never cared about the small profits brought in by toilet paper. However, your husband has neglected the needs of the people of the Great Tang. He has also neglected the original intention of establishing the Strange Taste Pavilion. When the Strange Taste Pavilion was established, it was to create new and interesting things in the world to make life easier for the people. But now said, Wife, do you think that your husband is obsessed with money? In fact, this was also the main reason why Li Zixuan had agreed to Sun Huayuan's request. Chao Wendong and the others' words in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion had made him happy and alert. He had thought that toilet paper would not make much money, so he had never considered selling it. Obviously, this went against the original intention of establishing the Strange Taste Pavilion. The market should not be decided by profits, but by practicality. Otherwise, he would become a businessman who only cared about profits and not a great man of the era. So this is what my husband is thinking about? Han Yushi giggled and said, Actually, my husband, you are thinking too much. In my opinion, the reason why my husband hasn't sold the toilet paper is not because the profit is small, but because my husband is now wholeheartedly devoted to the affairs of the academy and doesn't want to manage these trivial matters. That's true. After hearing Han Yushi's words, Li Zishuan's mood immediately improved. He hugged his wife and laughed shamelessly. Ha! My wife knows me best. In the evening, Li Zishuan made another trip to the academy because there were still more than 400 foreign students living there. The youngest was the 6-year-old prodigy, Jiajing. It was fine if there was a military training instructor on a normal day, but if there was no one on the weekend, he was worried that the students would cause trouble in the academy. Meng? Sun Zifan? Why are you two stinking brats back again? Could it be that you are not awake and remembered the school day wrongly? Coincidentally, as soon as Li Zishuan entered the academy, he saw Sun Zifan and Wang Meng walking in front of him with a bag slung over their shoulders. Li Zishuan quickly caught up with them and asked, Yamacho, hello. Sun Zifan heard Li Zishuan's voice and quickly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and saluted. Yamacho, hello. Wang Meng also saluted. The two of you haven't answered my question. Li Zishuan glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, Yamacho, it's like this. When I returned home, I realized that studying at the academy was more fulfilling than wasting time at home, so I returned to the academy and planned to use the break to prepare for the upcoming lessons. Sun Zifan rolled his eyes and explained to Li Zishuan. Wang Meng nodded and echoed, Yamachos. I also came to the academy to prepare for my lessons. Do you think I will believe you? Li Zishuan glared at the two of them and said angrily, Nonsense. Do you believe that I will ask Instructor Pang to discipline the two of you separately tomorrow? Sun Zifan was shocked and quickly waved his hands. No, Yamacho, I'm not used to staying at home, so I came back to the academy. After all, life at the academy is good, and I can eat, sleep, and poop well. Cho Nyo, Bao Lin, and Qin Kei came back earlier than us and arrived at noon. He really wanted to say, I came to the academy to freeload food and toilet paper, but if he said so directly, he would definitely be beaten up again. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He looked at Wang Meng and said, Wang Meng, I heard that you have a lot of free time in the morning. Wang Meng's eyebrows twitched and his legs trembled. He was about to explain when Li Zishuan said, All right, you guys can go now. Only then did he feel as if he had been granted amnesty. He dragged Sun Zifan and hurriedly fled. Chapter 768. Wang Meng, what did Yamacho say to you just now? Yanhuang College. On the way back to the dorm, Sun Zifan nudged Wang Meng's arm and asked. Nothing. Wang Meng hurriedly waved his hand. He couldn't possibly say that he was mischievous because he didn't manage to buy toilet paper from Quark Pavilion in the morning, could he? Since Li Zishuan didn't hold him responsible, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but you're still acting mysterious. We're finally back at the college. Don't you think it's strange? We were tortured at the college a few days ago, but when we were back at home, we felt uncomfortable. Now that we're back at the college, everything is normal again. It's really baffling. Looking at the dormitory building not far ahead, Sun Zifan stroked his bald chin and sighed emotionally. What a pity. Wang Meng glanced at Sun Zifan and finally said, Maybe this is what Yamacho means when he says I'm cheap. Damn it. Wang Meng, how dare you scold me in a roundabout way? I'm going to beat the shit out of you today. Sun Zifan was furious and wanted to kick Wang Meng. Wang Meng naturally wouldn't just stand there and wait to be beaten. He took advantage of his long legs and ran out of Sun Zifan's attack range. Yo, Boss Huang, you're here too? Heh, our Chang'an City's god of wealth invited me. How could I not come? Even if I can't do business, it's still good to gain some wealth and build good karma. That's right. In just half a year, Lord Li was able to accumulate so much wealth without stealing or robbing. Compared to him, people like us who have been doing business all our lives are really ashamed. Early the next morning, a group of businessmen dressed in different clothes came to the entrance of Yanhuang College. At this time, the gate of the college was not open yet, but they stood in front of the gate and began to whisper to each other. Perhaps this was what a genius was. At such a young age, not only is Lord Li doing well in business, but he is also very knowledgeable. He is comparable to many famous scholars. Otherwise, how could he become the Yamacho of Yanhuang College? Speaking of which, this Yanhuang College is really impressive. Of course, Yanhuang College's limelight was about to overshadow the directorate. Let's wait for next year's imperial examination to see how many of them can pass. Yo, isn't that Boss Liao? I heard that Boss Liao's good friend, Boss Feng, went out to sea with the imperial court's army. The two of them together have more than 30 big ships. Then Boss Feng is going to make a killing this time. I heard from Lord Li that the wealth at sea is endless. Hey, Boss Chow is here. The noisy crowd suddenly quietened down, and the merchants consciously opened up a path for Chow Wendong. He was dressed in plain clothes, but his noble aura could not be concealed. He walked to the front of the crowd with steady steps. Good morning, my friends. Chow Wendong cupped his hands and smiled warmly at the people around him. Good morning, Boss Chow. Good morning, Boss Chow. The merchants around him quickly cupped their hands and greeted back politely. They had no choice. Chow Wendong was definitely one of the most important people who could get in touch with Li Zishuan. They had no choice but to be polite. We're still too early. I estimate that it will take another half an hour before the academy opens. Chow Wendong looked at the sky and pondered. It's fine. I can afford to wait. It's rare to have such an opportunity to listen to Lord Li's teachings. Let alone half an hour, even if it's a quarter of an hour, we are willing to wait. Yes. With that said, the merchants immediately said politely. Chow Wendong stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. Half an hour later, the door of Yanhuang College opened on time. Under the lead of Mo Zhong, the merchants filed in and came to the conference room of Guanghua Building. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. The mountain will be here soon. Mo Zhong, who had already received Li Zishuan's instructions, said to the people who came in. Okay, thank you. The merchants did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were all full of smiles. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Zishuan finally walked in from outside. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Zishuan cupped his hands in salute and said sincerely, You are too polite, Lord Zhu. We just arrived and did not wait for long. Chow Wendong stood up and said with a bow. We just arrived. Besides, Lord Zhu is very busy every day. It's normal for you to be delayed by some things. Liao Shifan stood up and cupped his hands. The rest of the people quickly agreed. Li Zishuan gestured with his hands, then looked around at the people in the room and said with a smile. Since you are here today, you must have heard that I want to raise money to build roads and develop Plum Village. Plum Village is close to the Ba River and the waterway is smooth. Moreover, the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion is also in Plum Village. Therefore, we have the most advanced workshop products here. We will not have to worry about sales no matter where we ship them. To the north of Plum Village is Yunshan and Yanhuang College. In the future, this place will become the holy land of learning for all the scholars in the world. It will bring countless talents to Great Tang. Moreover, with the promotion of academic knowledge, the workshop technology will be more advanced in the future. It will be able to produce more interesting and practical things. Correspondingly, this land will produce a huge amount of wealth. Currently, the only factor restricting the development of Plum Village and Yanhuang College is roads. For everything that I have just mentioned, roads are the most basic and important. That's why I've invited all of you here today. I want all of you to participate in the future Feast of Wealth by investing in the company. I want to establish a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. In the future, only members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by Strange Interest Pavilion. At the same time, they will be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. As for the first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce, the amount of money donated today will determine the weight of their words in the Chamber of Commerce in the future. You have a total of 200,000 shares to subscribe. The final 6 people will be the first batch of members of the Chamber of Commerce. Then, let's not waste any more time. Let's start the voting. At first, Li Zishuan only wanted to accept 5 members. However, after seeing so many people today, he decided to add one more member. The rest of the people did not find it strange. They were just secretly glad. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although these people had heard about the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce from Chao Wenzhong, hearing Li Zishuan say it personally still made them feel a little strange. I will subscribe for 40,000 strings of cash. If there is any left in the end, I will take it all. Chao Wendong was the first to respond. Chapter 769. 40,000 strings of cash. Chao Wendong's words immediately shocked everyone. It should be all the merchants. After all, there were very few people present who could casually take out 40,000 strings of cash like him. Moreover, judging from Chao Wendong's behavior, 40,000 strings of cash was clearly not his limit. He was prepared to increase his investment at any time. Rich and overbearing, this is what it means to be rich and overbearing. Alright, Boss Chao is the first to buy 40,000 strings of cash. Who else is willing to invest? Li Zishuan's face was expressionless as he said calmly, I'm willing to buy 20,000 strings of cash. Liao Shifan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He was not as rich as Chao Wendong. Mobilizing 20,000 strings of cash in a short period of time was already the limit of what he could do. Any more and he would have to sell some things. Liao Shifan felt that it was not worth it to put up all his money for a plum village with an unknown future. Wow, is Boss Liao that rich too? Some of the merchants below were discussing in a low voice. I'm willing to buy 10,000 strings of cash. I'm also willing to buy 10,000 strings of cash. I'm willing to buy 8,000 strings of cash. Some people might have the same thoughts as Liao Shifan and felt that it was not worth it to put up all their money for a plum village with an unknown future. Some people did not have much money at all. Anyway, after Liao Shifan, all the bids hovered around 10,000 strings of cash. Li Zishuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned and looked a little unhappy. Chao Wendong, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. The fewer people who bought, the more authority he would have in the Chamber of Commerce. Lord Li, His Highness the Crown Prince sent me to pass on a message. The East Palace is willing to buy 30,000 strings of cash. At this moment, a scholar came in and bowed to Li Zishuan. Everyone was shocked. No one suspected that the scholar was deliberately lying because his clothes had the East Palace logo. Moreover, given the relationship between Li Zishuan and Crown Prince Li Chengqian, it was very likely that this was true. This way, the situation was completely different. Lord Ju, I'm willing to add 20,000 strings of cash for a total of 40,000 strings of cash. Liao Shifan reacted immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs when he heard Eastern Palace advisor's words. Although his own funds were limited, if he added in his good friend Feng Jihua, he would be able to buy 40,000 strings of cash. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's sudden disruption made him feel optimistic about the future of Plum Village. If he didn't make the first move to gain the upper hand, he might not even be able to drink soup in the future. Lord Ju, my young master said that the Wang family of Taiyuan is willing to pay 100,000 strings of cash. Boom! Liao Shifan had suddenly increased the East Palace's 30,000 strings of cash to 40,000 strings of cash. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan had directly offered 100,000 strings of cash. These offers made everyone's blood pressure soar. It was extremely exciting. Your young master is Wang Renbiao? Li Zishuan looked at the middle-aged man who said he would give 100,000 strings of silver and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man bowed and replied, Yes, Lord Ju. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the Wang family to join in after hearing the news. He was about to say something when he heard a series of offers from below. Lord Ju, I'll add 40,000 strings of cash for a total of 80,000 strings of cash. Chao Wendong smelled a hint of danger and immediately began to raise the price. Lord Ju, I'm willing to pay 40,000 strings of cash. Lord Ju, I'm willing to pay 45,000 strings of cash. Lord Ju, a strange scene appeared. Following the final bid of 45,000 strings of cash, the conference room suddenly fell silent. The businessmen who didn't make it in time all swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They looked at each other in frustration, but no one dared to make a rash offer. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a higher price, but because Li Chengqian had offered 30,000 strings of cash. There were already 5 people who had offered more than 30,000 strings of cash. If the remaining people offered a price higher than 30,000 strings of cash, wouldn't they squeeze Crown Prince Li Chengqian out of the picture? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 guts. People who had been in the business world for many years had to have this level of EQ and eyesight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to sit here and bid. What's wrong? No one's bidding anymore? Li Zishuan asked curiously. Previously it was still lively, but now, these people suddenly became silent. Hee, I'm not bidding anymore. I'm not bidding anymore. Most of the businessmen forced a smile on their faces as they chuckled. Chao Wendong stroked his beard and was very satisfied with the situation. The businessman surnamed Lin who made the final bid of 45,000 strings of cash had a flushed face. He couldn't hide his smug expression. All right, since no one's bidding, I'll announce the results. Li Zishuan picked up the paper in front of him and said in a deep voice, the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce are Wang Renbiao, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Liao Shifan, Zhang Jingyang, and His Highness the Crown Prince. The subscription limit is 100,000 strings of cash, 80,000 strings of cash, 45,000 strings of cash, 40,000 strings of cash, 30,000 strings of cash, for a total of 335,000 strings of cash, which exceeds the limit by 135,000 strings of cash. The excess will be temporarily used as backup funds for the construction of the roads. After the roads are repaired, the unused money will be returned to you according to the proportion of your subscription. Does anyone have any objections? If not, then today's auction is over. I have no objections. I have no objections either. I have no objections. Those who were on the list naturally didn't have any objections. Those who were not on the list, although unwilling, didn't dare to openly object. They could only blame themselves for being slow to react. Lord Ju, I wonder if we'll have the chance to become a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce in the future? A greasy middle-aged man with a full beard stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. The other businessmen immediately looked at Li Zishuan with hopeful eyes. Of course, but the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce are valued by quality, not quantity. It'll only get harder and harder to join in the future. Of course, friends who haven't joined the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce can choose to work with members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. I believe it'll be very profitable. Li Zishuan said calmly. I understand now. The greasy middle-aged man bowed with a determined look. Good. Then that's all for today. Let's welcome the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Li Zishuan stood up and clapped his hands with a smile. Everyone knew that he was sending them off and hurriedly stood up. Li Zishuan continued seriously, but no one is to spread the news of what happened here just now, especially news related to the Crown Prince. If the news is leaked, I'll investigate one by one. If I find out who it is, don't even think about having a foothold in the Tang dynasty in the future. Do you all understand? Don't worry, Lord Ju. We know the severity of the matter. Chao Wendong led the crowd in response. That's good. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan nodded and waved his hand. Chapter 770. Little Xian, come with me. The first batch of shares of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce had been oversubscribed. Li Zishuan was in a good mood. Of course, whether it was Li Qingxian's interference or Wang Renbiao's sudden involvement, they were all outside of his expectations. In the corridor outside the meeting room, Li Zishuan bumped into Li Gang. Just as he was about to greet him, he heard the old man say in a low voice, "Oh, good." Li Zishuan felt that the old man was in a bad mood. He was a little confused. The two of them came to Li Gang's office. Li Gang closed the door and looked at Li Zishuan. Little Xian, you were the one who called those merchants over, right? Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He paused and nodded. Yes. Li Gang pointed at Li Zishuan and said bitterly, "You're stupid, stupid. I know that you gathered them to discuss something. I don't have any prejudice against merchants, but Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. How can you let this place be tainted with the stench of money? This is an insult to the saints, an insult to the educated people. Li Zishuan said disapprovingly, Mister, you're wrong. First of all, today is the school's holiday. I gathered all the merchants here to discuss the future development of Plum Village. There's nothing wrong with that. Secondly, I founded Yanhuang College mainly to be practical, not to pretend to be virtuous. What do you mean by the stench of money? Mister, you're an enlightened person. Why are you associated with the commoners? If not for the stench of money that scholars talk about, how could Yanhuang College develop to such a scale in such a short time? How could Plum Village develop so quickly? Li Gang was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. Are you saying that I'm vulgar? Short-sighted? Pretending to be virtuous? Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, Absolutely not. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I just want you to know that academics and money don't conflict in many cases. In fact, they even complement each other. For example, money can provide a good learning environment and promote the rapid development of academics. Academics can also promote technological innovation and earn more benefits. You also know that not all of the students trained by Yanhuang College will become officials in the future. Li Gang furrowed his brows and remained silent. He had taught and educated people all his life, and had written books to establish a theory. How could he be as sharp-tongued as Li Zishuan, who had lived 2 lives? Seeing this, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, Sir, if there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Then, seeing that Li Gang was still deep in thought, he left. Big brother, you're really fast, and you're really generous. I was still hesitating on whether to join, but you've already invested 30,000 strings of cash in it. In dorm 001, Li Tai saw that everyone else had left and whispered to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian smiled and said, Qinghe, what's there to hesitate about? In Cheng and City, in terms of earning money, if Xiaoxian is ranked second, who dares to be ranked first? Whenever he needs help, it's our chance. Besides, this 30,000 strings of cash was earned for me by Xiaoxian. Even if I lose everything, I have nothing to lose. Don't you think so? Big brother is wise. When Li Tai heard this, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Then, the little fatty chuckled and said somewhat embarrassedly, Big brother, I'm sure it will be difficult for you to take out so much money at once, right? It just so happens that I have some spare cash here. What do you think? Li Chengqian found it funny and said, I knew you would say that, Qing. Don't worry, you have a share. Not only you, but Chengel also has a share. The 3 of us will each get 10,000 strings of cash. Li Tai was overjoyed and said, Hee hee. Thank you, big brother. Azure Dragon District, Wang family residence. Young Master Butler Gong is back. He has done what you asked him to do. We already have 100,000 strings of cash in the flaming yellow chamber of commerce. In the backyard, Leng Yuyao leisurely walked over to Wang Renbiao's side and bowed slightly as she spoke. Wang Renbiao, who was sitting in the pavilion playing chess by himself, paused and said softly, I got it. Leng Yuyao was speechless. 100,000 strings of cash was definitely not a drop in the bucket for the Wang family. It was a considerable amount of wealth. But now, Wang Renbiao had given it away with just a few words, and all he got in return was those illusory shares and the unknown future of the Plum Village. She found it hard to understand what her young master was thinking. She also found it hard to understand why the elders and head of the family would agree to such a foolish transaction. Yao what's wrong? After a long while, Wang Renbiao saw that Leng Yuyao was still standing beside him with a conflicted expression on her face. He couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Leng Yuyao came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. Yao must be wondering why I would use 100,000 strings of cash in this flaming yellow chamber of commerce? Wang Renbiao stared at Leng Yuyao for a long while, then shook his head and laughed. Young master's every move must have a deeper meaning. Yuyao doesn't dare to make wild guesses. Leng Yuyao bowed. Wang Renbiao smiled, then stood up and took the initiative to explain. Actually, it's not for anything else. Just the golden signboard of Li Zishuan alone is worth a gamble. Otherwise, why would there be so many people rushing over to buy shares? Obviously, I'm not the only one who thinks highly of Li Zishuan. Besides, I'm also very optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College and the Plum Village. 100,000 strings of cash may be a lot, but the profits it will bring to the Wang family in the future will also be considerable. Leng Yuyao nodded thoughtfully, but didn't reply. Wang Renbiao suddenly asked, Yao heir, have the people that third uncle sent out to the sea to gather information returned? Leng Yuyao replied, Young master, third master has followed the orders of the head of the family and sent all the spare ships in the family to the Southeast Sea to gather information about the imperial court fleet. They will be back soon, but according to third master, there will definitely be news within these 2 days. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, Good, inform me immediately when there's news. Yes, young master. Yanhuang College. After raising more than 300,000 strings of cash, Li Zishuan could be said to be full of confidence. After he left Li Gang's place, he went straight to Yan Xiaoning, the former chief engineer of the college. Speaking of which, Yan Xiaoning was now hanging out with Mo Lingwei every day, researching astronomical telescopes. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to care about the remaining projects of the college. Many times, when the craftsmen had something to do, they would come to him personally. He just didn't know if this guy was doing it for official business, or to make it easier for him to pick up girls. Li Zishuan thought maliciously as he walked along the corridor. Chapter 771. Xiaoning, how much longer do we need to finish the rest of the construction? Arriving at the 9th floor of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building, he found Yan Xiaoning scribbling on a piece of paper. However, he didn't see Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan didn't have the time to care about this and went straight to the point. Oh, little Xian, you're here. Yan Xiaoning stopped what he was doing and stood up. He thought for a while and said, According to the original plan of the college, we still have about 3 buildings left. A total of more than 100 houses that haven't been completed yet. If the construction team goes all out, it'll take about half a month to finish. What's wrong? Little Xian? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Did something happen? Li Zishuan sat on the chair beside him and sighed. He replied, Something did happen. Xiaoning, I'm planning to send some of the craftsmen to help me build the road. Yan Xiaoning didn't know much about the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. He asked curiously, Build the road? Little Xian, what kind of road are you repairing now? The road from Plum Village to Chang'an. Now, the workshop and the academy are both in Plum Village. Have you forgotten how crowded the roads were when the academy started school and how difficult it was for carriages and horses to pass? Moreover, with the current road, it'll take at least 2 hours to get from the workshop to Chang'an. It's as slow as a turtle. If this road isn't built, Yanhuang College and Plum Village won't be able to develop much in the future. Li Zishuan explained seriously. Yan Xiaoning was speechless. He felt that Li Zishuan was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, since Li Zishuan looked so confident, he must have come prepared. Yan Xiaoning could only agree. Then tell me how you're going to build it. How many people do you need? Li Zishuan was prepared for this question. He replied, I'm planning to build a cement road. The width of the road should be more than 6 feet. I need at least 1/3 of the craftsmen. Damn, are you crazy? After Yan Xiaoning heard this, he shouted, If you want to build a road, then build a road. Why do you have to build a cement road? Is the cement produced by the workshop enough for you to build such a long road? Also, if you ask for so many craftsmen, the progress of the academy's construction will definitely be greatly affected. Have you considered this? Li Zishuan answered his questions one by one. The cement output of the workshop has gradually caught up. Also, the students of Yanhuang College are now undergoing military training. It doesn't make any difference if the college is completed a few days earlier or later. In comparison, road repair is more important. Seeing Li Zishuan's attitude, Yan Xiaoning knew that he had no choice but to fix this road. He spread his hands and said, All right, you have the final say. I'll fix it if you say so. When do we start construction? Within 3 days. I'll have at least 300,000 strings of cash in 3 days. I can guarantee that we won't have to worry about anything in the future. Yan Shaoning thought that Li Zishuan was going to pay 300,000 strings of cash. He was a little surprised. He didn't know how much money his good brother had, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask this kind of question. He could only reply, "All right. I'll arrange a group of craftsmen in advance." Happy days were always so short, at least for the students of Yanhuang College. The 2-day weekend passed in the blink of an eye, and they ushered in a new week of military training. Even if they were very unwilling, they could only obediently comply with the old-fashioned chief instructor Qin Qiong and the strict system of the academy. At the same time, they hoped that the next holiday would come soon. "Yamacho, there's a person called Wang Renbiao outside who wants to see you." The next morning, Li Zishuan was strolling on the academy's field and checking on the students' morning run. He saw Mo Zhong trotting over from afar and cupping his fist. "Wang Renbiao?" Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Take me there." Mo Zhong saw that Li Zishuan was so concerned about Wang Renbiao that he actually wanted to personally greet him. He knew that it might be important, so he quickly responded and led Li Zishuan to the academy's gate. "Cousin Ren, long time no see. How are you doing?" Li Zishuan smiled and greeted the indifferent Wang Renbiao and the frosty Ling Yuyao outside the academy's gate. I'm fine. Xiao Xian, I'm here today to tell you something. I've found the traces of the Imperial Court's fleet." Wang Renbiao cupped his fist and said. Ling Yuyao on the side pouted and snorted. She was obviously angry that her young master came all the way here to deliver the news but was rejected at the door. Li Zishuan was startled at first, but then he smiled and said to Mo Zhong, "Young Master Wang is an honored guest. You don't need to report when you come to the academy in the future. You can come in directly, understand?" "Understood, Yamacho." Mo Zhong carefully glanced at Wang Renbiao, trying to remember his appearance thoroughly. Ling Yuyao's face looked better. "Renbiao, let's talk inside." Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said, "P." The three of them came to Li Zishuan's office. Ling Yuyao temporarily acted as a maid and poured a glass of water for each of them. Li Zishuan hurriedly asked, "Renbiao, you said that you've inquired about the Imperial Court's fleet. Quickly tell me, how are they now? Did they encounter any accidents?" Wang Renbiao's face turned serious and he replied, "Accidents? They really did encounter a group of pirates in the Southeast Sea." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the fleet would really encounter an accident, so he hurriedly asked, "And then? Were there any casualties among the crew? Where are they now?" Wang Renbiao replied, "I just received the news this morning. It said that the fleet docked on an unknown island that night and was ambushed by a group of pirates. Dozens of crew members and defenders were killed. The commander Prince Hejian was furious. After chasing the pirates without success, he mobilized the army to go to Neon and ask the king of Neon for an explanation. Because according to the investigation, the pirates were from Neon." "His Highness went to Neon?" Li Zishuan widened his eyes and said worriedly, "The Neon are cunning and cunning. His Highness went deep with a large number of supplies alone. It's inevitable that some thieves would want to harm him. Renbiao, how is the situation over there now?" Wang Renbiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Xian. The commander Prince Hejian took the elite troops to sea this time. Even if the Neon people were audacious, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The ones who should be worried are not us, but the Neon peoples. According to the latest news, the commander Prince Hejian has already stirred up half of the world over theirs." Chapter 772. According to Renbiao's words, you have more information about Neon. Tell me about it. In the headmaster's office, Li Zishuan saw Wang Renbiao's confident expression. He guessed that Wang Renbiao must have more information, so he asked. Wang Renbiao nodded and slowly said, "It's a long story. I'll pick out some important things to tell you first. I'm sure it won't be long before the Imperial Court receives more detailed information. At that time, you'll be able to understand the situation clearly." Seeing that Li Zishuan had no objection, Wang Renbiao began to tell. After the Imperial Court's army was ambushed that day, Commander Prince Hejian failed to find the pirates. The next day, he led the army to Neon. Although there were defenders in Neon, they were weak compared with our Tang army. Commandery Prince Hejian left 8,000 soldiers to guard the ships. He led 12,000 soldiers and arrived at the capital of Neon at dusk that day. It was said that the imperial court of Neon was divided into two groups at that time. One was in favor of war, while the other was in favor of peace. The Queen of Neon finally decided to make peace with Commandery Prince Hejian. She sent a messenger out of the city to contact Commandery Prince Hejian and express her goodwill. She also invited Commandery Prince Hejian to the city as a guest. Commandery Prince Hejian was brave. He only took one master with him and entered the city alone. Before leaving, he told the generals in the army that if they didn't return before dawn, they would be ready to attack the city. Who would have thought that the two of them would be gone for a full 6 hours? It was only in the middle of the night that the two of them returned from the city. However, when they left, there were only 2 of them. When they returned, there were more than 10 of them. All of them were assassins. The army outside the city knew that Commandery Prince Hejian had been attacked by assassins in the city. They all shouted that they would kill their way into the city to avenge Commandery Prince Hejian. Commandery Prince Hejian didn't attack the city. He ordered people to interrogate the assassins and investigate their identities. By chance, a master assassin who was captured alive confessed that he was a hanger-on of the Suo family. Commandery Prince Hejian was furious. He sent people into the city to ask the king of Pushgu to give him an explanation. Otherwise, he would personally enter the city to kill the Suo family. The king of Tuigu Kingdom severely reprimanded the mastermind of the assassination, Suo Xia, and went to see Hejian Commandery Prince in person, hoping that the Neon Kingdom could deal with the Suo family themselves. Hejian Commandery Prince didn't agree. He told the king that there were only 2 ways to go. Either the imperial court of the Wei nation exterminated the Suo family, or he personally led the army into the city and exterminated the Suo family. Seeing this, Commandery Prince Hejian immediately ordered the army to enter the city. Surprisingly, the queen didn't order the guards on the city wall to stop the army. The 12,000 soldiers entered the capital of Wei nation without any hindrance. A few hours later, the hundreds of people in the Suo family and the thousands of warriors they raised were all killed. For a moment, the capital of Fainio was filled with blood. One of the 3 major forces of the imperial court of the Neon Kingdom disappeared overnight. According to reliable sources, Hejian Commandery Prince will return to the imperial court with a large amount of brass and silver sent by the Neon Kingdom as an apology. Moreover, the Neon Kingdom will work together to catch the pirate leader who attacked the imperial court last time. After he is caught, the descendant of Crown Prince Shengde will personally escort him to Chang. Even if it was just a simple story, Wang Runbiao talked for half an hour. It was really because Li Shaogong and the others had experienced too much at sea. After hearing this, Li Zishuan opened his eyes wide and was stunned speechless. He really didn't expect that Li Shaogong would have such an experience in Wei nation. He also didn't expect that the Neon Kingdom could be defeated with only 12,000 soldiers of the Tang Empire. He couldn't blame him. The earliest he knew about the Neon Kingdom was that they were pirates in the Middle and Late Ming Dynasty. At that time, several pirates could chase thousands of soldiers of the Ming Dynasty. He didn't expect that in the Tang Dynasty, the strength of China and the Neon Kingdom would be opposite. However, he was still very happy to see the Neon Kingdom was unlucky. In his last life, he was a genuine angry youth. This kind of national hatred was engraved in his bones and would not disappear because of time travel. Now, the Neon Kingdom was kneeling in front of the army of the Tang Empire. They not only lost their power but also paid compensation. It was so similar to the Braid Dynasty thousands of years later. It was so satisfying to think about it. Good fight. The Neon Kingdom was so bold that they dared to assassinate the prince of the Tang Empire. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what a great country is. Wang Renbiao's words contained a lot of information. Although Li Zishuan didn't know much about Empress Gu, Crown Prince Shengde, the Suo family, and the mountain-back elder brother and so on, he could roughly understand the story. He didn't want to know about the internal affairs of the Neon Kingdom. He only needed to know that Li Shaogong had pressed the Neon Kingdom to the ground and rubbed the Neon Kingdom's imperial court on the ground. This was a piece of good news that made people excited. So he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, Xiaoxian, Prince Hejian won the battle. Of course, it's worth being happy, but things are far from as simple as you think. After His Highness returns to the imperial court this time, I'm afraid that he will be impeached by many ministers. Li Zishuan felt strange and asked, why is that? Wang Renbiao slowly opened his mouth and explained, although the general is away from the imperial court and does not obey the emperor's orders, His Highness started the war with the Neon Kingdom without the emperor's permission. This will definitely cause chaos and panic in other small countries around the country. It will also damage the image of the Tang Empire. Some ministers will impeach Prince Hejian because of this. Li Zishuan glared and said angrily, I'll see who dares to do that. The Neon Kingdom disrespected Tang Empire. If we don't punish them, how will Tang Empire's reputation be? Prince Hejian showed our country's prestige in the Neon Kingdom, which is absolutely meritorious. When the time comes, I, Li Zishuan, will be the first to disagree with anyone who uses this fallacious argument to attack Prince Hejian. Wang Renbiao sighed and said, although this is the truth, there is no shortage of pedantic people everywhere. Xiaoxian, you'd better take it easy. Don't rashly make too many enemies. In fact, as long as His Majesty doesn't pursue this matter, His Highness will definitely be fine. He didn't want Li Zishuan to offend too many people because of his impulsive actions. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he was suddenly surprised and asked, Renbiao, you said that the pirates suddenly attacked the fleet that night and killed dozens of civilians and soldiers. Do you know if Meng Yuliang was among those who died? He was so focused on listening to Li Xiaogong's killing that he almost forgot that his original intention of asking Wang Renbiao to help him investigate the fleet was to find out if Meng Yuliang's life was in danger under Meng Wenhao's request. Chapter 773. Wang Renbiao was greatly surprised to hear Li Zishuan specifically ask about the situation of a nobody. He thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know about that. Li Zishuan made an "oh" sound. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he also expressed his understanding. After all, there were over 1,000 ships accompanying the imperial army on their journey south, and over 10,000 commoners. It was truly difficult for Wang Renbiao to pay attention to an ordinary commoner whose name was unknown. Young master, I heard from the people sent by Third Master that there was a merchant named Feng Jihua in the pirate attack on the imperial fleet. Almost all the crew members on his ship were killed, but one of the people was lucky enough to be saved by a master at the critical moment of life and death. This person seemed to be called Meng Yuliang, and that master was the one who accompanied Commandery Prince Hejian into the capital of Neon. At this moment, Leng Yuyao, who was standing behind Wang Renbiao, suddenly said. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up and said excitedly, Miss Leng, is what you said true? Leng Yuyao rolled her eyes and said angrily, Why would I lie to you for no reason? Li Zishuan just asked subconsciously. In fact, he didn't have any doubts. Seeing Leng Yuyao's expression, he touched his nose embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. Wang Renbiao hurriedly reprimanded in a low voice, Yao, don't be rude. Leng Yuyao looked gloomy and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It's okay as long as Meng Yuliang's life is not in danger. Li Zishuan had long been used to Leng Yuyao's indifferent temperament. Moreover, compared to before, Leng Yuyao's attitude towards him was much better. Wang Renbiao couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxian, why are you so concerned about Meng Yuliang? Li Zishuan said with a smile, Meng Yuliang is the father of one of my students. My student is worried about his father's safety, so he specially asked me to help him inquire about the news. I see. Wang Renbiao came to a sudden realization. Leng Yuyao, who was at the side, also looked at Li Zishuan. She probably didn't expect that a busy person like Li Zishuan would go through so much trouble for an ordinary student. Wenhao, come with me for a moment. After sending Wang Renbiao off, Li Zishuan came to the field and found Meng Wenhao, who was training. Meng Wenhao was shocked and had a bad premonition in his heart. Yes, Yamacho. The two of them came to the shade of a tree beside the field. Li Zishuan looked at Meng Wenhao and went straight to the point. Wenhao, I've already heard news about your father. When Meng Wenhao heard this, his heart was in his throat. He took a few deep breaths and said, Yamacho, how is my father? Please tell me. This student is very grateful. Li Zishuan paused and said, I've received news that not long ago, the Imperial Court's fleet was attacked by pirates in the Southeast Sea area. Almost all the crew members on Fengjua's merchant ship were killed. When Meng Wenhao heard this, his small face suddenly turned pale. He staggered back 2 steps and murmured, What? Sir, are you saying that my father was killed by pirates? The reason why he said this was because he knew that his father's boss was Fengjihua. When Li Zishuan saw this, he said, I haven't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Although almost all of Fengjihua's crew members were killed, your father was saved by an expert at the critical moment. Together with Fengjihua, they both survived. Although he was injured, his life is not in danger. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Meng Wenhao's pale face gradually regained a trace of color. He was stunned for a long time before he solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Thank you, Yamacho, for taking care of this student's affairs. This student is very grateful. Li Zishuan waved his hand with a smile and said carelessly, Now that you know the news of your father's safety, you must not continue to let your imagination run wild and affect your mentality. You don't have to thank me. Studying in the academy is the best way to repay me. Go quickly and adjust your mentality as soon as possible. Meng Wenhao quickly responded, Yes, Yamacho. Wang Renbiao's guess was right. The next day, the Imperial Court had already received the news of Li Xiaogong's massacre in Neon. After receiving the report, Li Er raised his eyebrows and was shocked. Neon? One Piece? Assassination? This little Neon is really daring. It's getting more and more outrageous. I remember that in the previous dynasty, the Neon envoy actually called himself the Emperor in the letter of credence that he submitted to Emperor Yang. Now it seems that the Neon people are indeed beginning to be arrogant. They actually dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers of the Tang Empire. However, Xiaogong's actions will inevitably be criticized. Forget it, let's wait for him to come back. As the Emperor, Li Er, of course, knew that if this report was made public in the Imperial Court, it would definitely cause a great uproar. Therefore, he chose to keep the report and temporarily suppress the matter. When Li Xiaogong returned to the Imperial Court, he would solve it together. In fact, according to the original history of Neon, after the death of Emperor Kogo in 628, the second year of Xingguan, there was a struggle for the succession of the throne in the Neon Imperial Court. The emperor's last words were that the son of Prince Shengde, the grandson of Suamatsi, would succeed the throne. However, Suamatsi violated the last words and supported Prince Tamura, the grandson of Emperor Minda, the son of Emperor Yasaka's eldest brother, as the emperor, who later became Emperor Shuming. After Emperor Shuming ascended the throne, he sent the first envoy to the Tang Empire the next year. During his 12 years on the throne, the Suamatsi family's strength had developed greatly, and the Suamatsi family had reached its peak. But now, Li Xiaogong led troops to kill the entire Suamatsi family. The Suamatsi family, which controlled the political situation of the 6 emperors, suddenly disappeared. Therefore, the heir to the Neon imperial throne became undisputed. It was the son of Prince Shengde, the eldest brother of Brother Shengde. This man, who was originally the spare tire of the emperor in history, was really going to be the emperor now. Who should he thank the most? Li Xiaogong? That's not it. The person he should thank the most was Li Zishuan. If it weren't for Li Zishuan, the transmigrator, the Tang Empire wouldn't have sent such a large fleet to the south to trade in the first year of Xingguan, and it would be even more impossible for the Tang army to enter the Neon territory. The Suamatsi family, which was powerful in Neon, naturally wouldn't have been accidentally destroyed, and the eldest brother of Brother Shengde could only continue to be the spare tire. Li Zishuan never dreamed that he, an otaku who had transmigrated from the modern world, would actually change the Neon court in this way. He also never thought that the butterfly wings of his transmigrator had been flapped and gradually affected the world situation from here. This was the so-called butterfly effect. Chapter 774. 3 days later, the first batch of funds raised by the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce, 335,000 strings of cash, was all in the account. Looking at the room full of copper coins, Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. The times are too backward. A mere 300,000 strings of cash is not enough to fit a room, and the servants in the house have to count the money for half a day. How is it like the modern era, where a finger lightly taps on the phone, whether it is 300,000 or 30 million, it is all in an instant. At the very least, the cash of the modern era is much easier to count than the copper coins of this era. 10,000 for a stack, 30 million for a box. Unlike now, 300,000 strings of cash is enough to fill an entire room. Li Zishuan had actually ridiculed the currency of this era many times in his heart. Think about it, if you want to buy a horse in Shi City, you have to count at least 10 strings of cash, right? In the ancient era, coins were usually around 3 to 4 kilograms, and 10 strings of cash was around 40 to 50 kilograms. The weight of the copper coins used to buy a horse was almost equivalent to the weight of a person. One could imagine how inconvenient it was to buy a large amount of money in this era. Paper money, we have to develop paper money in the future. Li Zishuan sighed. Modern online payments were still too far away from the technological level of the Tang dynasty, but paper money was still something to look forward to. In fact, before the Tang dynasty, there were already signs of paper money. According to historical records, because of the long war with the Xiongnu during the Han dynasty, the treasury was empty. In order to solve the financial problem, while the 3 baht and platinum coins, alloy coins made of silver and tin, were minted, the white deerskin coins were also issued. The so-called white deerskin coins were made of white deerskin from the palace gardens. Each piece was a square foot long, and the edges were painted. Each piece was set at 400,000 strings of cash. Because its value far exceeded the value of the coins, the white deerskin coins were only used as tributes between the nobles, and were not used in circulation. Therefore, they were not real paper money, and could only be said to be the precursor of paper money. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, there was a type of currency called flying money. At that time, when merchants went out to do business, it was inconvenient to bring a large amount of copper coins with them. First, they went to the government office to get a certificate, which recorded the place and the amount of coins. Then, they took the certificate to other places to withdraw money to buy goods. This certificate was called flying money. Flying money was actually just a kind of currency exchange business. It did not enter into circulation itself and did not exercise the function of currency. Therefore, it was not a real paper currency. During the Northern Song dynasty, the jiaozi of Sichuan and Chengdu was the beginning of paper money. It was not a coincidence that paper money did not appear in the Tang dynasty or earlier dynasties but in the Northern Song dynasty. It was an inevitable product of social, political, and economic development. In the Song dynasty, the development of the commodity economy was very rapid, and the circulation of goods required more money. At that time, there was a shortage of copper coins, which could not meet the demand of circulation. At that time, iron coins were commonly used in the Sichuan region. The value of iron coins was low and heavy, so it was extremely inconvenient to use them. 1 copper coin was equivalent to 10 iron coins. For every 1,000 iron coins, the big ones weighed 25 caddies, and the medium ones weighed 13 caddies. Buying a bolt of cloth would cost 20,000 iron coins. It weighed about 500 caddies and had to be carried on a carriage. Therefore, objectively speaking, there was a need for a lighter currency. This was also the main reason why paper money first appeared in Sichuan. Moreover, although the Northern Song dynasty was a highly centralized feudal autocratic country, the national currency was not unified. There were several currency areas, each of which governed their own affairs and did not use the same currency. At that time, there were 13 roads, administrative units of the Song dynasty, that used copper coins, and 4 roads that used iron coins. Xianxia and Hedong used both copper and iron coins. Each currency area strictly prohibited the outflow of money. Using paper money could prevent the outflow of copper and iron coins. In addition, the Song dynasty government was often attacked by Liao, Xia, and Jin. The military and reparations expenses were very high, so they also needed to issue paper money to make up for the financial deficit. Under all these reasons, the paper money, jiaozi, was created. According to the original history, it was impossible for paper money to appear in the Tang dynasty. But now, as a modern person, he had transmigrated and became a rich second generation. Therefore, it was necessary for him to do something. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Li Zishuan went to look for Xianxia directly. As for paper money, he would do it in the future, but definitely not now. It required time and talents in the related field. After arriving at the academy, Li Zishuan went directly to Xianxia's office. "Xiaoning, the money for the road construction is all here. Quickly arrange for people to start work." Li Zishuan pushed the door open and saw that Xiaoning was still alone. He went straight to the point. Xiaoning stood up and said in surprise, "The money is here so quickly? Okay, I've already arranged everything. Since it's like this, let's start work today. How's the preparation of the cement at the factory?" Li Zishuan replied, "There's no problem at the workshop. The production of cement will definitely be enough." Ever since the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion moved the main production to Plum Village, the production of carriages, scooters, glass, cement, and books had gradually increased. Now, the supply of goods at the Strange Taste Pavilion had been greatly improved. It was rare for people to fight for goods like before, but the goods were sold out in an instant. This was also the purpose of Li Zishuan's expansion of the workshop. Although hunger marketing could motivate people to buy goods in a short period of time, it would only make people hate it after a long time. After all, he had experienced the torture of hunger marketing in his previous life. Xiaoning nodded and said, "That's good." Li Zishuan looked around and asked with a smile, "Where's your family's ink girl?" "She's been at the workshop recently. She asked the workshop's master to help her make lenses." Xiaoning subconsciously replied, but he immediately realized that Li Zishuan's words were wrong. He hurriedly scolded, "F***CK, what do you mean by our family's ink girls? Brat, don't talk nonsense and ruin Miss Wei's reputation. When the time comes, Mr. Mo will definitely find you to settle accounts." Li Zishuan laughed and turned around to leave. He left a sentence in the air, "I'm afraid Mr. Mo will come after you, not me. Who asked you to steal his daughter's heart?" Xiaoning's ears turned red. He chased after Li Zishuan and wanted to argue with Li Zishuan, but there was no trace of him outside. He could only spit and curse under his breath. Why is this brat always thinking about that kind of stuff all day long? He's a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. He doesn't have any Yamacho manners at all. He's a teacher in vain. Marriage? What marriage? It's so good to be alone and free. Chapter 775. "Oh, isn't this 7th Master Han? Where are you going, old man?" At noon, Li Zishuan arrived at the Han village. At the entrance of the village, he met 7th Master Han, who was carrying a hoe and walking into the village. 7th Master Han was considered a native of the Han village. During the last years of the Sui dynasty and the Wuda era, 7th Master Han was the village chief of the Han village. However, due to his old age, he retired from the position. Even so, he still had a high reputation in the Han village. "Hey, it's young master. I just came back from the fields. Young master, you have to come to my house for a meal today. To tell you the truth, I have also brewed some wine. Young master, quickly go and have a taste." 7th Master Han heard the voice and quickly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and smiled at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm here to look for my father-in-law. I'll visit your hometown another day." "All right, 7th Master. This year's harvest wasn't good. Is your family or the other farmers facing any difficulties? If so, I'll tell Butler Wang that the Han village won't collect rent this year." Hey, you can't, young master." Grandfather Han the 7th hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Young master, although the farm's harvest this year isn't good, the farmers in the farm have made a lot of money by selling the mountain fruits. Moreover, you also set up a chicken farm to reduce the burden. Most people actually only need to pay less than 20% of the rent. Everyone can afford it. Moreover, the chickens in the chicken farm have started to lay eggs. The money the farmers earn from selling eggs every month is equivalent to their annual income. Young master, you don't have to worry. If you reduce all the rent, everyone will feel bad. Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He smiled and said, "That's good. If the farmers have any difficulties, just let me know. I'll go to my father-in-law's house first." Young master, go ahead. Seventh grandfather Han stroked his beard and chuckled. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and left. Father-in-law, I plan to build a road to connect Plum Village, Han Village and Chang'an's official road. In the small courtyard of the Han family, Han Tianhu and Li Zishuan had prepared some dishes and wine. During the meal, Li Zishuan briefly mentioned the road construction plan. Han Tianhu put down his wine cup and said in surprise, "Repair the road? Little Xian, why did you suddenly think of repairing the road?" Li Zishuan repeated the theory that he had told Xiao Wendong earlier. If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. After hearing this, Han Tianhu was speechless. After a while, he said, "Little Xian, since this is the result of your careful consideration, then this old man will support you. Have you prepared the money and manpower to build the roads?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Everything is ready. Now, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the construction to start. However, the road construction process might take up a portion of the land. Of course, it won't take up the entire land. It will only take up a small portion of the land. Even so, it will affect the farmer's future harvest. That's why I'm here today to ask for your help in coordinating with the farmers. We'll see if we can reduce the rent or compensate the farmers who have their land occupied." In the past, the road between Han Village and Plum Village was too narrow. Now that the road was going to be repaired, the road had to be widened. If it was widened, it might take up the land by the roadside. Regarding the land occupied by the road construction, if this was the modern era, it would be called land expropriation compensation. However, the land in Han Village originally belonged to the Li family, so there was no need to talk about land expropriation compensation. At most, the land would be reduced according to the size of the land occupied by the farmers. Alternatively, it would be converted into copper coins and paid to the farmers in one lump sum. Han Tianhu thought seriously for a while before saying, "Yes, this is indeed a problem. After we finish eating, I'll gather the farmers to discuss this matter. I don't think there will be any problems. After all, repairing the road is a good thing for the farmers in the village." At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the villagers of the Han family manor were gathered at the threshing field at the entrance of the village. After waiting for a while, Han Tianhu saw that everyone was present. He stood in front of the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Today, I've gathered all of you here because I want to discuss something with you. It's like this. Young Master intends to build a cement road similar to the one in Yanhuang College. It will connect Han Village and Plum Village with the official road outside Chang'an City. Because the cement road that Young Master wants to build is very wide, it will take up a small portion of everyone's land in the middle. In the future, the harvest will definitely be reduced. So today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss the compensation. Let's see if you're willing to reduce the rent or take a sum of money directly." As soon as Han Tianhu's voice fell, the villagers below began to discuss with each other with a buzzing sound. "Repair the road? Young Master wants to repair the road for us? That's great. And it's a cement road. Do you know what cement road is? It's the very smooth road like Yanhuang College's. I didn't expect that we would be able to walk on that road in the future. If this road is repaired, won't we only need half an hour to get to Chang'an in the future? Li Zheng, when will Young Master repair the road for us? I'll go over and help." Hu Hanyun shouted as he looked at Han Tianhu. Han Tianhu replied, "It started this afternoon. So everyone needs to discuss and come to a conclusion as soon as possible. We don't want to affect Young Master's progress." Hu Hanyun laughed and said, "Hey, what's there to discuss? Even if the road will take up some land, how much land can a road take up? Anyway, I, old Hu, don't want any compensation. Young Master repairing the road is also a good thing for the farm. Young Master has already done his utmost for us by not asking me to repair the road. How can I, old Hu, be so thick-skinned as to ask Young Master for money?" What Han Yun said is right. Although the road will take up some land and affect the future harvest, If this road is repaired, it will be of great benefit to our entire village. We can't be ungrateful and ask the young master for money for such a small profit. Grandfather Han also spoke up at this moment. After the old man finished speaking, voices of agreement rang out one after another. Grandfather Han is right. Young master is kind enough to repair the road for us. We can't be ungrateful. Yes, we can't be ungrateful. Li Zheng, we don't want any compensations. In an instant, the farmers were clamoring to reject Li Zishuan's compensation for the land. This was what the people wanted. Chapter 776. The same thing happened in the Plum Village. In the afternoon, after Li Zishuan finished his meal, he went to the Plum Village to inform the village chief, Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng also gathered the villagers at the village entrance. Unsurprisingly, the villagers of the Plum Village were the same as the villagers of the Han Village. They were not willing to accept any compensation. Young master is too kind. Previously he reduced our rent by so much. Now we have eggs to sell. Whoever goes to young master to ask for compensation is really too heartless. That's right. We can't accept this compensation. Otherwise, my wife will beat me to death. We have to live up to our conscience. We can't let young master's heart down. Compared to the Han Village, the villagers of the Plum Village did not enjoy the profits from selling the mountain fruits. However, their loyalty to Li Zishuan and their sense of belonging to the Li family was no less than the villagers of the Han Village. This was because before the Plum Village became Li Zishuan's fiefdom, they were bullied by the father and son of the Lu family. It was Li Zishuan's arrival that saved them from their misery and allowed them to live a happy life. They cherished everything they had now. Not only can we not ask young master for money, I think we should help young master fix the road. After all, didn't young master fix this road for us? Now that the crops have been harvested, each family can probably contribute one laborer. This way the road can be fixed faster. Don't you think so, second master? Mei Jun, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted. Lu Qingfeng, who was in front of the crowd, frowned. Second master Lu, who was in the crowd, pinched his chin and said, Mei Jun, you brat, you're right. Young master is building this road for us. Although we don't need to fork out any money, we can contribute. Don't you think so, everyone? Second master Lu's influence in the Plum Village was not to be underestimated. Once he said that, the villagers all echoed his words. Second master Lu is right. Since we can't fork out any money, we have to contribute. Otherwise, we won't be able to live up to our conscience. That's right. Young master fixed this road for us. How can we not help? We have to help. I'll help young master tomorrow. At Yanhuang College, when Li Zishuan received the news from Han Tianhu and Lu Qingfeng, he had a strange expression on his face. He felt both helpless and touched. Compared to the modern society where everyone was profit-driven and deceitful, the people of the Tang dynasty were much more simple and honest. Kindness to others will eventually be rewarded with kindness. The villagers could see the little bit of good deeds that Li Zishuan usually did, and when it was within their power, they would not hesitate to contribute their own good deeds. Maybe this is what they mean by, good will be rewarded with good. Li Zishuan murmured to himself, fine. Since they have good intentions, I'll accept it. I just don't know how long it will take to fix this cement road. After it was repaired, it would be faster and more comfortable to take a horse carriage from the academy back to Cheng. This is what I call enjoyment. Therefore, on this afternoon, Yan Xiaoning led a construction team of more than 3,000 people and quietly began the construction of the world's first cement road. The next day, a big event was about to happen in Chang'an City. Toilet paper was going to be sold. Last weekend, Yanhuang College's students were on holiday. The people outside heard from the students that Yanhuang College had a very soft type of toilet paper that was especially suitable for wiping people's butts. At that time, it attracted a lot of people who wanted to buy it. Unfortunately, Chitsu Pavilion did not sell toilet paper. Of course, the week mentioned here referred to a unit of time that Yanhuang College proposed to make it easier to calculate the students' holidays. Every 7 days was a week. This was clearly explained in the Yanhuang College calendar. Currently, the concept of week had started to become popular in a small circle, but it was not fully popularized yet. Yesterday, these people heard from Tang Dynasty Daily that Xianxia Pavilion was going to start selling toilet paper today. One by one, they came to line up early in the morning, ready to buy some to try. Although some of them had children studying in the academy, no one would let their children secretly take toilet paper from the academy. Firstly, it would be embarrassing if they were found out. Secondly, it was not worth the risk for toilet paper at all. What if they were expelled? What would they do then? Hey, I can finally buy some toilet paper to try at home today. I don't know if this thing is as magical as the legend says. Of course it is. Anything from Xianxia Pavilion must be the best. That's right, but I don't know how much the Xianxia Pavilion prepared today. Don't sell it out before it's my turn. I don't think so. I heard that Xianxia Pavilion's workshop expanded in Plum Village. The number of craftsmen there is several times more than before. Didn't you see that there's no need to rush to buy the new carriages, glass cups, and glass lamps? This means that we don't have to worry about the Xianxia Pavilion's current production capacity. Hee, that's good, that's good. Hey, the door is open, the door is open. Shopkeeper's son and the others are coming out. At this moment, the door of Xianxia Pavilion opened. Sun Huayan walked out with a smile on his face flushed. Dear customers, don't worry, everyone has a share today. The workshop has prepared 3 days' worth of toilet paper to ensure that everyone can buy it. Don't push, don't cut in line, take your time. 1 roll of toilet paper is only 100 copper coins. Before anyone could say anything, Sun Huayan had already spoken first. The crowd immediately became restless. 100 copper coins for a roll of toilet paper was still a little expensive. If they bought it, they would have to use money to wipe their butts when they pooped. Of course, only a small number of people hesitated. Most people were not dissatisfied with the price. After all, in this era where paper was very expensive, strictly speaking, 100 copper coins for a roll of toilet paper was actually not expensive. After Sun Huayan finished speaking, he cupped his hands to the crowd and turned to enter Xianxia Pavilion. Most of the people who came to buy toilet paper were not shocked by the price of 100 copper coins per roll. However, as Sun Huayan said that everyone could buy toilet paper, many people, especially those who were at the back of the line, were very excited and secretly sighed. The Xianxia Pavilion finally doesn't have to miss out every time. This is great. At first glance, it was obvious that these people had been cheated by the Xianxia Pavilion's hunger marketing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have complained like this. Chapter 777. Wow, it's so white and soft. Inside the strange interest pavilion, a customer exclaimed. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't doing anything inappropriate. He was just caressing a roll of toilet paper. So this is toilet papers. This is 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more comfortable than toilet paper. In this world, no one can compare to Lordly when it comes to enjoyment. Give me 10 rolls. It was obvious that this was someone who didn't lack money. He directly asked for 10 rolls. The Curious Pavilion was also very confident today. They didn't set a limit on how much each person could buy. As long as it wasn't the kind of person who wanted to buy hundreds or thousands of rolls, the Curious Pavilion would sell it to them. Clearly, Sun Huayan was very confident in the amount of toilet paper they had. Quick, give me 10 rolls too. A young man in a servant's uniform held a copper coin and hurriedly called out. It seemed like he was a servant of some rich family. His young master might even be a student of the academy. Counting the days, Yanhuang College would be on holiday this afternoon. The second weekend was coming soon. The people at the front of the line returned with a full load. The people at the back were looking forward to it. As time passed, more and more people returned with a full load. The remaining toilet paper in the Curious Pavilion didn't show any signs of drying up. What everyone was worried about didn't happen. In an elegant room in the Curious Pavilion, 6 people sat. They were Sun Huayan, Chao Wendong, Liao Shifan, Lin Wenyuan, Zhang Jingyang, and the housekeeper from the Wang family who helped Wang Renbiao buy the shares last time. Clearly, the first batch of members of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce were all here, except for the Crown Prince. Everyone, my Lord Zhu said that the first batch of toilet paper will be given to you all. The Crown Prince doesn't need this business. The 5 of you can each get an average of 10,000 rolls of toilet paper. The price is 80% of the market price. After this, the Curious Pavilion will provide you with a batch of goods. You can sell them in Chang and City, or you can ship them to other places to sell at a high price. My Lord Zhu won't interfere. Sun Huayan asked the servant to pour a cup of tea for each of the 4 people present and then said faintly, "Actually, according to Li Zishuan's intentions, the Curious Pavilion would sell fewer and fewer goods in the future. He would distribute most of the goods to the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce for them to sell. After all, these members had paid a high price to join the Curious Pavilion. How could he not give them some benefits? Moreover, by selling a large number of goods to them at once, they could quickly recoup their funds. With these funds, they could quickly expand their production, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Although the price of selling to the members would be much cheaper, Li Zishuan would not suffer any losses." Sun Huayuan's words caused the eyes of Chao Wendong and the others to light up. Clearly, the current productivity of the Curious Pavilion had surprised them. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Sunday. I'll ship the toilet paper to other states and counties to sell. The Curious House in Chang and is enough." Chao Wendong and the others looked at each other, then stood up and cupped their hands towards Sun Huayuan. It was clear that this was an extremely discerning person. He did not want to compete with the Curious Pavilion in Chang. Sun Huayuan chuckled and waved his hand. "Shopkeeper Chao, you worry too much. My Lord Zhu said that you can sell wherever you want. You don't have to worry too much." Hearing Sun Huayuan say this again, Chao Wendong and the others were convinced that Li Zishuan did not care about the Chang and market at all. They all hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands in thanks. "Shopkeeper's son, Lord Zhu is willing to distribute the toilet paper to us to sell. I wonder if Lord Zhu is willing to distribute the rest of the items, such as the new carriage, glass cup, and divine mirror?" Liao Shifan carefully looked at Sun Huayuan, then stood up and asked tentatively. Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and Zhang Jingyang secretly praised Liao Shifan for his boldness. They all looked at Sun Huayuan with hopeful eyes. The old housekeeper of the Wang family did not pay much attention to this. This was because Li Zishuan had cooperated with Wang Renbiao a long time ago. Even without the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce, the Wang family did not lack the new carriage, glass cup, and divine mirror. As for why the Wang family, despite being blessed by the heavens, still wanted to pay a huge sum of 100,000 strings of coins to join the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. This could only be attributed to Wang Renbiao's wisdom. He felt that the items the Curious House had now were only the tip of the iceberg of Li Zishuan's abilities. He was optimistic that Li Zishuan would be able to create even greater wealth in the future. Sun Huayan stroked his beard, then took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to everyone. My Lord Zhu has already instructed that this paper contains a list of all the goods in the Curious House's inventory. In principle, based on the percentage of shares each family has, you can split these goods at 70 to 80% of the market price. Of course, if there are people who don't want a certain item, they can also sell it to others. This will depend on how you discuss it. In truth, this was just a temporary measure, because the Curious House's production capacity had not yet been fully released. In a few more days, when the production capacity of the workshop was fully released, Chao Wendong and the others could buy whatever they wanted, and as much as they wanted. It all depended on their personal wealth. Other than the old housekeeper of the Wang family, everyone else was delighted. They had not joined the Chamber of Commerce for nothing. At this rate, they would soon be able to earn back all of their membership fees. It had to be known that even though the Wang family had deep roots and great strength, they had not been able to sell the goods of the Curious House to every province and county of the Great Tang. Besides Chang, and the other provinces and counties still had a great desire for the goods of the Curious House. That's great, that's great. Many thanks to Shopkeeper's son, many thanks to Lord Zhu. After looking through the list of goods, Chao Wendong said excitedly. It was true that he was the largest cloth merchant in Chang, but with his channels, it was very easy for him to sell the goods of the Curious House to other places at a high price. Sun Huayan waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Everyone, Forgive this old man for speaking out of turn. My Lord Ju does not object to you using the goods of the curious house to earn money, but my Lord Ju does not wish for you to earn money that goes against your conscience. You can be rich, but you cannot be unethical. My Lord Ju is an official in the imperial court and has always valued his reputation. As members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, you must not tarnish the reputation of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce because of your own lack of morals. Otherwise, my Lord Ju will definitely not tarnish the reputation of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly stood up and clasped their hands. Please rest assured, Shopkeeper Sunday. We will definitely not do anything unethical and tarnish the reputation of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Sun Huayuan nodded. This warning was the first warning that Li Zixuan had given to the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 778. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand. Why are you still eating when His Majesty already said that this thing isn't beneficial to your qi illness? These locusts aren't anything goods. In Changel Palace, a purple-clothed palace maid stood by Changel's side and whispered carefully. It seemed that this palace maid should be Changel's intimate person. Otherwise, she wouldn't know that this meteoric success was made with locusts. As she spoke, she glanced at the plate of golden meteoric success in front of Changel. When she thought that it was actually locusts inside, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, she probably would have vomited. Changel's face didn't show any discomfort. The little girl very quietly used her chopsticks to put the meteoric success into her mouth one by one. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow, and her movements were very elegant. When she heard the palace maid's question, Changel lightly opened her red lips and smiled faintly. Imperial Father also heard from the imperial physicians that locusts can't treat illnesses, but I believe in Brother Xiaoxian. Brother Xiaoxian can treat General Qin's illness, so his medical skills are naturally the best. If he says that this thing is good for my body, then it's definitely goods. As soon as she finished speaking, Changel's eyes lit up abruptly, and she picked up a piece of meteoric prosperity before looking at the palace maid and saying, Moreover, this meteoric prosperity that Big Brother Xiaoxian made is really delicious. Quickly come over and try it. The palace maid named Li was shocked, and then her face was full of bitterness. She secretly blamed herself for talking too much just now. Now it seemed that she was really asking for trouble. Your Highness, this is from Li Xiannan to treat your illness. This servant can't eat it. Waved her hand and quickly said. Changel's beautiful eyes immediately curved into two small crescent moons. She smiled and said, It's fine. Brother Xiaoxian sent a lot of meteoric success. I can't finish it alone. You can help me eat some. This was really asking for Qingqing's life. Li knew that she couldn't refuse anymore. She could only walk in front of Changel with a bitter face. She cupped her hands and went to receive the piece of meteoric success from Changel's chopsticks. Changel pursed her lips and smiled. Why go through so much trouble? Can you quickly open your mouth? Her delicate figure trembled, and she was truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. She had the intention to refuse, but Changel was looking at her with a burning gaze, so she could only obediently open her small mouth. Not long after, a piece of charred and tender meat was sent into her mouth. All right, girl, hurry up and eat. It's really delicious. Changel made a victorious expression, put away her chopsticks, and giggled. Leah was helpless. She could only forcefully endure the nausea in her stomach and started to use her teeth to bite that piece of meat in her mouth. It's rare for His Highness to be so happy. If it's a locust, then so be it. After all, it won't kill anyone. At most, I'll just rinse my mouth a few more times after eating. Leah thought in her heart. To her surprise, when she bit into the meat, there was no disgusting smell. Instead, there was a strong aroma of eggs and meat. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was this the meat of a locust? Why is it so delicious? How is it? Is it delicious? Changel looked at Li expectantly and asked. Oh, delicious. Your Highness, this meteoric is really delicious. Li County's men are really amazing. Even the meat of a locust can be so delicious. Lo was a little embarrassed as she licked the minced meat at the corner of her mouth with the tip of her tongue and smiled excitedly at Changle. Hee hee, since you think it's delicious, then you can eat with me in the futures? Anyway, I can't finish this amount by myself. Changle looked extremely happy. Of course, she also had a reason to be happy because there wouldn't be someone watching strangely from the side when she ate locusts in the future. Your Highness, this isn't too good, right? Lo was a little hesitant. To be honest, the meteoric she ate just now was indeed very delicious. She liked to eat it very much, but if she ate it with Changle every day, it seemed a little out of line. What's wrong with this? I let you eat with me, so just eat. While Changle was recruiting friends to eat locusts outside the palace, there was another scene. After Denyo and Ernyo of the Han family manor found a way to make a fortune by selling locusts, they really couldn't be stopped. Every morning, they woke up earlier than the chickens. The farmlands in the manor became their main battlefield. They could be seen wandering around the farmlands all day long. As the news spread, more and more children found out that the locusts could be sold for money. This group grew stronger day by day. Naturally, the parents of the children also noticed the abnormality of their children. On one hand, they were afraid of the locust god. On the other hand, they were worried about the huge profit brought by something as insignificant as the locusts. These parents suddenly hesitated. There were those who agreed and those who disagreed. Those who agreed naturally encouraged all the children in their family to join the locust-catching army. Some parents even rolled up their sleeves and joined the battle personally. Those who objected captured their own children and forbade them from catching locusts in the fields. However, when they saw that their other children had earned a lot of copper coins from catching locusts, they were envious and tried their best to escape from the cage. In fact, they were not the only ones who were envious. Their parents were also secretly envious. Logically speaking, one caddy of locusts could be sold for 3 copper coins. This was not a low price. If they did nothing but go to the farmlands to catch locusts, if they were lucky, the day's profit would be equal to the day's wages at the docks. Most importantly, catching locusts was not only a job for adult men, but also for the elderly, women, and children. Think about it, if the whole family was involved, then the daily profit would be, just like that. When they saw other people getting rich, many who were against the idea of catching locusts were shaken. Gradually, they joined the ranks of the locust-catching army. Actually, compared to using locusts to make food, it was Li Zishuan's real purpose to shake people's attitudes towards locusts. Since these deep-rooted beliefs were not easy to change, then he would use subtle benefits to assimilate them. As a result, the number of locusts purchased by the Academy's cafeteria skyrocketed. Initially, Soaring Star was only provided to the students in the special training class. However, after a few days, the head chef realized that there were too many locusts. The students in the special training class could not finish them all. Therefore, after asking for permission from Li Zishuan, Soaring Star was provided to all the students and teachers in the academy. At the time, Li Tai and Sun Zifan were overjoyed. The delicacy of Soaring Star captured the taste buds of many students. What was the most popular dish at the academy now? It had to be none other than Soaring Star. Chapter 779. A few more days passed. Plum Village and the villages around the Han Village also knew that the Yanhuang College cafeteria was buying locusts. Moreover, it was 3 copper coins per caddy. Wasn't that picking up money? Therefore, the army of locusts increased several times. The number of locusts that the college cafeteria received was even more overwhelming. This time, even if all the teachers and students in the college ate to their heart's content, they wouldn't be able to finish it. However, Li Zishuan was already prepared for this situation. On this day, the Zuatian restaurant in Chang and city's West City quietly released a new dish called Meteoric Success. Oh, Shopkeeper Lu, there's a new dish again. Meteoric Success, that's a good name. When it was close to noon, a customer came to the Immortal Indulgence Inn, and he inadvertently glanced at a new dish on the menu. When he focused his eyes and saw the words Meteoric Rise written on it, he couldn't help but laugh. Hey, isn't this old Master Wang? Long time no see. Shopkeeper Lu's face was full of wrinkles. He first greeted him, then replied, "This meteoric success is a new dish invented by my Lord Ju. It was originally only available in Yanhuang College, and the students were full of praise for it. My Lord Ju felt that this delicacy should be shared with everyone, so Old Master Wang, you're lucky today." That diner was obviously shocked. Wow. It's actually a new dish invented by Lord Ju, and only the college could eat it before. I'm really lucky today. He saw that there were still empty seats in the restaurant. Therefore, he said to shopkeeper Lu, "Shopkeeper Lu, give me a portion of gnawed chicken, a portion of dongpa meat, and a portion of meteoric success and a pot of gentle beauty." Obviously, this person was also a rich person. He didn't even ask for the price of meteoric success and directly asked for a portion. Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and replied, "All right. Old Master Wang, please take a seat. The dishes will be served soon." A moment later, the dishes were served. The golden and tender meteoric success looked very appetizing just from its appearance. The moment it was served, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. That diner swallowed his saliva and picked up his chopsticks to eat the soaring star. As soon as the crispy and soft, soaring to heaven, entered his mouth was immediately filled with the aroma of eggs and meat. There was also a tinge of numbness. This customer couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim repeatedly that it was delicious. He simply couldn't stop. Oh, delicious. It was really delicious. There was a salty smell, a fragrant smell of fried oil, a numbing smell, and a meaty smell. "Manager Lu, what kind of meat is used to make this soaring to prosperity? Why is it so fragrant?" After wolfing down a few pieces, the customer smacked his lips and yelled at Manager Lu. "Hey, Manager Lu, you're so kind. This is our drunken immortal in secret recipe. Lord Ju has instructed us not to spread it out. Old Master Wang, please don't blame us." Shopkeeper Lu chuckled and replied. Although those who had eaten soaring to prosperity would inevitably know that it was made from locust meat, Li Zishuan wanted to hide it for as long as possible. When the day came when he couldn't hide it anymore, they would already be addicted to the delicacy of soaring to prosperity. They wouldn't be able to give up even if they wanted to. That was the result that Li Zishuan wanted. Hee, Manager Lu's words are too serious. Since it's a secret, it's only right that you don't say it. This old man was just asking casually. The most important thing is that this soaring to prosperity is delicious. That's enough. The customer said with a face full of smiles. "Manager Lu, give us 2 plates of soaring to prosperity tooch. Give us 2 plates here tooch." When the surrounding people heard this customer praising the delicacy of soaring to prosperity, they all began to order as well. "Yo, soaring to prosperity? That's a good name. Manager Lu, give us 2 plates." While they were talking, Liao Shifan walked in with Zhang Jingyang. Liao Shifan smiled and said, "Don't worry." The two of them were old acquaintances of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, so there was no need for formalities. Manager Lu responded and asked the waiter to bring them to their seats. "Brother Liao, now that we're on Lord Ju's boat, we're really soaring to prosperity with a bright futures. Your dishes are really good. It suits the occasions." After taking their seats, Zhang Jingyang said with a flushed face. It was obvious that he had been very happy recently. "Hee, this is just the beginning. I believe that Lord Ju's future achievements will definitely be more than this. The money that we invested will definitely be several times or even tens of times the returns." Liao Shifan said with a smile. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity that Feng Jihua, who went out to sea with the Imperial Court's fleet, hadn't returned yet. Because once the fleet returned, he would be able to invest more money and earn more money. "Hee, Brother Liao, you have good taste. Hey, little Xian, what are these things that you put in the yard? They look like eggs, but why do you have so many eggs?" Saturday, Yanhuang College's day off. In the afternoon, Cheng Chumo went to Li Zishuan's courtyard in Yunshan and saw that the cement ground in the yard was filled with densely packed spherical things. They looked like eggs, but there was a layer of gray substance on top of them, which looked a little strange. Cheng Chumo squatted on the ground and touched it, then asked loudly. This guy didn't return to Chang, and during the holidays and just stayed in Yunshan. Although he could buy toilet paper now, Cheng Chumo still wasn't used to living in the old house in Cheng. Old Cheng's family had a courtyard in Yunshan that was gifted by Li Zishuan. There was nothing in it before, but Cheng Chumo didn't get used to living at home last week. After returning to the academy, he began to order people to move furniture in. Now that it was habitable, this guy became Li Zishuan's neighbor and would visit from time to time. Put it down, don't touch it. This is an egg with lime. I took it out to dry today. Cho Nyo, don't mess around. Li Zishuan walked over and kicked Cheng Chumo's but in a bad mood as he said. To make century eggs, the fresh eggs were placed in a pot or basin filled with lime paste. After the eggs were dipped in lime, they were taken out and mixed with chaff or sawdust. Then they were placed in a jar and sealed. Generally speaking, it would take about 7 days in spring and autumn and 4 days in summer. When the time was up, they should be taken out to dry in the jar. This time, the century eggs that were being dried in the Li family's courtyard were the ones that had been rolled out last week. It's really an eggs. Oh my God. I didn't believe it when I heard that your family was buying eggs a while ago, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Xian, why did you get so many eggs? You even added lime. Are you trying to hatch chicks? Cheng Chumo stood up, looked at Li Zishuan, and said stupidly. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. Hatch chicks? I'll hatch an MLGB. Where have you seen chicks hatched like this? Chapter 780. Hatching your sister's chickens. I say, can't your brain work a little better? What are you thinking about all day long? Li Zishuan slapped Cheng Chumo's head and said angrily. Cheng Chumo screamed in pain, then retreated far away and said, F***ck. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Xiao Xian, why are you so violent now? Besides, there are so many eggs. If you're not going to use them to hatch chickens, what are you going to use them for? Are you going to eat them? Li Zishuan said lightly, yes, you're right. These eggs are for eating. F***ck, who are you trying to fool? There are so many eggs. They'll spoil after a few days. How can you finish them with so few people in your family? Cheng Chumo said with a face of disbelief. This idiot. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, these eggs are not ordinary eggs. They can be stored for a long time. As he said that, he picked up a century egg covered with lime and sawdust and said, this egg is now 80% cooked. After a few days, you can peel the eggshell directly, add some vinegar and garlic, and eat it. It's simply a delicacy. Duck eggs were the majority of century eggs made with traditional methods. However, if you used duck eggs to make century eggs, because the eggshell of duck eggs was thicker, it generally took 30 to 40 days. The eggshell of duck eggs was thinner, and the pores on the surface were thicker. Generally, it would completely turn into century eggs in about 10 days. Of course, if you wanted it to taste good, it would need to be stored for a few more days. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Li Zishuan's century eggs in the courtyard could be eaten. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but lick his lips, but he still didn't believe it. Did you cook the eggs? Even so, the eggs can't be stored for long. What a country bumpkin, Li Zishuan thought unhappily in his heart. I didn't say that the eggs were cooked. You're the one who misunderstood. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. You should be able to taste this delicacy next week. Hee hee, that's great. Next time, I'll definitely come on time. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo didn't care about how these eggs were cooked. Obviously, the food was more important. Xiao Xian, the villagers from Plum Village and Han Village have been clamoring to help with the road repairs these few days. We can't even stop them. I don't know what to do either. If we give them a salary, I'm afraid that the other members of the construction team won't agree because these farmers are definitely not as professional as them. If we don't give them a salary, we'll be letting down the villagers' good intentions. When the time comes, people will definitely say that we're stingy. When evening approached, Yan Xiaoning came over. He found Li Zishuan and said with a conflicted expression, "There's such a thing?" Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiaoning, your concerns are very reasonable. How about this? The farmers' daily wages will be half of the workers' wages in the construction team. What do you think?" Li Zixuan had just established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and raised more than 300,000 strings of coins. Therefore, logically speaking, Li Zixuan wasn't lacking in money. Since his farmers were so supportive, he couldn't let them work for nothing, right? Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, "What do I think? What can I think? This money is yours. You can spend it however you want." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Li Zixuan and said in a strange tone, "Oh, right, Xiaoxian. I say, you're really bad. You actually bought so many locusts from Plum Village and Han Village and made them into meteoric success for the students and the diners in Chang and to eats. You're too mean." Li Zixuan was stunned and asked curiously, "Xiaoning, how did you know that meteoric success was made from locusts?" Yan Xiaoning curled his lips and said in disdain, "I'm not stupid. Today, I saw a lot of children catching locusts in the fields by the roadside. I randomly grabbed one of them and asked. Only then did I know that the locusts they caught were all sent to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Then I thought about the meteoric success that you introduced before. I roughly guessed that it was locust meat. I really didn't expect that you would do such a wicked thing. Damn it, I was still eating meteoric success a few days ago." At the end of his speech, Yan Xiaoning gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he could beat Li Zixuan, he would probably beat him up right now. After all, no one would be in a good mood if they found out that the delicacy they had been eating was made of locust meat. Li Zixuan touched his nose awkwardly. However, after a moment, he realized why he was embarrassed. Wasn't it just locust meat? The living conditions of people in the 21st century were so good. Didn't many people like to eat it? I spent so much effort to promote locusts just so that fewer people would starve to death next year. Hee. Then, Xiaoning, tell me honestly, is meteoric success delicious? Will you still eat it in the futures? Li Zixuan came back to his senses and looked at Yan Xiaoning with a smirk. Yan Xiaoning heard him and was in a dilemma. He wanted to harden his heart and say that he wouldn't eat it. However, he felt like he was slapping himself in the face if he said that he would eat it. After all, he was just belittling the meteoric success. This meteoric success's taste is just so. I definitely won't eat it in the future. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After struggling for a long time, Yan Xiaoning still couldn't swallow his pride. He could only say that and run away. Even Yan Xiaoning is like this. When other people know the truth in the future, they will definitely put on a delicious show. Li Zixuan looked at Yan Xiaoning's back and thought with some bad intentions. What? This meteoric success is actually made with locust meats? I won't eat it in the future. Yes. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat meteoric success again. This drunken immortal restaurant is too immoral. They actually gave us locust meat. I won't eat here in the future. Yes. If I eat meteoric success again, I'll be a dog. This conversation should be the first reaction of most people when they found out that meteoric success was made with locust meat. However, it wouldn't be long before they would be like this. Shopkeeper Lu, give me a plate of red braised pork. Again, another plate of meteoric success. Hey, Brother Zhang, didn't you say a few days ago that you won't eat meteoric success anymore? Who said that? Did I say that? I definitely didn't say that. You must have heard wrongly. It's delicious. I miss it. The truth was just as Li Zixuan expected. At night, in a corner of the academy's cafeteria, Yan Xiaoning was eating the meteoric success on the table with relish. He sighed softly and said, It's so delicious. Chapter 781. Sure enough, where are you going? The next morning, Lu saw her son holding a small bamboo basket and was about to go out. She quickly stopped him and asked, Mom, I'm going to catch locusts with Iron Egg and the others. Huguet turned around and smiled at his mother. He was on vacation this time. Seeing that his friends in the village were catching locusts all over the place, and hearing that the locusts could be sold for money at the Yanhuang Academy, he could not sit still after finishing his homework at home. Sure enough, stop. Lu Yu heard that her son was going to catch locusts and quickly stopped him. She walked over and said, Sure enough, you're a student of Yanhuang College now. How can you go to the fields to catch locusts? Aren't you embarrassing your husband by doing this? Besides, we don't lack money now. You'd better not go. Rest well at home or prepare for your future homework. The silly child from before had now become the envy of the entire Han village. It was all because Hu Guan'er was admitted to Yanhuang College. Lu Yu treasured her son very much. Hu Guan'er opened his mouth and said, "Mom, Iron Egg is also in Yanhuang College. Why can he catch locusts but I can't?" Lu Yu was speechless. "Sure enough, are you done? We should go." At this moment, Iron Egg's voice came from outside. Hu Guan'er quickly stretched his neck and said loudly, "Coming, Iron Egg bro, I'm coming." He then looked at Lu Yu and said, "Mom, I'm leaving with Iron Egg bro now. I'll be back by noon." He didn't wait for Lu Yu's permission and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Lu Yu could only stare at her son's back. "Hey, you silly woman, your son didn't dare to go out and hid at home every day. You secretly cried every day. Now that your son is willing to go out and play with others, you don't want to. You're really—" Hu Hanyun, who was fetching water from the well in the east corner of the courtyard, said to his wife angrily. Lu Yu glared and retorted, "How can it be the same? Our son is a student of Yanhuang College now, a scholar. How can it be the same as before? He has to maintain the dignity of a scholar." When Hu Hanyun heard this, although he was happy in his heart, his mouth said carelessly, "Hey, young master didn't say anything, but you silly womans. Tai Dan is young master's personal disciple. If he can catch locusts, how can our son be more precious than him?" Lu Yue was a little flustered and exasperated. She snorted and said, "I don't care. Anyway, my son is definitely the best. I can't be bothered with you, old thing. I'm going to the chicken farm on the mountain to pick up eggs. So it would be even better if I could pick up money." Hu Hanyun was speechless. A few days ago, in Plum Village, second Master Lu's chicken farm, 7 chickens had gone missing, but there were 3 strings of money on the ground. Once the news spread, it attracted the envy of many farmers. Everyone said that second Master Lu's family had encountered a group of righteous thieves who stole things and left money behind. 7 chickens, 3 strings of money. No matter how you looked at it, second Master Lu made a profit, so many people hoped that they could meet such thieves. "Come back quickly, don't forget to come back at noon to cook." Hu Hanyun shouted at the top of his voice. Hey, got it? Lu Yu promised without turning her head. "Sigh, I don't know when this child will come back. He said he would come back last month, but he didn't. I don't know if this child is doing well outside." It was said that mothers were closer to their sons, and fathers were closer to their daughters. This saying seemed to be true. Hu Hanyun looked at the empty courtyard and muttered to himself. "Sigh. Iron Egg bro, why do you think Yamacho collected so many grasshoppers? Don't tell me Yamacho also likes to fight grasshoppers?" In the fields of the Han village, Hu Shur was looking for locusts on the ground while casually chatting with Iron Egg next to him. The small bamboo basket on his body was already filled with locusts. It seemed that he had a good harvest this morning. Hearing Hu Shur's stupid cute words, Iron Egg couldn't help but laugh. "Sure enough, you are thinking too much. How could Master like to fight grasshoppers? Lun, I might like it." Hu Shur asked again. "Then Iron Egg bro, why do you think Yamacho collected so many grasshoppers?" Iron Egg lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, his body shook, and he looked up and said meaningfully, "Maybe it's to cook." "What? Grasshoppers can be cooked?" Hu Shur's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. He asked incredulously. Iron Egg bro's face became calm. He said lightly, "Why can't they be cooked? Not only can they be cooked, but you have also eaten them recently." Hu Shur was shocked. "Ah? I have eaten them recently? Iron Egg bro, are you saying that I have eaten grasshopper meat recently?" "Wretch, where did I eat it?" Iron Egg bro sighed and shook his head. "Sigh, not only did you eat it, but I also ate it. The meteoric rise in the academy was made with these grasshoppers." He just realized it, but what could he do even if he did? He had already eaten what he wanted to eat, and Li Zishuan was his master. He couldn't say anything and could only swallow his bitterness. "No way? Meteoric rise is made of grasshoppers? Wretch. But it doesn't look like it at all. Hu Shi's face turned pale. He felt nauseous and said in disbelief, "Oh, that only means that my master's technique is brilliant. Meteoric rise is definitely made of grasshoppers. You don't have to doubt it. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain where all the grasshoppers went." Iron Egg Bro straightened his back, but he didn't feel nauseous. His face was calm. "Then what should I do? Recently, I am addicted to eating meteoric rise. Iron Egg Bro, you are telling me that this thing is made of grasshoppers. Should I continue to eat it in the future?" Who, sure enough, he was in a dilemma. A few days later, the weather was cloudy. The military training had been going on for more than half a month. Everything was going according to the established procedures. The students were becoming more and more disciplined, and so were the instructors. Therefore, Li Zishuan rarely paid attention to the academy. Naturally, he couldn't get up in the morning and began to sleep in. Lord Ju, the Imperial Court's fleet is back. They are almost at the pier by the murky river. Chapter 782. What? The fleet is back? Li Zishuan woke up late in the morning. He was washing his face in the yard when he heard Pang Feiji's shout from the front of the yard. He was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Quick, prepare a horse for me. Let's go to the dock now." Li Zishuan excitedly wiped his face and roared at Pang Feiji, who was outside. "Yes, Lord Ju." "Brother, isn't there a show to watch?" "Lon wants to go too." Lon, who was playing in the backyard, shouted happily at this moment. The little girl was at the age where she was playing around and didn't sleep much. She woke up much earlier than Li Zishuan. When she heard that there was a big ship to watch, she immediately became interested. Since you want to see it, I'll take you to see it." Li Zishuan's laughter came from the backyard. After a while, the two of them rode out of the Yunshan courtyard. Lon naturally rode with Li Zishuan. The little girl giggled along the way. Ever since Yanhuang College started, Li Zishuan, as her brother, hadn't accompanied her to play for a long time. Today was a rare opportunity for them to go out and watch the show together. Ba River was one of the 8 rivers of Chang. It originated in Lantian County and was located to the east of Chang and City. On both sides of the Ba Bridge, 5 miles of embankments were built. Thousands of willows were planted, and tourists walked shoulder to shoulder. It was a spectacular sight in Chang. Every time spring was in full swing and the spring wind blew, the willow catkins would dance in the air and fog would become a major sight on Ba Bridge in Chang. Ba River had a dock and a relay station. It was called Ba Pavilion. Many people would come here to welcome guests and bid them farewell. They would also break off willow branches as gifts. Ba River flowed through Mei Village. There was a relatively large dock in the southeast of Mei Village. Many merchant ships came here to load and unload their goods. The previous expedition ceremony of the Imperial Court fleet was held at this dock. After about half an hour, Li Zishuan and the rest arrived at the Ba River dock. At this time, the dock was already crowded. "Why are there so many people?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask when he saw the huge crowd surrounding the pier. Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This? I don't know who leaked the news, but these commoners most likely have relatives in the fleet. They should be here to welcome their family." "Maybe." Li Zishuan shook his head. He didn't want to delve deeper into it. He urged his horse to gallop into the crowd. "Mother, why haven't I seen father yet? Didn't you say that daddy is coming back today?" At the edge of the pier, a little girl raised her head to look at the middle-aged woman who was holding her little hand and asked in a crisp voice. The middle-aged woman gently stroked the little girl's ponytail and said softly, "Come back soon, come back soon." Although her voice was calm, her trembling hands showed that her heart was surging with emotions. She was not calm at all. She was just forcefully controlling her emotions to avoid losing her composure in front of her daughter. "Oh, Mother, do you think father has lost weight or gained weight? I haven't seen father for a long time. Yaya misses father so much." That's right, this mother and daughter were Meng Wenhao's biological mother and sister. If not for the military training at Yanhuang College today, Meng Wenhao would definitely have come personally. Your father should have lost weight, right? Meng Wenhao's mother said hesitantly. Meng Wenhao had already heard about Meng Youyang's recent situation from Li Zixuan. However, in order to prevent his family from worrying, he didn't tell them the truth. Therefore, Meng Wenhao's mother didn't know anything about her husband's experience at sea. Yaya, be good. Your father must have missed you a lot too. Hearing the latter half of her daughter's sentence, Meng Wenhao's mother's eyes stung and she almost cried. Everyone in the world liked to be reunited, but the sadness and joy of separation were the helplessness of the poor. If they wanted to survive, their family had to accept separation. If they were unlucky, this separation would become eternal. But what could they do? Yes. Mother, after father comes back this time, let's not let father leave us again, okay? Yaya can also help the family earn money. Recently, Yaya has made a lot of money from catching locusts, so we can buy a lot of buns. However, Yaya was still young and couldn't understand the sadness behind this family. The little girl blinked her clear eyes and innocently begged. Meng Wenhao's mother felt bad when she heard her daughter's naive words. She hugged her daughter's head to her waist and said softly, "Okay, mother promises Yaya. After your father comes back this time, he will never leave us again." In fact, Yaya's wish was also Meng Wenhao's mother's wish. In the past few months when the fleet went out to sea, she didn't have a good night's sleep. She had never believed in gods and Buddhas, but she even went to Chang and city's Daxing Shan temple to pray to Bodhisattva several times and donated dozens of copper coins for incense and oil. Dozens of copper coins were nothing to a rich family, but for the current Meng family, dozens of copper coins were not a small amount. They could buy hundreds of pounds of rice. However, in order to pray to the gods and Buddhas to protect her husband's safety, Meng Wenhao's mother felt that it was worth it. How long will it take for the fleet to come back? Li Zixuan held Lan's small hand and squeezed forward as he asked. Now that he was a Wu Dao master, he could naturally release his inner strength. Although the dock was crowded with people and it was very crowded, with his strong inner strength, no matter where he went, the people around him would quietly bounce back a little. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about Lan being squeezed. Sir, it should be soon. When I reported to you this morning, the fleet was only about 10 miles away. Now, it should be about 6 or 7 miles away. Opening the way in front should have been Pang Feiji's job as a guard. However, Li Zixuan, who spoiled his sister, was afraid that the crowd would squeeze and hurt Lan, so he personally opened the way. Therefore, Pang Feiji, the guard, actually hid behind Li Zixuan and enjoyed the treatment of a superior. 6 or 7 miles, based on the speed of the ship on the water, would only take about half an hour. Li Zixuan nodded and continued to pull Lan to the front of the crowd. The people of Chang and city all knew that the fleet was coming back today. As the emperor, Li Er could not know. However, he certainly couldn't be like the people and wait there for a long time. Halfway through the morning court, a small eunuch quietly walked to Li Er's side and whispered a few words. Then, Li Er directly stood up and said to the officials in the court with a smile on his face, "The morning court will end today. Everyone, follow me to Murky Island to welcome the triumphant return of the fleet to the south." Chapter 783. Hey, Renbiao, you're here too? With their powerful internal force, Li Zixuan and the other two finally came to the front of the crowd. However, they met an old acquaintance. Who else could it be but Wang Renbiao? It's Xiaoxian. I just received the news this morning. Fortunately, I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Wang Renbiao chuckled and looked at Li Zixuan. Oh, right, Renbiao, I forgot to ask you before. Did the fleet find the rubber I told you about in Nanyang? A few days ago, he asked Wang Renbiao to help him inquire about the news. He only cared about Meng Youyang's situation and forgot about his own business. When Wang Renbiao heard this, he was stunned. He then shook his head and said, "I don't know about this yet. I only asked people to help inquire about the fleet. I didn't ask about the harvest of my fleet." Li Zixuan was speechless. He thought to himself, this Wang Renbiao's heart is really big. He doesn't even care about his own family's business. His attitude of treating money like dirt is comparable to mine. Well, then we can only wait for the fleet to come back in a while. Li Zishuan said helplessly. Oh, look, the fleet is here. The fleet is here. At this moment, a mast finally appeared on the surface of the Ba River. Then, the figure of a huge turreted ship slowly emerged from the water and was exposed to everyone's vision. It was unknown who discovered this phenomenon, but someone shouted loudly, and the crowd on the pier immediately boiled up. They're finally here. They're finally here. After going out to sea for almost 5 months, the fleet is finally back. God bless, the child's father must be fine. When the people saw more and more ships appear on the Ba River, they began to excitedly talk to each other. Most of them were praying for the safety of their family members. 5 months. This time, some families are happy and some are sad. At this moment, Li Zishuan was holding Lan Er's hand and standing at the front of the crowd. He looked at the densely packed boats on the river and sighed with mixed feelings. Although Wang Renbiao did not mention the details of the ambush on the fleet, Li Zishuan had obtained more detailed information from Li Chengqian. Of course, the source of the information was definitely related to Li Er. Therefore, he was very clear that the fleet's journey south this time was not without casualties. Not to mention the storms and diseases that took away the crew members on the sea route to the Nanyang countries, just the sneak attack of the pirates that night caused the fleet to lose 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. This meant that a small-scale battle had caused 40 Tang soldiers to be buried in the sea, with no complete corpses left. 40 originally happy and blissful families were torn apart in an instant. At that time, who knew how many tears would be shed? Boo-hoo! As time passed, the 1,500-some merchant ships that had come south to trade 5 months ago appeared before everyone's eyes. The mournful sound of a bugle horn came from the ship in the center of the fleet, and then all the other ships began to drop their anchors, lower their sails, and slowly approach the shore. We're home! We're finally home! On a merchant ship, Meng Yuliang stood on the deck and leaned against the railing. As he looked at the sea of people on the shore, he couldn't help but sigh. On this voyage, he had almost been separated from his family forever. He was far from alone in his thoughts. Whether it was the civilian workers on the merchant ships or the Navy soldiers on the official ships, all of them couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts as they looked at the dock. Homesickness, homesickness, what could be more important than the fact that they would be home soon? Your Highness, we can go ashore. The main ship had already reached the dock, and people had already laid down the planks. Wu Di walked up to Li Xiaogong and clasped his fist. This prince will come right away. A few moments later, Li Xiaogong disembarked from the main ship with his guards. Li Zishuan walked up and cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations on your Highness's triumphant return. Long time no see. Your Highness, how have you been? Li Xiaogong gave a hearty laugh and patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder. This prince is in good health. Looking at the days, the Imperial College should have started school by now. How come you still have time to come here? Before leaving, he had entrusted his son to Li Zishuan. At the time, Li Zishuan was still an official at the Imperial College and had yet to fall out with Kong Yingda. Thus, Li Xiaogong's memories were still stuck at the time when Li Zishuan was still teaching at the Imperial College. He had no idea what was going on at Yanhuang College. Your Highness, this child is no longer at the Imperial College. 3 months ago, I resigned from my position at the Directorate and opened my own academy. Today, Huairen is also in my academy. Li Zishuan knew that Li Xiaogong was asking this because he wanted to know more about his son, Li Huairen, so he gave him a simple explanation. What? Xiaoxian, you're no longer at the Imperial College? Did something happen in between? Li Xiaogong had indeed asked this question to find out more about his son, but he hadn't expected to ask such a shocking question. It's a long story. I'll tell your Highness in detail in the future. Li Zishuan knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he said this to Li Xiaogong. His Majesty has arrived. As they were speaking, another group of people arrived on the road to the west of the docks. When they heard the words His Majesty has arrived, they all hastily turned around. When they saw the person in bright yellow at the front of the group, they all bowed and said, "Paying respects to your Majesty." At the same place, with the same loud voice, one couldn't help but think of the departure ceremony that Li Er had held when the fleet went out to sea 5 months ago. Li Er followed the path that the crowd made and came to the edge of the docks, not far from Li Xiaogong. He stopped and turned around to look at the densely packed crowd, saying, "Rise." Only then did the commoners and the soldiers on the ships straighten up. Li Er looked at Li Xiaogong and said, "Xiaogong, it's been hard on you." Li Xiaogong hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. It's my duty to share your Majesty's worries and worries. It's not hard at all." Li Er nodded. Then he looked at the endless number of ships on the river and asked slowly, "Have all the ships of our great Tang returned?" Li Xiaogong said solemnly, "Your Majesty, of the 1,587 ships that I brought, except for one that was burned at sea, the rest returned safely. Furthermore, the 32 small countries in Nanyang have all sent a fleet of ambassadors to follow me back to pay respects to the Tang Empire and Your Majesty." Chapter 784. The envoy of Zhenla greets the Emperor of Tang. The envoy of Funan greets the Emperor of Tang. The envoy of Piao greets the Emperor of Tang. Following Li Xiaogong's words, a group of people with different skin colors and clothes came down from the ship. They greeted Li Er respectfully with all kinds of etiquette. Some of them spoke in their native language, while others spoke in broken Chinese. When Li Xiaogong saw this, he quickly assigned a middle-aged scholar beside him to translate for them. Li Er was very happy after hearing this. As an emperor, there was no one who did not like to achieve great things. It was just that every emperor had different priorities. Good. Where's Cui Er? Cui Shanfu stepped out from the crowd of civil and military officials and cupped his hands. "I'm here. Bring the envoys of the various countries to Honglu Temple and treat them well. 3 days later, I will summon the envoys of the various countries at the imperial court meeting." In the Tang dynasty, Honglu Temple was one of the 9 temples. It was in charge of the 4 barbarians' tributes, banquets, gifts, and welcoming. It was also in charge of the inauspicious ceremonies of the country, the ancestral temples of Zhongdu, and the Taoist scriptures and tents. Whenever the emperor of the 4 barbarians or envoys had an audience, they would be treated as guests. They would be given a place to stay, and they would be given invitations, gifts, and banquets. The Department of Precepts would prepare in advance. There were 20 translators who specialized in translation, and each of them knew different languages. Generally speaking, Honglu Temple was equivalent to the modern Ministry of Foreign Affairs with an additional translation function. Cui Shanfu was the minister of Honglu Temple at this time. There was an organization corresponding to Honglu Temple called the Warden's Office. However, there was a substantial difference in the functions of the two. Honglu Temple was in charge of foreign guests, while the Warden's Office mainly dealt with ethnic affairs. "Yes, Your Majesty." Cui Shanfu didn't show it on his face, but he was complaining in his heart. This was because there were envoys from 32 countries. It was a rare sight to see such a large number of envoys in 100 years. Just communicating with so many envoys from different countries was difficult, not to mention other things. The pressure on Cui Shanfu's body was suddenly increased. After the envoys of various countries left the dock with Cui Shanfu and headed for Chang, Li Er looked at the endless boats on the river and turned around to give an order. "Beloved official Xiao, beloved official Yen, the 2 of you will be in charge of the transportation of goods. The grain and goods on the imperial court's ships will be directly transported to Taikan. As for the goods on the civilian merchant ships, you will order people to calculate the income of each family. After they pay the merchant tax, have them start unloading the goods. Be careful to prevent some people from secretly embezzling." When the fleet was heading south, the imperial court had said that all merchant ships heading south with the army had to pay a 5% tax on their trade. This could be understood as a protection fee, but compared to the 20,000 elite navy that the imperial court had mobilized, this protection fee was very cheap. "Yes, Your Majesty." When the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu, and the Minister of Works, Yen Lide, heard Li Er call out their names, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. Li Er nodded. Seeing that everything was done here, he immediately said to the ministers, "Return to the imperial court." A messenger eunuch spread Li Er's order one by one. The civil and military ministers who came with him all agreed. Li Er was about to return to the imperial court with Li Xiaogong and the officials of the imperial court. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Li Zishuan, who was secretly watching from the side. He said, "You also come back to the imperial court with me." Li Zishuan was confused. He didn't know why the goddess of luck suddenly fell on his head and made him unable to resist. "Yes, your majesty." Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He also wanted to hear about the harvest of the whole country, which had mobilized so many people to go south to trade. "Commandery Prince Hejian, can you tell us about the harvest of this trip for our beloved officials?" After Li Er led the ministers back to Taiji Palace, he sat up straight and looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. "Yes, your majesty." Li Xiaogong was already prepared. He responded, then took out a booklet and began to read slowly. For this voyage, the imperial court has raised a total of 500 official ships. This subject has used more than 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to exchange for a total of 880,000 dan of grain. There are 170,000 caddies of various spices such as Lycopodium officinalis, 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 and various other spices. In addition, there are also 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. Silence. As Li Xiaogong read them out one by one, the court suddenly fell into a strange silence. 880,000 dawn of grain. Although this amount was a bit large and exceeded everyone's expectations, it could be attributed to the fact that Nanyang was rich in grain and had never seen the beautiful silk and porcelain of the Central Plains. But what the hell was 170,000 dawn of spices? Did you think that spices were weeds or radishes? Oh, at this time, radishes were still not called radishes. They were called fishes. See the Book of Songs. Picking fishes and picking fishes, there is no lower body. Cabbages were also not called cabbages. But spices had always been a precious existence in the Great Tang. Most of them were sold in pairs. Depending on the type of spices, the price could range from a few dozen copper coins to a few strings of one tael. When had anyone ever heard of someone possessing more than 10,000 dawn of spices? The 170,000 dawn of spices that Li Xiaogong mentioned was too frightening. However, Li Xiaogong wasn't lying. Some spices were really rampant in some of the island countries in the South China Sea. They grew everywhere like weeds. The 20,000 Navy soldiers he brought were farmers who cut the weeds many times. As for the 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver, this was even more frightening. The total amount of silver that had been mined in the Great Tang was probably only around 200,000 to 300,000 taels. But Li Xiaogong actually brought back 300,000 taels of silver. What was even more shocking was that he even brought back 50,000 caddies of brass. Many of the courtiers started to look at Li Xiaogong with a strange expression. They wanted to ask, "Big brother, did you rob an entire country?" Of course, the courtiers were not surprised. The difference between the cost and the reward was too big. According to Li Xiaogong, he only used 3,000 strings of silk and porcelain to trade. But what about the things that he brought back? Just the 880,000 dawn of grain, according to the current grain price, would be worth more than 30,000 strings of coins. Adding in the 170,000 dawn of spices, 300,000 taels of silver, and 50,000 caddies of brass. Oh my God! Many of the courtiers calculated in their hearts, and in the end, they found it difficult to even breathe. Huge profits. This was more than 10 times the profit. It was more than 100 times the profit. What else in the world could be more profitable than this? Chapter 785. Some people might question whether 500 ships could transport 880,000 dan of grain. Of course they could. There was no doubt about it. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the development of our country's shipbuilding industry reached its peak. During the war to unify the southern part of China, Qin Shi Huang organized a fleet that could transport 500,000 dan of grain. With the technology at that time, they could build ships that could transport 50 to 60 tons of grain. One dan was 50 kilograms. In other words, a ship during the Qin and Han dynasties could carry more than 1,000 dan of grain. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the second peak in China's shipbuilding history was the dragon boat that Emperor Yang of Sui rode. It was 5 feet tall and 200 feet long. The upper level had the main hall, the inner hall, and the east and west imperial halls. The middle two levels had 120 rooms with a capacity of more than 300 tons. Of course, it was even more impressive during the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty built a divine boat for Korea. It had a capacity of more than 1,500 tons. Some large ships could carry tens of thousands of dan of grain and had a rudder that was 30 to 50 feet long. Taiji Palace. Although Li Er, who was sitting high above, was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Xiaogong's work report. His eyes were as wide as the others. Fortunately, the courtier's attention was not on him, otherwise, if the remonstrant saw his gaffe, he would definitely be criticized again. Ahem. This trip to the south was really fruitful. Xiao Gong and the soldiers have worked tirelessly across thousands of miles and have contributed to the country. They should be rewarded. Li Er recovered from his shock and praised with a face full of emotion. Your Majesty! As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Jing walked in front of him. The old man cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said, "Congratulations to Commander Prince Hejian for leading the fleet to the south. But there is still one thing that I don't understand. Where did you get these 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass?" Wei Zheng was not targeting anyone. He was just stating the facts. Grain, spices, and ivory were all fine. But the amount of brass and silver was too huge for him to understand. After all, which country would use these things for trade? It didn't make any sense no matter what. After hearing Wei Zheng's question, the other ministers all cast doubtful glances at Li Xiaogong. However, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. According to the information he had gathered, the 50,000 jin of brass and 300,000 taels of silver that Li Xiaogong had brought back were the war reparations that he had extorted from the Wen nation. If this was revealed, Li Xiaogong would most likely be impeached. Li Er's eyes darkened. Obviously, he also knew the inside story of the Japanese War. But now that Wei Zheng had asked in public, he could only watch Li Xiaogong's performance. As soon as Li Er left with the civil and military officials, the docks by the murky river immediately became lively. There were more than 1,000 large ships, and they definitely could not all dock at the same time to unload their cargo, so they could only come in batches. At the very front were the 500 official ships of the imperial court. Wu Di, the captain of Li Xiaogong's personal guard, came to Xiaoyu with a man who looked like a steward. He respectfully handed over a booklet and clasped his hands. "Minister Xiao, this is the list of all the cargo on the official ship. He is the steward of the cabin Yao Jing. If Minister Xiao has any questions, please ask me or Steward Yao. We will tell you everything we know." "Well, thank you," Xiaoyu said politely and took the booklet. When he opened it, he was shocked. So much food? I'm afraid the granary of Chang and city can't hold it all." Hearing this, Yen Lide was very curious. He thought that the official ship of the imperial court had only brought a little silk and porcelain. At most, it could be exchanged for more than 100,000 jin of food. How could the granary of Chang and city not be able to hold it all? "Sherwin," Xiaoyu's courtesy name, "let me see how much food you have." Then, Yen Lide eagerly came over and wanted to see what was on the booklet. When he saw the number on the booklet, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, This 880,000 jin? So many jin of food, Taicang can't hold it all. It has to be transported to Hanjiatsang in Luoyang. The Taicang he was talking about was the largest granary in Chang'an City. It was also the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, salaries of officials, military supplies, and government accounts. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the central government, it also had some positive functions. For example, every time there was a famine, Taizong would take out grain to replenish Chongping and suppress the price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to help the victims. However, Taizong's total storage was not very high. It could only store 500 to 600 jin of grain at most. Moreover, the autumn harvest had just passed, so there was even less space left in Taizong. That was why these two big shots of the imperial court sighed with emotion. As for the Hanjiatsong that Yen Lied mentioned, it was the largest granary in the Tang Empire. At the start of the Sui dynasty, Chang and was built, but the Guangzhou region was unable to satisfy the needs of the imperial family, officials, and the central army. During the Day era, to satisfy the grain needs of Chang, Emperor Yang built the Grand Canal. Later on, Yang Guang directly moved the capital to Luoyang. After establishing Luoyang, Yang Guang first built Huiluotsang as the national granary in Luoyang. The entire Huiluotsang city was 1,000 meters from east to west, 335 meters from north to south, and around 700 warehouses with a diameter of 10 meters. Each warehouse could store 4,000 jin of grain, and the entire city could store 3 million jin of grain. As Huiluotsang was built outside of Sui Tang Luoyang City, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. Li Mi took Huiluotsang, and Luoyang City fell into a situation where there was no grain. Later on, Huiluotsang became the focus of the war between Li Shimin and Wang Shichong. The warehouses outside the city were occupied, and Wang Shichong lost due to a severe lack of grain. Later on, Li Shimin saw the disadvantages of having a granary outside the city, and he decided to build one within Luoyang City to prevent the same thing from happening. This granary that was carefully designed by Li Shimin was Hanjiatsong. Not only did Hanjiatsong provide grain for Luoyang City, but it also acted as a transportation station between Guangdong and Guangzhou. Later on, it slowly replaced the largest granary at that time, Luokotsang, and became the largest granary in the world, with a total storage of close to 6 million jin. Indeed, first move 150,000 jin of grain to Taizong, and the rest can only be transported to Luoyang along the Grand Canal. Lied, you take care of things here. I'll go to the palace to ask for a decree to send a portion of the official ships to Luoyang. Xiao Yu thought about it and decided to ask for Li Er's opinion. Otherwise, with so much grain, there would be no place to store it, and it would only benefit the rats. Chapter 786. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was still going on. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Xiaogong. Due to the special nature of the previous battle, Li Xiaogong had only passed on the specific details to Li Er in the form of a secret report instead of a battle report. In this way, the ministers in the court naturally had no way of knowing the details. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some well-informed people obtained the news through abnormal channels, but even if they knew, they had to pretend that they didn't know at this moment. Otherwise, if they exposed their so-called abnormal channels in front of Li Er, wouldn't that be looking for troubles? As a minister, if he attracted the suspicion of the emperor, his good days would be numbered. That's a good question, Minister Wei. Li Xiaogong looked back at Wei Zheng and then bowed to Li Er. He said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Seeing that Li Xiaogong didn't answer Wei Zheng's question directly and instead apologized to Li Er, the ministers in the hall were confused. They didn't know what Li Xiaogong was doing. This time, the imperial court had sent a fleet to the south. The harvest from this trip was almost equivalent to the imperial court's annual revenue. It had greatly alleviated the empty state of the national treasury since the Wei River Alliance. Li Xiaogong was definitely considered a great contribution. How could he be guilty? Li Er's heart sank. How could he start to apologize without saying anything? He was very worried that Li Xiaogong would make a mistake and worsen the situation. Xiaogong led the army across the sea and brought back so much food and money for the imperial court. What is his crime? Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Er remained calm on the surface. He slowly opened his mouth and asked the common question in the hearts of the ministers. Li Xiaogong seemed to have been prepared. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "I attacked the Wei nation's capital, Fanio City, without your Majesty's permission. The 50,000 kilograms of brass and 300,000 taels of silver were given to me by the Wei nation's queen. I am guilty." As soon as Li Xiaogong finished speaking, there was a buzz, and the court immediately exploded. The officials in the hall all stared with wide eyes, indescribably shocked. Some people didn't know whether to laugh or cry in their hearts because when Li Xiaogong had reported his gains from going south, they had secretly wondered if Li Xiaogong had plundered some country. Otherwise, how could he have brought back so much wealth? However, judging from the results that were announced now, their previous guess was actually correct. Li Xiaogong had truly ransacked a country, and the target of his ransacking was none other than the one nation that had previously paid tribute to the Great Tang. How could this be? Therefore, some people could not help but be eager to give Li Xiaogong a try. Wei Zheng, who was standing in front of the officials, raised his eyebrows. He clearly didn't expect the truth to be like this. He took a step forward and said, "His Royal Highness, without your Majesty's permission, attacked the neighboring countries of the Great Tang. This action can easily cause panic in the neighboring countries, which is extremely disadvantageous to the Great Tang at this time. I think that His Royal Highness should be severely punished." I think that Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable. Now that the world has just settled down, the imperial court should be recuperating and getting along peacefully with the neighboring countries. His Royal Highness, for 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 kilograms of brass, he attacked without authorization and ignored the relationship between the Great Tang and its neighboring countries. He simply has no respect for the imperial court. I think that he should be severely punished. As soon as Wei Jing finished speaking, Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple hurriedly jumped out. As the leader of the Honglu Temple, who specialized in dealing with the relationship between neighboring countries, he naturally had the right to express his opinion. Of course, as a core disciple of the Shandong aristocratic family, he also wanted to use this opportunity to bring down Li Xiaogong, the only person who could be used in the Li Tang imperial family. If he didn't know how to make good use of such a heaven-sent opportunity, he would really be blind. I second the motion. His Royal Highness must be severely punished. Severely punish your grandma. Li Xiaogong's identity was not only that of the Li Tang imperial family, but also that of a general. Although he usually didn't like Li Xiaogong at this time, Cheng Jijia wouldn't just watch Li Xiaogong be besieged by Cui Shanfu and the others. The devil incarnate wouldn't talk about rules with you. This old guy came up and directly pushed Cui Shanfu more than 10 steps away and almost fell to the ground. He stood up angrily and was about to argue with Cheng Jijia, but he heard old Cheng directly scold him in his rough voice. Damn it. Xiaogong didn't say why he attacked Neon. How do you know that he went for the silver and brass? Is your father in Neon? Did he tell you in your dreams? Cui Shanfu's expression changed and he felt greatly humiliated because Cheng Jijia was saying that his father was from Neon. As a person of the Celestial Empire, anyone who was said to be a descendant of the short and wretched people of Neon would be angry. Cheng Jijia, you've gone too far and disgraced the refined. At this time, Cui Shanfu was obviously blinded by anger and directly called Cheng Jijia by his name. But you slandered Xiaogong without any evidence. Isn't this a disgrace to the refined? This old guy actually spat a mouthful of thick phlegm in Cui Shanfu's direction and continued to scold him. However, he also knew that it was not a good idea to continue scolding like this. If this continued for a long time, it would be counterproductive. Therefore, after scolding Cui Shanfu, he cupped his hands and said to Li Er, "Your Majesty, Xiaogong is not a person who is greedy for money and doesn't know the severity of the matter. This old official thinks that there must be something hidden. Your Majesty, this official also thinks that this matter is not simple. Why don't we let Xiaogong finish speaking before making a conclusion?" The taciturn gourd, Li Jing in the imperial court also made a rare sound today. In this way, no one in the entire Tang military was still indifferent. This official agrees. The generals' camp all agreed in unison. The civil officials' camp was in an uproar and did not reach a unified opinion. This was because the heads of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, had not expressed their opinions yet. In fact, the opinions of these two big shots were quite simple. For Zhang Sun Wuji, because of the relationship with Empress Zhang Sun, the Zhang Sun family was a proper relative of the emperor. In terms of position, Zhang's son Wuji naturally sided with the royal family and protected Li Xiaogong. As for Fang Xianling, he felt that a mere nation was not enough to change the attitude of the surrounding countries toward the Tang Empire. Moreover, the Tang Empire's current number one enemy was the Turks. The other small countries could not make any waves at all. Cui Shanfu's words were a little exaggerated. How could he agree? Silence. Li Er coughed softly and the noisy imperial court immediately quieted down. Then he stared at Li Xiaogong and asked in a deep voice, "Xiaogong, why did you lead troops to attack one nation? You better explain the reason to Zhen now. Don't hide anything." Chapter 787. Hearing Li Er's words, Li Xiaogong cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Half a month ago, I led the fleet back to the southeast coast. One night, I ordered the fleet to dock on a nameless deserted island to replenish fresh water and fruits and vegetables. Who would have thought that we would be ambushed by a group of bandits? There were about 100 of them. They knew that they were no match for the army, so they wanted to steal a few merchant ships and escape while the night was dark and the guards were lax. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by a civilian on the ship. I had reached an agreement with the Queen of Wanation. Wanation would compensate the Tang army for the losses in the sneak attack. They would pay 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. They would also capture the bandit leader and send him to Chang. But that night, when I left the Wanation palace, I was attacked by a large number of assassins. If my friend and I hadn't been good at martial arts, I'm afraid we would have been buried in a foreign land." Hearing this, all the officials in the hall changed their expressions. Li Xiaogong was a commandery prince of the Tang Empire. If he died in Wanation, the imperial court would lose face. And at that time, the Tang Empire and Wanation would definitely have a war to the death. Because Li Xiaogong was not an idle prince, but a commandery prince who had made great contributions to the founding of the Tang Empire. How dare the Wanation? How dare they assassinate the commandery prince of the Tang Empire? It's a pity that I wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, I would have caught the queen and thrown her into a brothel. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he was shouting and cursing. The ministers looked askance at him. They wanted to say that he was insulting the refined, but they were afraid that this old man would go crazy and not recognize his relatives. After all, Cui Shanfu next to him was an example. Li Xiaogong almost choked at this moment. He secretly thought that Cheng Yaojin had a strong taste. He had seen the Queen of Wanation. She was in her 70s or 80s, but Cheng Yaojin still wanted to catch her and make her into a brothel girl. It was really, this subject's life and death are insignificant, but behind this subject are 20,000 Navy soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians, thousands of ships, and millions of dan of grain. Moreover, this subject represents the face of the Great Tang. If this subject were to die in the Wa, the consequences would be unthinkable. Later, after a detailed investigation, I found out that the assassin that night was the Suo family, the number one family in Japan. The patriarch of this clan intends to seize the fleet of my Great Tang and its countless goods, so he wants to kill this subject. After I found out the whole story, I told the Queen of Wanation about the result. However, the Queen of Wanation wanted to protect the Suo family, so I led the army into the city and wiped out the Suo family. This subject could die, but the dignity of the Great Tang could not be trampled on. Those who offend my Great Tang must pay the price. After destroying the Suo family, the Japanese queen knew that she was in the wrong. She took the initiative to increase the compensation from the original 10,000 caddies of brass and 100,000 taels of silver to 50,000 caddies of brass and 300,000 taels of silver. This was the whole story of the whole thing. I hope Your Majesty can judge clearly. After Li Xiaogong finished speaking, the imperial court fell silent as the officials digested this matter. After a few seconds, Wei Jing turned to Li Xiaogong and said, "The Wanation dared to assassinate the commandery prince. Of course, they deserved it. No punishment is too much. However, at the very beginning, Your Majesty brazenly led the army to attack the Wanation because of a few bandits. Wasn't that inappropriate? After all, there should be a more reliable solution." Li Xiaogong proudly raised his head and said, "Left Prime Minister Wei's words are wrong. That was not a matter of a few bandits. It was a matter of the people of the Great Tang dying at sea because of the Wu nation. Before the fleet left, His Majesty entrusted me with the task of protecting the people of the Great Tang. If there were any enemies, I had to do my best to destroy them. That night, the Wu nation ambushed the fleet and killed 28 soldiers and 12 civilians. As the commander-in-chief of the army, I had to give them an explanation. Otherwise, how could I, Li Xiaogong, continue to lead this army? How could I have the face to come back and see His Majesty again? Li Xiaogong's words were very good. He directly brought out Li Er. What he meant was that although he was a little impulsive when he attacked our country, everything was still done according to Li Er's instructions before he left. What else do you have to say? The facts proved that if a person wanted to criticize you, he could find a way to criticize you. At this moment, Cui Shanfu seemed to come back to his senses and said, "Your Highness has your reasons, but I don't know if your Highness has thought about how the other small countries around the Great Tang will view your actions. Will they think that the Great Tang is bloodthirsty and insecure? Will they unite and fight against the Great Tang together?" This old thing was doing it for the sake of doing it. Now, he didn't even care about his face anymore. Bah! Alarmist words to scare people. Who do you think you are? Can you represent the small countries around the Great Tang? Cheng Yaojin looked at Cui Shanfu with disgust and said, "The Wu nation has gone too far. If Xiaogong doesn't teach them a lesson, won't the Great Tang lose its prestige?" This battle was well fought. If it were me, old Cheng, I would have fought even more ruthlessly and killed all the Wu nation peoples. They were the ones who were unrighteous first. Why should we talk about morality with them? Jijie is right. Who do the Wu nation think they are? How dare they ride on the head of the Great Tang? Xiaogong, this battle was well fought. Yu Qigong also stood up at this moment and supported him. The two Grand Dukes are wrong. Harmony is the most important thing between countries. How can you use weapons just because of a disagreement? This will only push the Great Tang into a state of militarism. Seeing this, Kong Yingda couldn't help but speak up. As an old Confucian scholar, how could he hope for his country to become a bloodthirsty dynasty that only knew how to kill? Your Majesty, this subject has something to say. Seeing that the court was about to turn into a market, Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. He didn't have much to do today, but he couldn't stand the attitude of some people in the court towards the diplomacy of the Great Tang. Speak. Li Er's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to Li Zishuan helping him out of this situation. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject wants to say that the question now is not whether we should attack the Wu nation or not, but what can we do even if we attack them? The Wu nation started it first. If we don't fight back, the surrounding countries will think that the Great Tang is easy to bully. It's just a trifling Wu nation, so what if we attack them? Are we going to punish the generals of the Great Tang for a trifling Wu nation? As for Minister Cui Sijing's worry that the other countries will panic because of this subject believes that there is nothing to worry about.